Good evening, everyone. The July 15th, 2026 meeting of the Planning Commission will come to order at 6:44. Please rise and follow Commissioner Saikali in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Space the flag, hand over your heart, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, if we can have Commissioner Guerra lead us in an invocation.
Good and gracious God, as always, we want to thank you for the blessings you give us each and every day of our lives, the gift of our faith, of our family, and of our friends. And tonight, as we come together as a community before you, we asked you for the wisdom to do the right thing for our residents, to make things better for our city, and to always serve you with integrity and purpose and justice. Please guide us and protect us this night, and for those who are less fortunate than us, please be with them. And for our public safety, our police, fire, and our military, please guide and protect them. In your name we pray. Amen.
May I please have our Planning Commission Secretary, Rhea, please call roll.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Lujan?
Present.
Commissioner Guerra?
Here.
Commissioner Legazpi?
Here.
Vice Chair Sakali?
Present.
And Chair Uba?
Present.
You guys in your presence.
This is the time set aside for oral communications from the Planning Commission. Does any commissioner wish to make an announcement, report on a conference, a meeting, or request an item for a future agenda? We'll start to my left.
I have none, Chair.
I have none.
Okay.
I have none either.
Is this where we report our visits or anything?
No, that would come with the hearing.
Later? Okay, then I have nothing.
None? Okay, great, thank you. Presentations, we have none today. Does the Community Development Director have a report on a City Council action or other general update?
I have none tonight, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Public hearings. Now is the time set aside for the public hearing for PLN-25-00133, a site plan review, a density bonus, and a tentative tract map. Does the Planning Commission Secretary, Rhea, have proof of publication?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Will the Community Development Director please introduce the staff making the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Uva. Tonight's public hearing item is being presented by our contract planner, Lindsay Ortega. We've prepared a PowerPoint presentation. It'll include an overview of the proposed development project. And then also I wanted to share with the chair and the commission that we have staff members also available to answer any staff questions that may arise from tonight's PowerPoint. We have a representative from Police Department, and we also have representatives from the Public Works Department to answer any questions regarding the traffic analysis. And of course, we have our contract planner in the lead. Our Deputy Director, Swati Meshram, is also part of the team that will be helping and answer any questions from the commission. This is a team effort, so Chair Uva, we're ready to start, I think, with the presentation. Thank you.
Great.
Good evening, Chair Uva and members of the Planning Commission. Before you today is PLN 25-00133, a site plan review, tentative tract map, and density bonus application. The project site is located south of Dollison Drive between Crossdale Avenue excuse me, and Fairford Avenue, and was previously occupied by LA Honda World Auto Dealer and Honda Service Center, which relocated in 2025 to a new location just north of Dollison Drive and is now known as Precision Honda. Surrounding uses include single-family residential to the east, west, and south, and a commercial automotive use to the north. The project The project site has a general plan land use designation of general commercial and is zoned SP 90-1, the Florence Avenue and I-5 specific plan. And as part of the sixth cycle housing element update that was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and in order to remain compliant with the city's certified housing element, the city added the HOU2 housing overlay to the vacant Honda Service Center site, which has a density of 30 units per acre. Approval of a site plan review for the proposed development, architectural design, site plan layout and configuration, circulation and landscaping, associated density bonus, concessions and waiver requests, and to permit a density of less than 30 dwelling units per acre is requested, as well as a tentative tract map number 84963 to subdivide the property for townhome purposes to construct a total of 145 residential ownership units, including 130 market rate units and 15 moderate income units. The proposed project includes the demolition of 3 existing commercial structures and the construction of a 3-story townhome community designed to accommodate 105 dwelling units for a total density of 26.8 dwelling units per acre. The maximum proposed height is 37 feet and 6 inches and no more than 3 stories, and the project will restrict 15 units for moderate income households. The housing element identified this site on its housing inventory list and estimated that the 6.15 acre site has the realistic capacity of 140 units based on a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is proposing to construct 145 units on the project site, which is 39 units less than the anticipated housing element. Approval of this project would result in a reduction of the surplus identified in the housing element. However, despite the reduction, the housing element site inventory would still have a surplus of sites identified to meet the unmet RHNA target. The development is made up of 42 bedroom units, 53 3-bedroom units, and 52 4-bedroom units, ranging from 1,272 square feet to 1,765 square feet. Affordable units are located throughout the development and can be shown here with the red stars. And include 8 2-bedroom units, 4 3-bedroom units, and 3 4-bedroom units. 79 of the units have a tandem 2-car garage, and 66 will have a side-by-side 2-car garage. The project will include 45,136 square feet of landscape area and open space, of which 14,034 square feet is provided through landscape frontage, 12,358 square feet will be landscaped common open space, and 13,716 square feet of landscaped paseos will be found throughout the community. A 5,028 square foot community amenity is located at the center of the community, and it's depicted in orange on the site plan. And 14,503 square feet of private open space is provided through private decks on the second floor for each unit. The units fronting the street are designed to be oriented towards Dollison Drive and Fairford Avenue, creating a welcoming pedestrian-oriented frontage, which helps to blend the new community seamlessly into the existing neighborhood fabric. The units are set back 10 feet from the landscaped right-of-way, with 20 trees proposed along the Dollison frontage and 14 along Fairford Avenue. 2 buildings are located fronting Dollison Drive, and so this is the longer building 1, and this is building 2. And 1 building fronts Fairford Avenue. The community is designed with a modern craftsman-style architecture, and the design incorporates a variety of building materials, creating interest and articulation in the building frontage. The existing 9-foot-high perimeter wall located along the westerly and southerly property lines is proposed to remain, and decorative pavers are proposed at both entries into the community along with community identification both at Fairford and Dollison. Under state density bonus law, a waiver allows developers to remove or reduce development standards that would physically preclude the construction of a qualifying affordable housing project. For example, a reduction may be a setback reduction in order to accommodate the number of units on site. The applicant is not requesting an increase in density for additional units. Rather, the applicant is requesting 5 waivers of development standards as a result of reserving 10% of the units for moderate income households. And waivers include requests for a minimum lot area per dwelling unit. Our ordinance requires 1,000 square feet per unit, and the applicant is requesting 822 square feet per unit. The applicant is requesting an increase in the building height. Zoning code permits a 35-foot height limit and 3 stories, and the applicant is requesting 37.5. And the reason for that is to accommodate some of the mechanical equipment within the roof. The applicant is requesting a reduction in the required front setback. Front setback is required to be 15 feet, and the applicant is requesting a reduction to 10 feet. The applicant is also requesting a reduction for a small portion of the rear setback along the west property line. There's an area along the frontage that has a 9-foot 9-foot setback to the westerly property line, but other portions, the majority of the site does maintain a 55-foot setback, and the required setback is 46 feet. And lastly, the applicant is requesting a reduction in the minimum open space dimension. Code requires that usable open space be a 10 by 10 minimum dimension, and the applicant is requesting a minimum of 5 feet 6 inches by 5 feet 6 inches. The applicant also proposes to deviate from the Downey Municipal Code minimum parking requirement pursuant to the less restrictive minimum parking standards allowed in state density bonus law. Based on the Downey Municipal Code, the project would require 363 spaces. Density bonus law requires only 270 spaces for this project, based on the unit count and unit size, and the applicant is requesting 330 spaces. So this does exceed the minimum density bonus parking requirements by 60 spaces and is 33 spaces short of what the Downey Municipal Code would require. The applicant submitted a traffic impact analysis prepared by Urban Crossroads, which determined that the existing use, when it was operating, generated a total of 832 daily trips based on driveway counts when it was operational. And the proposed project is estimated to generate 926 daily trips, resulting in a net increase of 94 trips. As a result, the traffic impact analysis concluded that the trips generated by the proposed project did not warrant any off-site improvements.
Can I
Traffic
ask a
improvements.
question here, or do you want me to try to wait till the end? So,
I would leave it up to the chair and the commission to decide what works best for you.
I think it's best if you ask it now because it's relevant and the slide is up and you don't have to go back and forth.
so looking at the traffic study, first of all, do we know, and I couldn't find it, what is considered the peak hours, PM peak hours on there? I mean, is that from 4, from 3, from 5?
Do you have that
So-
information?
I'll defer that question over to our principal
Okay, all right.
engineer, Tim.
Typically 4 to 6 p.m. Those
Okay,
days,
all right.
1 or
'Cause
2 hours.
I was there exactly for that time, and I got there around 3:30 the other day. And I'm sorry, 94 trips, I saw 94 trips in half an hour go by there on Fairfield. You know, so it was fast. It was fast, and there was a lot of trips on there, so I'm not quite sure on that. And then on this, on the tables that you had on the projected trip distribution on there, and I guess I'm looking at, well, I'll wait, that you got table 4.3 on there. Do we want to, where's 4.1? I guess that was page 36. It looks the same, but it says table 4-1.
Yeah, the table that is shown is showing the intersections that were analyzed, but not necessarily, I'm sorry, the table is showing the peak hour AM and peak hour PM and daily trips, but the image is showing the intersections that were studied.
Okay, so there's nothing like over here on Fairfield Avenue and Cecilia or any of those other streets in between there, right? Because there was only a certain amount there?
Right.
Okay. And you've studied Collison, but on your trip distribution that we got from that company, they want to go through Crossdale. They literally want to go, and here on Crossdale, there's only that one intersection there, that the number 4 that you show on their screen. But it's like, no, that's not a dead end. On 4 is not a dead end. That one's open. 2 is a dead end on this sign on there. But
Chair, I'm sorry if I interrupt. Chair, if you can just provide some guidance on the back and forth, maybe feedback coming from the audience. We just want to make sure that staff is able to present all the facts. And I appreciate the questions for Commissioner Guerra, pardon the interruption, but I just want to make sure that Commissioner Guerra is given the time to be able to ask staff his questions.
That's absolutely correct. Members of the audience, you will have your time to speak. It's now time for the commission to engage with the staff member at this time, and you will have plenty of time to speak.
And I might add, the applicant's consultant from Urban Crossroads is here to answer questions as well.
okay, let's go a couple more, because that 4-1 project trip distribution in the report that we got, that one's just, I want to see how that fits into the trip generation thing.
And through the chair and Commissioner Guerra, staff has one more slide in addition to this one related to the intersection analysis and traffic data. And then I will also maybe ask following that we have our principal engineer has additional context that he can provide an overview of the trip distribution. Staff did anticipate questions about the analysis, so we are also prepared to provide additional context to that section of the traffic analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait then.
So the traffic analysis evaluated peak hour traffic operations for the intersection shown on the screen, and concluding that the intersections studied are anticipated to continue to operate at the same level of service as existing conditions. So you'll see the first column in red is the existing level of service conditions, and then the second column in red shows the projected project level of service conditions.
When we get to the traffic folks on there, can they also explain the methodology between the ICU and HCM? Just for
Absolutely. I see our engineer taking some notes over there, so absolutely we can do that.
clarification?
However, the report did conclude, although no off-site traffic improvements were warranted, the traffic analysis did conclude that recommended on-site improvements be incorporated into the final design to facilitate ingress and egress from the project site to Dawson Avenue. And that includes the striping that's shown here. And this striping exhibit here was prepared by city staff to demonstrate that conclusion and recommendation. As part of that, the displayed condition of approval is recommended to be added to the resolution, which is requiring that the developer install a stop sign for the northbound approach and construct a shared left-right turn lane for egress traffic, and maintain an existing eastbound shared through right turn lane and the existing westbound shared left through turn lane. So this has been added to the resolution that was provided to you. The track map defines the boundaries of common spaces and privately owned airspace. The 145 condominium units will be created through the subdivision of an airspace on the parcel in uniform sizes, and common spaces include the 26-foot driveway and 26-foot drive aisles throughout the site, common landscaped areas, paths, and open parking spaces. The private airspace areas outline the individual's parcels that will be sold separately to the individual parties. Separately, the applicant will be processing individual lot line adjustments between the project site and individual property owners directly abutting the west and south property lines. This is necessary due to an existing condition where the perimeter block wall separating the single-family homes and the former Hondo Service Center site is located 10 feet into the project site along the existing westerly parcel lines and 5 feet into the project site along the southerly property line. The single-family homes have utilized this space as part of their property, and the lot line adjustment will formalize the use and ownership by giving each single-family homeowner the land for which they have already been utilizing. And similarly, the applicant is proposing to dedicate 5 feet directly adjacent to Dahlwood Avenue and Elmcroft to the city. AB 130 was enacted in 2025, creating a new statutory housing exemption, which exempts most qualifying urban infill housing developments from CEQA that meet certain criteria including compliance with local planning and zoning standards and not located on hazardous or environmentally sensitive sites. The maximum site acreage would need to be less than 20 acres. It would need to be a housing development project incorporated into a urban municipality complying with objective planning and zoning and design standards, including the ability to waive those with density bonus provisions. The site would need to be previously developed or surrounded by existing urban uses. A phase 1 site assessment that shows no recognized environmental conditions, and the project must be 50% of the minimum density. The minimum density at the site is 30 dwelling units per acre, and the applicant is proposing 26.8 dwelling units per acre, so that exceeds the 50% minimum requirement. Can't be a historic site and not an environmentally sensitive site. Staff reviewed the project for compliance with CEQA, and upon completion of this review, staff determined that the request complies with the provisions of Section 21080.66 of the Public Resource Code adopted through Assembly Bill AB 130 and has been found to be statutorily exempt from CEQA. As part of AB 130, there is a requirement for tribal consultation, and the city mailed notices to California Native American tribes traditionally and culturally affiliated with the geographic area, as required by AB 130, and one request was received for consultation, and that requested mitigation measures have been included as conditions of approval number 30 and 31 and 32. These conditions requested are typical of an infill project such as this one, including coordination and consultation if there were to be any discovery of any type of remains or culturally sensitive materials. On March 24th, 2026, the applicant hosted a community meeting at Lakeside Middle School in the city of Norwalk, adjacent to the subject site, and the applicant mailed a postcard invitation to tenants and property owners of the properties within a 500-foot radius of the property boundaries, as well as properties that are located on the same street but just outside the 500-foot radius. So you'll see here the blue indicates the 500-foot radius and the red outlines the actual area that was notified of the community meeting.
Can I ask something on this part? Because I understand 500 feet, that's our normal and so forth. And they did a little bit more. But all those streets there, when you look at the site map and so forth, there's thousands of people that are going to be impacted that didn't get notified. So all those side streets that are there, Dan, and so forth. So can we do a better job and change that? Because this doesn't seem fair. I went there and I counted the number. It's 6 houses in from the property line. Okay, so I see the ones there on Elm Grove, and it's 1, 2, 3. I see those, and that's great. We went another 4, but we didn't even go all the way to, past Cecilia or all the streets over there on the right. So how do we do better? You know, that just doesn't seem right. You're going to change my whole life. I've lived in those area for my whole life, or whatever number of years, and now we get a letter, you know, or not get a letter. So how can we rectify that or have, I mean, this is not the thousands of people that live there. And I went and walked those streets the other day, and I counted 500 feet, and it just wasn't enough. How can that's something we can talk at the end to make it better for the next project? We've talked about this in the past, that 500 feet just doesn't seem to be enough when you're impacting all this traffic survey and so forth. But, okay, I mean, I'm frustrated, not your fault. It's just, that's not far enough. It's just not.
Well, and I'll add to Commissioner Guerra's point. If we look at the circle within the 500 feet, within those 500 feet, we're also sending to commercial property owners where there's no one living there. Logic would perhaps state that we capture more of the residential folks living within the neighborhood where perhaps there would be more of an impact and not just the commercial addresses. So I would second Commissioner Guerra's point that maybe it's something for us to look into further.
So when the Coca-Cola was being expanded, you had to go and knock on the doors for so many people. That was an outreach thing. And that was just last year. So how come there's just a mail done there for, there's a community meeting? Why not knock on the doors and give it to every single door?
Yes, I think that staff is ready to address the concerns of Commissioner Guerra. They're well received. I would say, as director, it's not the first time we hear from this commission and Commissioner Guerra about conducting additional and going above and beyond notification when it comes to development projects. Before I address that, if I may, I think the city attorney has a comment to provide before I address the commissioner questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the office of the chair, I just wanted, as proceedings begin, I just wanted to offer the audience a friendly reminder that the city rules of meeting decorum prohibit any conduct that disrupts these proceedings, and that includes making noise in between comments, clapping, booing, things like that. The chair has already indicated that everyone here who wishes to speak will have the chance to speak. It's very important to refrain from making any noise while the commission is engaging in its deliberations. Both the commission and the public have a very strong interest in these proceedings being handled in an orderly and an efficient manner. Everyone will have a chance to speak. I would finally add that out of the Brown Act, those engaging in disruptive behavior, that is conduct that is disrupting these proceedings, are subject to a warning and then a removal from these proceedings if they do not refrain or do not cease that behavior that is disrupting the proceedings. Again, just a friendly reminder at the outset as the commission begins their deliberations on this important topic. The city, expects compliance and thanks the audience for respecting the proceedings. Thank you.
And if I can just add, as the chair, we want to hear from you. We are residents like you, and we want to hear what you have to say. So if you can just hold back until we open it up for the public hearing, and then you will have time to speak. We really want to hear from each and every one of you that are here, and we're very happy to see so many people here. Go ahead, Lindsay, sorry. Or I'm sorry, Irma, you needed to say something,
Chair
sorry.
Uva, and just for context where we're at in staff's presentation, because I know we're anxious to get to the public comment, is we have about 9 more slides left, but I will go ahead and address some of the comments related to outreach. In the staff report and part of Ms. Ortega's presentation, the outreach is the city staff is guided regarding notification based on the Downey Municipal Code. The Downey Municipal Code and the development standards of the zoning code is what city staff uses to evaluate the projects and also to ensure that it meets the minimum requirements. I have shared in the past to this commission for other projects, and I'll share it with this one. Staff has heard feedback from the commission and also just the role of the Community Development Department. We want to ensure that development projects are being evaluated not only through the lens of city staff, but also the surrounding community. So with that, in our comment letters to the development team, the Meritage Homes applicant, it has gone through multiple reviews, and what happens is when we review a plan set, we issue a comment letter. In our comment letters from the very beginning, we've included in there that it is strongly recommended that they conduct outreach, extensive outreach to the neighboring properties and to the impacted communities. And so I think Commissioner Guerra, your comment is well taken by staff. We also align with that mentality that development projects need to be not only the code, but also those that are being affected. With that, we do have some type of leeway. Again, we include that in our comment letters. In our discussions, we emphasize community outreach. We suggest ways that they can do it. But again, that is not in the municipal code. And so in this case, as you heard, they did conduct a community outreach meeting in March. The other part that I'd like to share is regarding the 500-foot notification. For many years, staff, even though the code says that city staff is obligated to notice a 500-foot radius of all property owners, for many years, staff has also noticed the residents, meaning if there's a property owner that lives out of state or out of the city, then the person living at that house, for example, within the 500-foot radius, would normally not get a notice. For many years, staff has gone above and beyond and also noticed what we call the tenants, not necessarily tenants, it could be a family member that's not on title that lives there. So we noticed that. A few weeks ago, this commission and the city council approved a modification to the municipal code to officially now make it a requirement that we extend that notification to the property owners and what we call the resident address. So with that, I'll also like to share that after following staff's presentation, the applicant has prepared a PowerPoint presentation where I know they will elaborate on their community outreach strategy, and I know they're anxious to also answer some of these questions regarding outreach and how they took some of those ideas and how they came up with their outreach plan for this project. So if there's any questions for me or the rest of staff on this topic, again, I'm happy to answer those questions.
On July 1st, in addition to the community outreach meeting that the applicant provided, the city noticed the pending public hearing before the Planning Commission, which was published in the Downey Patriot and in the Downey Patriot, okay, and was mailed to all tenants and property owners within 500 feet of the subject site. As of the preparation of this presentation, staff received 3 phone calls in opposition, 1 call seeking information, and written correspondence from 5 individuals in support of the 6 individuals. We received 1 from the city clerk this afternoon. 6 individuals in support of the project and 2 individuals expressing opposition to the project with concerns related to impacts to privacy, traffic, and the maintenance of the vacant property. Given the adjacency of the existing single-family homes along the west and south property line of the subject site and comments received at the community meeting and in comment letters, staff reviewed windows and the placement of private balconies facing the west and south property lines. Although most balconies are oriented away from the property lines, there are several units that include balconies that face the west and south property lines. The developer will install a purple hopseed bush, which is a fast-growing evergreen shrub, and that is part of conditions 44 and 45, as a landscape screening along the west and south property lines, which can reach a mature height of 12 to 15 feet. And this would provide a view buffer between the single-family homes and proposed townhome community. The landscape screen wall shall be required to be installed prior to framing inspection to ensure that the landscape wall has time to grow and for resident occupancy and to provide screening during construction. So this is an image of what that would look like. We do have a condition that would require the installation of a 24-inch box, which is generally between 7 to 8 feet at that time of planting.
where did that face? Because it says existing resident, the left side there. What does that face?
So that's just an example of the plans. That's the west property line abutting the single-family homes. So those that purple hopseed shrub would be planted along that existing 9-foot wall. And then I have an image that will probably show that a little bit more clear. So here is a cross-section, a line of sight image that's showing from the deck of one of the units, and then the location of the purple hopseed, which is along that planter along the 9-foot wall. And that would bring the line of sight view upward. And in most cases, they'd either be looking at an existing detached garage or at the roof line of the single-family home. So within 3 to 4 years, the purple hopseed bush will reach mature height of 12 to 15 feet. And as shown in this line of sight drawing, the proposed landscape screening brings that eye upward. The applicant, so as part of the community meeting, there was staff attended and did overhear a number of residents discussing questions about privacy. The applicant had already planned to frost or create opaque windows for the second and third floor windows for those units that face the west or southern property lines. So we have also included a condition of approval for 19 and 46, requiring that the homes along the west and south be frosted or opaque windows and maintained as such in perpetuity, and that's also included in the required CC&Rs for the HOA. Staff attended the community meeting and observed discussions of concerns related to the existing queuing in front of homes at Fairford Avenue due to access to the 5 freeway, northbound access to the 5 freeway on-ramp. And as a result, staff reviewed the submitted traffic analysis, which indicated the potential for up to 148 feet of queuing on Fairford Avenue, or the equivalent of the first 3 driveways. As a result, staff has added a condition of approval limiting egress from the site to only Dollison. A rolled curb will be required to be installed at the Fairford driveway, limiting egress from the driveway, but permitting fire access to continue to the site. So on Fairford, only traffic entering the project site would be permitted. Actually, vehicular access to the project will be provided by a driveway along Dollison Avenue, and that will provide ingress and egress. Additionally, the Public Works staff collected speed and volume data between May 13th and May 20th of 2026 using Metro County equipment. This data was collected for Crossdale Avenue between Cecilia and Dollison Drive, and Cecilia Street between Dahlwood Avenue and Elmcroft Avenue. And based on the collected data, it was determined that neither location currently qualifies for stage 2 physical traffic calming measures under the city's program criteria, and this is due to relatively low speeds and volumes at both locations. Crossdale Avenue, which previously recorded an 85th percentile speed of exactly 35 miles per hour in 2022, now measures 33.78 miles per hour and fails both the speed and volume criteria, which is Crossdale has 454 vehicles per day measured versus the 1,000 vehicles per day threshold. And then Cecilia Street meets the volume criteria at approximately 1,350 to 1,400 vehicles per day, but has an 85th percentile speed at only 23.94 miles per hour, below the posted limit, and therefore does not meet the speed criteria. At this time, physical traffic calming measures are not recommended on Crossdale Avenue or on Cecilia Street. However, in response to discussions with residents and the concerns expressed at the community meeting, City staff recommends the following condition that's shown on the screen to ensure that impacts as a result of the project are identified and addressed in the projects, and this is in the conditions of approval. The condition would require that the applicant prepare a traffic calming study 6 months after the development is occupied, or final certificate of occupancy, and if any traffic calming measures are warranted, then the applicant or the developer would have to install those at their cost.
And we're talking about speed humps or things similar to that?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff recommends approval of the plan by the Planning Commission to adopt Planning Commission Resolution number 264064, approving site plan review, density bonus, and tentative tract map, thereby allowing the construction of a 145-unit residential condominium townhome ownership development located at 11136 Dawson Avenue. And that concludes staff's presentation. I am available to answer questions, as is city staff, and the applicant and her civil architecture team and traffic engineering team are here to answer questions as well.
Great.
Chair Uva?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Pardon the interruption.
Go ahead.
Before we move on to the next part, I want to enter to the record that the Planning Commission, and also in the back there's public copies of a errata sheet relating to this item. There's a couple of parts to the errata sheet that are described in the cover memo. One, I believe Ms. Ortega already mentioned that we received additional letters of support for the proposed project, and that has been provided to the commission and copies available to the public. In addition, the city clerk's office received right before the meeting correspondence, which also has been, copies have been made and placed on the dais and are available in the back in support of the project. And then the second item related to this errata memo is a clarification that the traffic impact study is all available on the city's website, and copies of the traffic study also are available in the back of the room tonight. And then finally, there is a errata sheet related to a few items, and I'd like to highlight a few of them for the record. However, we are entering this memo into tonight's record for the Planning Commission. If you give me just a moment. Give me just one moment. There are amendments to typographical errors in the staff report mentioning conditions of approval by the incorrect number, and this related to the sequencing in the Word document. However, there are a few that are referenced that the condition is not being changed, but rather just a typographical error in regards to the number of the condition. There's also another correction in the staff report related to clarifying that the traffic study concluded that specifically no off-site improvements were recommended, which is what Ms. Ortega explained tonight. There's also a reference that there was a fewer number of buildings in the project. That was a typographical error. It's referencing the correct number. There's 14 total buildings that are included in the site plan materials presented as this public hearing item. There's also a deletion of a duplicate condition of approval 103. There's also a radius notification exhibit that was shown tonight in the presentation that was inadvertently omitted from the packet, and that's been included in the record as part of the PowerPoint and also in this errata sheet. There's also additional incorrect references to some conditions related to 33, 34, and 35. And staff also included additional language that makes reference within the conditions of approval of which specific plans are being referenced in the entitlement package, and those being the ones that are dated July 7th. There's also an additional clarification item to condition of approval number 18. The clarification is adding additional language that the project shall maintain a minimum of 2 enclosed parking spaces for each dwelling unit and a minimum of guest parking spaces as presented in tonight's presentation. And again, that is just memorializing in words, black and white, what is shown on the plan and what has been presented to the Planning Commission tonight into the proposed resolution and conditions of approval. We also reprinted attachment G, which is part of the public comment. The printer cut off the right margin and some of the words were missing, so we printed to make sure that the entire public comment is being presented in its entirety and is readable to the commission, and that's included in your binder. We've also included a clarification to condition of approval 1 and 2 to indicate that the plans shall reflect the driveways as they're shown in tonight's presentation, which is already part of that condition, but again, clarifying language. And the last item is clarifying language that appeared in the traffic analysis addendum. The addendum makes reference to a local impact fee program that does not exist for Downey. So again, just making that clarification because no program exists for Downey. That concludes my additional comments tonight. Thank you, Chair Uva.
Thank you. Thank you. Lindsay, thank you for your report. It was very thorough, as usual. Do any of the commissioners, well, I shouldn't say do they, we know the commissioners will have questions, so I think I will start with Commissioner Saikali first for questions for staff, any of the staff, actually.
Well, actually, I do. On the section where you mentioned about 85th percentile, what was the speed limit?
The speed for which street? I believe both of them were 85th percentile.
With the curb extension,
Oh, for Dollison?
if it was on Dollison, yes.
No, it was on Fairford.
Fairford.
Wherever it was.
So I believe that under, do you have that information?
If I can get clarification, the question is 85th percentile? Is that the question?
What was the speed limit within the 85th percentile?
It is, that is actually a question that I asked for clarification from our Public Works team earlier, and it was clarified to me that the 85th percentile of only 23.94 referenced in the staff report said that it was below the posted limit, and the clarification, the posted limit would be 25 miles an hour. And that's what I confirmed with Public Works staff today.
And I'm sorry, that was for Cecilia, not for Fairford.
Cecilia, the
That
staff
makes
report.
sense.
Yeah,
Cecilia's a real quiet street from that perspective.
Yeah, the information I just provided was, yes, that was for the mention of the page 12 of the staff report, which makes reference to Cecilia Street.
What's on Fairford? What's the percentage on that?
Do we have that information for Fairford?
And Fairford just recently increased the speed limit there, from what I understand. I mean, on purpose. We the city, increased it.
I believe the reference speed limit on Fairford was 30.
Was 30?
Yes.
And through the chair, I did mention that I know Commissioner Guerra and Legaspi had questions about the traffic study. We can, it's at the pleasure of the commission and the chair, we can provide additional context to the trip distribution that was mentioned by Chair Guerra. I don't want to dismiss that, so we are prepared to have our Public Works engineer come to the podium if that's the pleasure of the commission. And that would be part of staff's presentation.
I think we should, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Mr. Ortega, great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your report.
Good evening, Commission. Tim Berthel, Principal Engineer. Following up with the question on Fairford, the posted speed limit on Fairford is 25 miles an hour.
I think the other question, if I may help, was the fare distribution. If we can give us an overview of the trip distribution, I believe is Exhibit 5.1 of the traffic analysis. And actually, we're going to bring the slide up to help guide some of the discussion. I believe our engineering staff did look at the percentage of distribution, and I think that's what the commission would find helpful tonight.
Tim, you could bring up the site plan. We don't have that particular graphic in the slide deck, but the site plan is there.
Those site things are on the UXR letterhead. So.
That's it. Yeah, just keep that. We did look at the distribution of trips leaving the site on Dollison. Based on the distribution percentages, it's approximately 90% of the traffic turns right on Dollison and ultimately heads north on Fairford, exiting the site, with the remaining 10% of the trips turning left onto Dollison and then south onto Crossdale.
And I should have probably mentioned this earlier. Following staff's presentation, like I mentioned, the applicant has a presentation. Urban Crossroads is a representative is also that was prepared this study is also I believe would be available during that presentation to answer the commission's questions regarding the methodology and the conclusions of the traffic analysis.
Tim,
But
go
I
ahead.
think my question, it was not on that 4.3, was on the other ones, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 4-1, and a couple other ones on there that make certain assumptions there. And I was just kind of curious if we can discuss those.
Absolutely. I have 4.1 right here.
Yeah, great. So is there a way to put it up there? 4-1 project trip distribution? It's page 36.
So, Commissioner Garrett, that part of the image on the presentation was not included here. So we could talk about it, of course, but it's not shown on the presentation, no.
Okay.
And what we can do is if we go into other questions, we can have staff include that into a slide. We'll just need maybe about 10 minutes, and then we can pull it up on the computer. Yeah, so we do have access to a computer where we can just insert it into a slide.
I'll tell you now my question on there, looking at this, is on there, both of those, the assumption that to get into the site is you come up Studebaker, you turn right on Cecilia, left on Crossdale, and then right on Dollison, and then right into the Dollison one. I'm looking at both the project distribution and that 4-1. So we're pushing people onto Crossdale to get into the site. Is that what I'm reading on this project trip distribution thing?
4-1 actually shows trips exiting the site and the distribution. I don't know that we have an exhibit that shows the incoming percentages.
Okay, so it's either, so we're telling people to leave that way to go to Studebaker versus coming in. But the other one, how does the project distribution one on page 5, 1.1-6?
And I would like to mention the trip distribution is determined using streetlight data. It's detailed in Appendix 4.2. It uses anonymized cell phone and GPS data to track the real travel patterns of the neighborhood. And then those are overlaid as a percentage onto this exhibit. And the consultant can speak more to that, but that's the methodologically.
But there's no traffic light on Crossdale, right? No, it just, you go for.
That's correct.
Well, you're saying you go out, so I live on this new houses, condos, in the morning, I go out on Dollison. I can't go out on Fairford. So I go out on Dollison. I either turn right and get on the freeway, which is great. It doesn't impact. But if I turn left, I have to turn left on Crossdale Avenue. go down to Cecilia, and then turn right, and then go out to Studebaker. Is that the trip distribution that I'm looking at?
That is accurate, yes. And to speak to the trips generated from the site, it'd be around 10% that would be turning left onto Dollison and then south onto Crossdale of the net trips, the new net trips.
Wouldn't it make more sense to, on Crossdale, we're pushing 150, people's homes. There's probably 200 people living there. On Crossdale, wouldn't it make more sense to push them onto Dollison and they go out, and on Studebaker, that street closing that we put in? I used to be on the council when we put that in for Honda World. Okay, when we first did that, it's been 15 years. So wouldn't that make more sense? You close off Crossdale and you open up Studebaker so that people don't have to go through residential to get out?
So I believe there's some public safety concern with the closure of Crossdale with fire access.
Okay.
If I may also add for additional context, we did have a meeting today with our Public Works Director and our Principal Engineer, Tim, and we did look at these exhibits at length, and our apologies for not having them on the slides, but we are getting them up. We did receive the two pieces of correspondence that we had received up until that time did indicate that there was a desire to open up Studebaker and close off Crossdale. However, the study, and there's certain warrants that need to be met in order for the city to be triggered to require that as a mandatory requirement when a development is being proposed. When a development project is being evaluated, they can only be held for improvements or items that have a direct nexus to the impacts that are being generated. I do think that continuing this discussion with the participation of the applicant and Urban Crossroads would also help facilitate some of the discussion and some of potentially asks of this commission to consider alternatives that were not warranted, because I think those are outside of the scope of a direct nexus. However, we do understand they are very relevant to how folks feel when a development of this magnitude is being proposed near their home, and I don't want to dismiss that. I think there's a lot of importance to that.
So you're basically saying we can't force them to do that, but can't we force them with the part that we want to approve your project if you don't do those things?
Yeah, I think as part of the deliberative process amongst the commission and the chair, those topics are typical of a commission to discuss. I think those definitely the applicant should be given an opportunity also to present their project and have their technical experts present their perspectives. I think the benefit of that would also they have now this insight of this comments from the commission. So I think this is organically how the discussion is supposed to go at a public hearing. So again, these comments are very appreciated. Staff is not dismissing the importance and how people feel, but we do need the participation of the applicant.
Okay, I'm willing to wait.
Okay. So Commissioner Saikali was asking questions. Do you have any more questions?
No further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Lujan, do you have questions?
Oh, not from this.
Not from staff. Okay. Commissioner Guerra.
No, not at this time.
Okay.
I will later.
To my left, Commissioner Legaspi.
I have no more questions.
Okay. And I have none. Mine have all been answered.
you.
You got off easy.
Okay. Before I open the public hearing, this would be the time for planning commissioners to discuss any pre-hearing discussions that the commissioners may have had about this item. Commissioner Legaspi.
I have none, ma'am.
Vice Chair Saikali.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Lujan.
Nothing.
Commissioner Guerra.
Yes, I was there for several hours, and I walked the neighborhood. I took a lot of photos and went up and down every street. I talked to two residents, one on Fairford Avenue, like one of the houses that's within the 6 houses. And I talked to somebody that had sent the letter into that. So I did talk to a couple of residents regarding their thoughts and concerns and so forth. Yeah.
Okay, great. I did visit the site twice. I went yesterday, Tuesday, and I went again today. And I was able to drive into the site because the gate was open.
I did too.
Pretty wide, and so I felt, well, it was open wide enough. I think I'm fine to go in, and I completely drove it in every aspect of it.
Yeah.
Didn't get out of the car, just drove it.
Can I ask a question on that? And can I make the question so I won't forget for later on? Because I went inside there too. And the oil and the compressors and all that stuff on there, somewhere in here, can we know that that was taken a look at from mitigating standpoint? Because there's air pressure compressors there, there's oil cleanup thing, there's all, I mean, it's an auto body place. So somewhere, how to get that question answered at a later, I don't have to have it this moment, but I assume we did that or somebody did that.
Yes, and through the chair and Commissioner Guerra, my apologies, the applicant will be addressing that during their presentation.
Right.
And the applicant did submit a phase 1 to the city, so we have that, and it's a condition of approval requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Phase 1 environmental site assessment.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. The phase 1 was submitted. Was there a requirement for a phase 2? Do we know the results of the phase 1 at this point?
There was, the only result was that a soil management plan would be requested as part of the development, but there were no RECs found, or very low RECs found on the site.
So a phase 2, just to clarify and for the record, a phase 2 was not at that point suggested?
Correct. I believe
Yes, I think I just want to
Just a
avoid the
phase,
back and forth dialogue with the applicant, so I want to I think it's best if we go into the applicant's presentation at this point, and then we're going to address that question. We're going to keep track of
Okay,
it.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the public hearing is now open. Will the applicant or his or her representative please come forward and give us a presentation?
Good evening, Chair Uva, Commissioners. My name is Luisa Folletto. I am here representing Meritage Homes. We are the applicant for this project. I want to start by thanking staff. They've been very great to work with, very responsive, really helping us drive to the wonderful project I have before you tonight. Very professional, made this very clear and predictable, and I think really helped us get to a great project we have here tonight. I'm going to run through a little bit about who we are, how we build, and what we do, a little bit about the site plans, some project features, and then share some project renderings and cover some of those questions that I heard from you guys already. So a bit about Meritage. Meritage, we are the 5th largest publicly traded home builder based on homes closed in 2025. We have been around for 41 years. We operate in 12 states, 31 markets, and to date we have built over 210,000 homes. Our division here in Southern California has been around since 2004. We have 13 actively selling communities currently, 10 under construction, and about 15 in the various entitlement or final engineering stages right now. Our division operates everywhere from Los Angeles down into San Diego and the Inland Empire. Operationally, Meritage, we focus on a first-time home buyer, first-time move-up buyer. So we really try to target that kind of buyer profile in terms of offerings and price point. So Meritage, we are the 11-time recipient of the EPA's Energy Star Partner of the Year. We've also received numerous awards for customer service. One of the ones we're most proudest of is the Avid Awards. So that is a third-party survey ranking system. They send out surveys to new residents at a 1 month and a 1 year, and based on the experience of the home, how it's been going, the customer service that they need. And our division here in Southern California has actually been the winner of the top award on a national level 3 of the last 4 years. So we're very, very proud of that. Additionally, we do a lot of different types of philanthropic work. One of the main things that I'm really proud that Meritage does is we partner with Operation Homefront, which actually gives away mortgage-free homes to veteran families in need. And we do different things like working with No Child Hungry, the Arbor Day Foundation, and some of those other kinds of great organizations that we have. So a bit about how we build. This slide just highlights some of the different features all of our homes come standard with. And 2 that I want to focus on are the ones highlighted, so spray foam insulation and conditioned attics. And these are very important and valuable, especially in our townhome communities. So what this means is with spray foam insulation, that means that it's getting sprayed into the walls, it expands, and it fills in every crack. So this does 2 things for us. It really helps with giving you a better insulated home, which reduces your energy bills, things like that. But then it also really helps with noise mitigation. So both from exterior noise and interior noise traveling between units, you would have no idea. It really is a game changer, especially in our townhome projects. Additionally, we do conditioned attics. This means that we don't have any openings or vents or anything like that. They're fully enclosed. And so for different areas we build in where maybe there's a higher fire risk or anything like that, that means you have no chance of embers getting in. So it's a very safe feature that we're proud of. So as I mentioned, Meritage, we target a first-time home buyer, first-time move-up buyer. And so what that means is we're really looking at this missing middle housing. So what this diagram shows you is the different scale of homes. You have your more traditional single-family homes to the left, all the way up to kind of that mid-rise, higher density podium or apartment. And what we try to find and build is different projects that are in that middle area. So this means that we build at a slightly higher density to help spread the expensive land and development costs across more homes and be able to keep the price of the homes down and at a more attainable level for that first-time home buyer. That means that we're able to target teachers, police officers, nurses, the people that want to be able to live and work in a community. We are able to provide that opportunity for home ownership. We try to also focus with that by blending into the fabric of the existing neighborhoods as best as possible, really being sensitive to those transitions and mitigating as much as we can. So as Lindsay shared, we're kind of the site, as you can see, is right at the confluence of the city of Downey, Santa Fe Springs to the east, and then Norwalk to the south. So a couple things on the site plan that I just want to focus on. Lindsay obviously did an amazing job touching on a handful of the features, especially the street engagement and orientation of homes. So we have homes ranging from 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. All the homes have a 2-car garage, and there are 40 additional guest spaces on site. Meritage, in our CCNRs, we always enforce that garages must remain free and clear from storage so that they can have the 2 vehicles parked in them. The garages are designed oversized so that there is additional room for storage. So 2 vehicles must be able to be parked in their garages at all times. If need be, we do garage inspections. In some of our communities, we actually open them with guest parking permit programs in place. And we're very transparent with our buyers that if you're a home with 3, 4 cars, this isn't necessarily the community for you because you are only guaranteed the 2 spaces. The other spaces are for guests. And we really try to deter how much spillover into existing communities happen. Throughout the site, we have sidewalks connecting all the homes to the various open space areas, the paseos, the common amenity areas, as well as out to the public right-of-way. As Lindsay mentioned, we did some additional enhanced screening for the 4 buildings that are immediately adjacent to single-family homes. So this included more robust landscaping that's actually elevated, as well as the end unit window treatment that included frosting the secondary windows in bedrooms that look out to the side, as well as changing out the windows in the living room for just a clear story window. So that means a window that's placed at basically like 6 feet above, so that you're able to get light into the room, but you're not worried about views out or privacy into the adjacent yards. Additionally, along the drive aisles and at the parking stalls on the south side, that's where we have that enhanced landscaping going in that's going to help mitigate some of the line of sight concerns from the second-story decks on those end units. In terms of outreach that was done, so we did start off the project by doing door knocking, actually. So we went out, we knocked on doors for the homes across from the project on Fairford, immediately adjacent to the project on Crossdale, at Dahlwood, Elmcroft, and on Fairford as well. We started out with just a simple flyer, kind of a little project features, some FAQ that we normally get, contact information so you could reach out, starting the process off. As we moved further along, and as was shown in staff's presentation, when we were looking at the mailers for our community meeting, we wanted to take into consideration that end of block, because it is something we see not only here with the geographic area of the site, but in other communities where a city may have a 300 or a 500-foot radius requirement, but that could mean that, you know, you're getting one and your neighbor isn't, and that's creates, you know, why didn't I get this mailer? So we really take it upon ourselves to go end of block. So that is why for the streets to the east of Fairford, we went all the way to the freeway. We chose all of the homes along Cecilia that are within the border of the city of Downey. And then we went all the way over to Studebaker, since those felt like the major perimeter buffers kind of that neighborhood. We actually did include both owner and occupant in those mailers, so it would have gone to both. And we had probably about 30 to 40 people come out to our community meeting. The way that we do our community meetings is all of the representatives from our consultant team who are here tonight are there as well. And you're able to kind of really have a one-on-one conversation. We set it up as an open house style, so you're able to interact and ask your questions and hopefully get the information that you are looking for in that moment. Okay, so with a few other things I want to touch on. So this is just an enlargement of our community amenity area. So it includes a couple different passive lawn areas, a tot lot, different forms of seating, pathways, and at the end is a barbecue area, shade structure, and some seating there. There's also accent planting, and it would have potential kind of at the street edge, a little kind of low wall, decorative low wall to help kind of frame the space as well. And the blow up section you see is along that edge, one of those elevated planters that's actually going to bring, you know, the trees up an additional 3 feet to create an additional green wall aspect there.
Is there a community room anywhere there in this whole project?
No, we don't have an indoor community space. This would be the main gathering area.
Okay. And then the little things on there, because it was asked for a waiver from 5 by 6 from 10 by 10 to 5 by 6. So those little green spaces in between there, those are 5 by 6s?
No, that's not the open space area. So.
No, I'm talking about the little ones attached to the building? No? Or is it in the backyard?
No, I can show you on another slide. Yeah,
okay.
so it's not actually a 5x5. So the minimum deck size that we have, I want to say, is usually around 60 to 65 square feet, and that's on our 2-bedroom unit, and it's usually about a 5x6 or 6 foot by 10 foot deck area, 10 to 11 foot deck area. The other two plan types have 100-foot deck areas. So on, like, let's say unit 110 on this exhibit, where you see the area right adjacent to the green that has that little tiny door swing, the area above that would be its porch, and then there's a deck area that stacks right on top of that as well. But I have
Did I not read somewhere in this big report that it's a 5x6 and you're asking for a waiver for 10 by 10? It's supposed to be 10 by 10 by city code, and you're asking for a waiver for 5x6?
That is how it was written, but I can tell you that the minimum size is actually like if it's 5.5 at a minimum dimension, it's by 10. So it's at least 60 square feet of a deck on the 2-bedroom plan.
We don't need the waiver there?
We do need a waiver because it's 5.5 on one dimension by 10 on the other, and the other deck plans, I want to say it's like a 7 by 16 foot deck. So the minimum dimension is why because the minimum dimension is a 10 by 10, that's why we have the waiver request down. It could be adjusted to be 5.5 by 10 at a minimum, but the 10 by 10 is a very hard size to actually design into a townhome plan. If you're able to capture it on a ground floor, it's easier, but as a second floor deck, it is a bit more challenging.
So Louisa and Commissioner Guerra, if I could just clarify. So the code does require a 10 by 10 private open space requirement for multifamily. Yes, that's required by code. So the applicant is proposing a density bonus waiver for that dimension. So I think to Luis's point, it does vary in size, but the request is to deviate from that standard of 10 by 10 and reduce the square footage of that private open space.
So I wasn't going crazy. That was in there somewhere. Okay.
Correct, and that's on page.
It's on page 10, right? Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to kind of walk through a couple of project renderings, this would be the view from the entry at Dollison. We are going with a craftsman style architecture. So we have front doors both along Dollison as well as that entry roadway that help engage the street scene. There's a variety of materials and movement in the building, creating a very visually appealing street scene experience.
There's no gate proposed, right? And
No,
it's
this would not be
enclosed.
vehicularly gated, no. This would be the view along Fairford. So it's currently the sidewall, block wall for the former Honda World site. So that would be getting removed. We would be having front doors engaging the street. There would be new sidewalk, parkway, curb and gutter, and the homes would help activate the street scene. And as Lindsay mentioned, the driveway on this side would be adjusted to be an entry only, no egress. And then this is an example of the rendering from the open space area, just the different activation that you can see and how that space would be able to be utilized. With that concludes my presentation. My consultant team is here if you have more questions, although if you would like, I can show you a little bit more specifics about the decks if you were still interested in seeing those.
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Louisa. I believe we do have questions. Commissioner Legaspi.
Yeah, just to thank you, by the way. Thank you for your presentation. Would you, I think I know the answer. I just want to confirm it and put it on the record. The green area, what's the total square footage that we are allowing for green area roughly?
The total common open space?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me find that number. Give me just a moment. So open space, common open space is going to be a little over 19,000 square feet in how the different areas that are counted towards that active common area. It's a little over 19,000 square feet. And then we're a total of almost 34,000 square feet when you include private open space as well.
Thank you for that. And I think I know the answer, but I just want to put it on the record. No pool anywhere. Is
No.
that pretty typical for your type of projects of this density, of this size?
Correct. Yeah, it is a consideration. We have some projects where we do incorporate pools. It is not a common feature that we do include. It does drive up your HOA costs, and so for us, we are really targeting trying to keep HOA costs low and attainable, again, for that first-time home buyer. So for a project like this, we anticipate that the HOA dues might be coming in around $200 to $250. A pool would easily put that closer to $350 or $400.
Got it. My last one is, you mentioned clearly there's going to be a homeowners association. Does your company at any point, once it's built and the units are sold to the market, right, to families, does your company stay in any way, form, stay behind in management of that HOA? And if so, who controls whether or not they're using it as storage versus parking? And how is that regulated, if in any way?
Sure. So as the project opens up and homes start selling, if the HOA board, let's say, has 3 seats on it, Meritage would occupy the seats at start, all 3 seats. Once homes are sold, it would become 1 resident, 2 Meritage employees, and it would transition as more and more homes are sold until the point where the community is fully sold out and the Meritage would no longer be on the board. The CC&Rs get recorded with the city, and in our CC&Rs, it does have the stipulations around garages must remain free and clear to park 2 vehicles in it. It will include provisions that allow for garage inspections or different things like that to help give some teeth and enforceability behind that and make sure that residents are complying with that.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
I do. Can I go back? Oh,
Sure.
Or you mean after?
No, go ahead. You have.
So what are your estimate? I can see the broad range. You got some bigger homes there and so forth. What's the range going to be as far as the sales part?
Sure. So we are anticipating the homes to start if they were going to sell today, they would start in the mid-7s up to the high 8s probably for the market rate homes. And then obviously the moderate affordable homes would be priced at the time that they come to sale, working with the city to set that price based on the moderate income caps.
Have you guys done a study or something for I'm looking for positives for these residents. Will this increase their home values somehow because of the sales comps and et cetera, et cetera?
Absolutely. Every community that we have built, townhomes or single-family homes, it increases the property value on the adjacent homes.
And lastly, so again, going back to my traffic stuff, I know we have the traffic expert on there. From your guys' standpoint, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, is this something that I still have an issue with directing traffic to residential homes on there. What are your guys' thoughts about looking at this from the top down and all those issues that we've raised?
So my traffic engineer, Charlene, is here from Urban Crossroads. She can definitely speak to that. But at a high level, as long as I've been in this, traffic engineering is a very interesting thing to get your head into because so much of it is formulaic and comes from code versus for those of us in the community, you're like, that's not how a pattern would be, but it's how it has to be looked at from the guidance, from the guidelines. So who's to say if there will be that number of trips that are trying to go out to Studebaker and would utilize Crossdale to do so? Or would most people be going out towards Florence from Fairford? It's not like we're trying to drive trips that way. It's all about how someone's commute would be. In terms of the history behind the Dollison at Studebaker closure and if that could be reopened, in our brief conversation, I think that there might be concerns from Caltrans on that, because it sounds like their current guidance is that they don't like streets aligning with their on and off ramps as much. So there might be hesitancy from Caltrans to evaluate that for opening it up to traffic going back out.
Okay. And from your company, if that was something that was, you know, required, it's a tough word out there, but if that was, you know, instigated somehow on their Caltrans, everybody else, is that something that you guys are willing to work with, I guess, is my question.
I don't have a good answer for you right now, because I don't actually know the extent that would be required to reopen that up. If you're talking about signal relocation, or if it's just, you know, removing some curbs that have been poured. So it can range, you know, from a very easy thing to a very cost prohibitive thing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lujan.
The houses that are adjacent to the project, I know there were some shrubs that are going to be placed for privacy. I think they're kind of understood it was going to be like 4 years before they reach the limit where it's going to be more private, or is that an anticipation, or?
So 2 different areas. So the areas adjacent to the parking stalls on the south, where there's the parallel stalls, and then at the drive aisle on the west side, that's where that purple hopseed bush is going to be planted in that planting strip. So those are going to be planted very early on in the project to allow them to mature faster, and hopefully by the time that those homes are coming to sale, they are going to be fully
Grown.
Close to full height already.
Okay.
Where you see along the property line where the 4 buildings are adjacent, that's the area that's going to have an elevated planter, and those trees are going to be those are going to be trees, not just the shrubs. And that's going to have the different window treatment that has the frosted windows and clear story, so that you don't have line of sight privacy concerns for those immediate adjacencies.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Saikali, or Vice Chair, sorry.
Did your company had anything to do with the trip generation study?
I would bring my traffic engineer up to answer those questions specifically. We worked through a traffic scoping agreement with the city that sets the intersections that are evaluated, but in terms of the traffic evaluation, I would bring her up to answer those questions specifically if you would like.
Just for the record, I believe the table presented shows the trip generation at peak hours like around 24 vehicles, from what I recall from the slide. But my colleague, Mr. Guerrero here, mentioned about 90 vehicles within that half an hour period. Maybe certain clarification is needed here, trying to figure out how these numbers don't coincide with each other.
So what I can at least speak to that, and she can come up to clarify further, but the trip generation is looking specifically at what this project would generate in terms of the 145 homes. So of the 145 homes, during that hour, you might have 24 trips generated from this project. It's not necessarily factoring in the existing, that table doesn't necessarily factor in the existing trips that are happening on the streets in that table. I think it was specifically.
It did. It said it was 94 more for peak hours, and that's why I questioned the number of peak hours. So,
Through the chair and Commissioner Guerra, if we can ask the applicant to have their engineer come to the podium, and if we can, as I believe you're Charlene, if you can have, when you start speaking, if you can clarify to the commission which tables you're referencing, I think it's really going to help the dialogue.
Go back, there it is, that's right there. See, it's 94 daily more. And you know, including the peak hours. That's where I got that number from.
Good evening. My name is Charlene So. I'm a principal over at Urban Crossroads, and we prepared the traffic study. So I can kind of explain this table. This is the summary table that came out of the traffic study. It's table 4.3, and it summarizes 3 pieces of information that came from other tables within the same chapter. So that first line that you're seeing, the existing use, those were the count. I think somebody had mentioned it previously. We had taken driveway counts for the existing use use. And those are actual like observed data that we had collected for a typical weekday. And these are the trips that came out of that existing site. Then we compared that to the trips that would be generated by this proposed project, and those trips are generated by using a rate it's a national standard. It comes out of a manual. For this type of home, you take the number of dwelling units, you multiply it by the rate, and that's how you calculate the trips for the dwelling units proposed by the project. So the bottom line is the delta between what the proposed project would generate versus the existing use table, because theoretically, those existing trips already exist on the streets, and so you would get credit for that existing use against the proposed project, and only the delta is actually what is being contributed to the street network in terms of new traffic. However, it wasn't really clear in the presentation, but it is noted in the traffic study. We presented this information, but it was for informational purposes only, but the city had requested us to not take any credit, and so all of the actual operations analysis in the traffic study doesn't take any credit for the existing use. So it's 100% of the project traffic coming in and out of the site on top of whatever trips was captured that's part of the existing use. So it's very conservative.
And again, to reiterate,
I don't understand that. I'm so sorry.
the counts were done at the driveway. These were not counts done across the street. So these are trips in and out of the former use that were captured, and this is trips essentially in and out of the site. This isn't counting trips down Dollison or trips up Fairford.
But you're anticipating that proposed project. So if there's 145 units, I'm venturing to say there's going to be 175 cars. I mean, you have that parking on there, and yet there's only 94 trips on a daily basis during peak
No, there's
hours.
926 daily trips.
No, but
That's
you're only
2A.
increasing it by 94,
correct.
and you're adding 145 units.
Correct.
How can that be?
Because the existing site already creates those trips. It's not saying that those trips aren't being created. It's that you're getting credit for the trips that are already being created on the site. So
It's a car repair place. You don't have 900,
there were 832 cars coming in and out
at the
total.
Dollison project.
Yes.
I mean, at that car place.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's over a 24-hour period, though. So
Okay.
it's, it fluctuates throughout the day. It seems like a really high number, but it's not when you consider that it's occurring over a 24-hour period.
Okay.
Well, may I?
Yes,
Commissioner?
yes.
What, just for the record, what business is being operated out of there at this point? How many employees are working in that structure? How long have they been in the business? What does their business
So
look
it's
like?
no
So we
longer
could understand where the 900 vehicles coming, trips coming up.
Sure. So when the counts were done, the new Precision Honda World site was not officially open yet, so it was still operating as the service center. So that's why you have the 832 trips that were occurring.
Thank you for that.
Since
That
it
makes
has
sense.
been closed, obviously, so now it is used primarily as some overflow employee parking, but otherwise you don't have the 832 trips happening in and out of that site.
Thank you.
But the employee parking, a lot of it is on the street, right? That's where they're at now? Okay.
Hello, Madam Commissioner and City and all of you very astute professionals. I'm Mario Buendo, the owner of formerly Honda World and currently Precision Honda. If you may allow me to speak, I'd like to give some light on the situation. A couple of things. You may not know, but while we were at that location on Dollison, and by the way, thanks for driving in. Next time, try to get your car service with us. We serviced approximately 3,500 to 4,000 cars per month. We also sold average 350 to 400 to 450 new and pre-owned Hondas per month, all that went in and out of that Dollison property. We also would receive 200 to 300 brand new Hondas per month from our factories that would receive pre-delivery inspections going in and out of that facility. And then we also have and had on site all of our employee parking that were working in service only. Since moving to our new fabulous location, our state-of-the-art facility, and what is renowned in the world as one of the most beautiful Honda stores, we have moved the majority of our employees to our site at Studebaker, which is our former sales site, on site at Precision Honda, and I have some employees that are taking shortcuts to their works in the morning by parking on the street. We have a plan to knock down the former Honda World store, looking for a permit to do that, and when that building is down, we'll be removing our employees parking on Dollison and putting them over at Studebaker, where they were and have been many years before. I hope this creates some clarity. Here to answer any questions if you'd like. The numbers seem big, but maybe this gives some better context as to the total number of vehicles going in and out of Dollison and our lovely neighbors that have provided us patience for over the years to be able to do that.
Do your cars, do they test drive the cars on Fairford or on Crossdale?
So our test drives for new and pre-owned sales leave out on Studebaker and on Florence. We have a rear entrance that the city and I discussed prior to building the facility. Our technicians will leave out of a locked, gated, and coded outside Dollison, and that is for technician test drives only. There are no customer test drives that leave out the back gate. All of our test drives leave to the front of the store facing Studebaker and Florence.
Thank you.
I'll be available for more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I think you all asked your questions, correct?
No.
No? Okay, go ahead.
Question for Ms. Lisa?
Louisa, isn't it?
Louisa.
Lupita, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Louisa.
Louisa.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Louisa, you mentioned earlier regarding you went door knocking and you had a community meeting, you have 30 to 40 people. Out of all this door knocking and the adventure of the community meeting, what was the outcome towards whether it's for or against your project?
I think for the most part, there was an overall sentiment of, they haven't had this. And so there was the hesitancy to change and to change potentially of this density. It's a challenge given that the city obviously passed the housing overlay a handful of years ago that allowed 30 to the acre on this site and proposed actually a higher density than what we're coming in at. So we understand that is a give and take.
By the way, the city didn't have any options. That was Sacramento telling us.
It came
what
from
to
the
do.
state, yeah.
Yeah, they said, local government, we don't care what you want.
Yeah.
Neighborhoods, we're going to tell you what to do. So
Yeah,
sorry.
it came down from the state that RHNA numbers need to be met, that you need to plan for housing, and this was an opportunity site that the city placed housing on. So for us, for our needs of being able to, again, that missing middle housing, being able to propose a density that helps spread development costs and keep pricing at an attainable point for a first-time home buyer, that is where we ended up with the 145 homes presented to you tonight.
You didn't answer my question.
The overall sentiment was that a lot of neighbors thought that this was too dense. There were concerns around traffic and parking. It is a similar sentiment to what we hear in a lot of our urban infill communities, where whether you're going in next to commercial, you're converting an office use, or you happen to be adjacent to existing single family, it is a similar sentiment that you hear because it is seen as a big change. But at the end of the day, in our previous townhome communities throughout LA and Orange County, the balance, it is rebalanced. The use blends in with the existing community once it's built, once everyone understands that this is a change. We have sites that are vacant, and so it's not generating any trips. And those neighbors, a lot of times are even even more resistant to change because they haven't been used to anyone coming in and out of those trips or anything like that. So it is a hard balance. We understand the resistance, but we also understand that the state needs housing. And we think that this is an amazing opportunity to bring 145 new homes to this community, 15 at a moderate affordable income level, 130 at a market rate, and be able to provide new residents to the city of Downey.
So would you say that the majority of the people that you met with were in not in opposition of your project?
I would say at the community meeting, I would say that most people, their concerns were around traffic and parking and the spillover into the neighborhood. You had some with concerns specifically around, density or privacy for the 14 adjacent lots. We've had a chance to speak with all but 2 of those adjacent lots, and I think most people we've been able to alleviate the privacy concerns. There are still people who are, they don't want to see this project. And I can understand that. It's changed for an adjacent use. With the area that we looked at for the community meeting, we had people farther down Crossdale who, understood the need to bring new housing, and their concern was, is it going to have parking spill over onto my street? And we can do as much as we can to deter that with our future homeowners, with the rules that we put in place, and really being transparent with potential buyers on, hey, if you have 3 or 4 cars, this isn't a community for you at the end of the day. But what they choose to do, unless there is a parking permit program that comes from the city, it's hard to necessarily restrict that since they are public streets.
One more question.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that for privacy purposes, you plan to put frosted windows that outlooks to the neighborhood.
No, so she had it in here. So in the upper right, you can see, so the left versus the right of the upper elevations. So you can see on the left, standard windows that you would have, normal clear glass looking out, versus on the right, what you see on the upper second and third floor is a screening on them. So that's the frosting that would be on that end unit condition. And then you can see the 2 windows that don't have frosting. Those are the clear story windows. So they're placed at basically like a 6-foot head height. So they allow light into the room, but you can't actually see out of them. So light is still able to come into that living space, but you're not worried about privacy concerns.
Okay, so what stopped the homeowner from replacing that window to clear?
We will have that in the CCNRs that those cannot be changed out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, that was your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. One of my questions was about those windows, so thank you for asking that. The 40 guest parking spaces.
Yes.
You kind of touched on it, but what are the details on, are those purely for a visitor that's coming to visit one of the families that lives there, or are they going to be assigned? How does that work?
Yeah, so we have done it in different ways for different communities. Sometimes they are written into the CCNRs that they are open guest spaces for anyone to be able to utilize. Sometimes we have to establish with the HOA from day one a permit parking program. So homeowners would be given essentially like guest passes that need to be placed in the car. They're open on a first come, first served basis, but that car needs to have a guest permit in it if it's going to be parked there.
Okay.
Chair Uva, if I can provide more context to that question. Condition number 18 in the errata package does require that the minimum guest parking spaces be provided, and includes a condition that a parking plan is required to reflect that those spaces remain guest spaces.
Okay.
So that is a condition of approval, and also a parking plan requirement as part of the CCNRs. That the parking plan indicate that those spaces remain for guests and not assigned to individual units.
Okay. And then for the parking in the garages, who's going to be the police that patrols that?
Sure. So usually the HOA board ends up being that. We have done it in different ways where if you're, sometimes we change out, so we have windows incorporated into the garage elevation so that you're able to kind of glance in without needing to coordinate with the homeowner of saying, hey, let me look in your garage. It just depends. I would say in more of our communities than not, residents follow the rules of maintaining it, and garage inspections are very much a last resort. And not necessarily need to come to that as often as.
And the inspection, that inspection will be clearly spelled out in the CCNR so that they can't, give you any kind of, no, you can't, it's private property, you can't come in kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay, got it. I think this is my last question, I think. I'm trying to look through my notes really quick. You did the one community meeting. And I think our package said that there were, 43 people there.
Yeah.
Do you traditionally or typically just do one community meeting for projects of this size?
Typically, yeah, we would have one. We've had some projects that warrant more, depending on if we're doing, if plans are still in flux, if there's things changing, if there's big things to re-update the neighbors on. We've had projects where, you're eliminating a 4-story down to a 3-story or things like that, or, major updates happening where we would do additional community outreach. For this project, the concerns we heard, the subsequent conversations we had with staff, the outreach to the immediate neighbors was consistent. And so hearing the overall concerns from the larger area, the overall sentiment around traffic and parking, that we were able to have follow-up conversations then with the city on how we address. That's why we only had the one meeting this time.
Okay, and is 43 considered a good number for a community meeting by your standards?
So it really depends on the project and how many people are getting noticed. I would say in general, it feels like we are getting more turnout at our community meetings. I think people are getting more and more engaged as projects are coming through different cities. The rules from coming down from the state have pushed this. So I think people in general are getting more involved, which I appreciate.
Absolutely.
So I would say typically now we're seeing anywhere, 20 is a small community meeting for us. So, 30 to 40 is what we're seeing if we're noticing out to about this size area.
I would have liked to have seen one more, but that's just my personal opinion. By any chance, because the Downey ends at Cecilia, do you happen to know of any residents? I know you didn't give them the notice, but did any residents from the Norwalk streets come?
I do not believe anyone from Norwalk came.
Okay. Let me make sure that's.
We did have sign-in. They could have walked in. There was a sign-in
sheet. Yes,
there were sign-in sheets, so they could have walked in without signing in. But
no, that's true. And just so we all know, in our package it says that we were provided the sign-in sheet and Exhibit D, but it was not provided because of personal information, so they couldn't provide that to us. Okay, just in case anybody caught that in our package.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wu, for noting that. That was included in the errata sheet. That is a public record. That would be available subject to a records request, but staff did not include it in the final packet due to personal information listed, but it is a part of the official public record. And also, if I may, Chair Uva, just entering into the record, the errata revised resolution, condition number 18 should read 40 guest parking spaces. There's a typo there, our apologies. And the reference to the condition requiring the parking plan that I stated previously should be 49E. Just wanted to enter that into the record. And then one other item for additional context is that there was a discussion about the garages being used for parking only and no storage, and that is, I lost my page, so condition 48M. Just wanted to make reference that there is a condition 48M that reads that the garages shall not be used for storage.
Can I make a request that is, so the code requires homes be designed with a certain amount of storage, a cubic footage, and so we actually have that designed into the garages. So could we add clarifying language for?
Yes, the staff, I know this is still in the deliberative process and we haven't opened the public hearing, but that is correct. We could amend 48M as a draft resolution still being considered and deliberated on to require all garages shall maintain in a manner to accommodate 2 vehicle spaces and maintaining a minimum of 20 by 20 available for the parking of 2 vehicles.
Yeah, 20 by 20 or 10 by 40 for the tandem would suffice.
Okay.
20 by 20 and or for the tandem spaces 10 by 20. And then I have Mr. Ortega taking notes that
10 by 40
the
for
draft
2.
resolution would be reflected to amend 48M to include those dimensions for clearances for side-by-side garages and tandem garages, 20 by 20 or 10 by 20.
It would be 10 by 40 is.
10 by 40,
10
thank
by
you.
40, yes.
For
Okay.
the too deep.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, perfect.
Can I ask one final question
Absolutely.
before you close?
No,
This is your
absolutely,
time.
absolutely.
Are these going to be in Downey Unified School District, these homes, or Santa Fe Springs, or Norwalk La Mirada?
I believe it goes to Santa Fe Springs, and it goes to 2 different ones, depending on the grade.
Yeah, it's right there, but okay.
Okay, Mr. Legaspi has a question?
Well, a comment and a question. So I would agree with Chair Uva that one community meeting was probably not enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I think if we would have had a second, maybe a third, not so many family members, so many families would be here in front of us. My personal opinion, I would reconsider that policy that one is enough. With that said.
And also different times, because some people may not be able to come if it was during the day and have an evening one and a day one, or maybe on a Saturday, just to get more people there.
Sure.
That's correct. Without being specific, we had another project not long ago. Mm-hmm. We all remember it as community members, in what we refer to in our city as the island. Much smaller project, 33 units, and I believe that developer had more than one. So this seems not enough for this size of a project, ma'am. With that said, knowing that traffic, parking, and privacy is our main issues here, what did we learn from that one community event, and what did you do to try to address those items?
Yeah, so I would say that the biggest things that came out of it were around the privacy changes. So the additional screening at the perimeters, the frosted windows that got incorporated, those privacy concerns were the main thing that were addressed. Subsequent conversations with the city on how to handle traffic patterns. And so the change of driveway on Fairford came after the community meeting outreach and what we heard from that meeting of the concerns for traffic on Fairford. Parking is a challenge because we have maximized as many guest spaces on site as we could while still making it a livable space that meets requirements for trash, fire, life safety, those different requirements with setbacks. And so all we can do, and I will, full transparency, other projects we have, I have one project that I did that had, half this many units. You might think, okay, then 20 guest spaces. No, we had 7. So for guest parking here, we really tried to maximize as many as we could. And again, the rules and transparency that we have for our buyers is what we can do to try to limit what happens into the spillover of the neighborhood. Again, the adjacencies are public streets. So anyone can park on them, right? So we do what we can to limit the spillover. We've worked with certain other communities to implement parking permit programs so that there's restrictions prohibiting our development coming in from being able to take advantage of street parking or different things like that. We've not had further conversations with staff on if that is an option here, just to help give a little bit more peace of mind to existing residents, but we're open to those conversations if there's things we can do to help alleviate that concern of spillover.
Thank you.
I do have one more question because I looked at the map again. The private alleys, do those back up to the garages?
So it's a 26-foot drive lane, and then they have varying driveway aprons that load directly on them, so ranging from about 3 to 8 feet, depending on the exact location of the home.
Will your CCNRs allow residents to park directly behind their garage? No, because there's not enough room.
Correct.
Okay, because a fire truck has to fit through there. Yeah, it'd be a
Correct.
total fire hazard.
Is there street parking on Fairford going to be when this is built? I mean, right now there is, residential parking, but then you showed that beautiful, elevation view. And is that going to be allowed there? Residential street parking on that?
To date, right now, we have not had any discussions with staff
Right there. See that?
about
That's
red
cool.
curbing our frontage of Fairford. So there would still be public street parking allowed there.
So I can just see, those two gentlemen on this show talking there, I can see that orange door, why wouldn't you park there, in front of your door? Is that something we want to consider as we go later on and have this discussion?
I can partially address that, and I think it would be part of the deliberation process. But staff did encourage the applicant from the beginning to develop a site plan that created not a development with a wall around it, but rather the units facing the street, so it can integrate into the neighborhood, and so that there could be neighbors or more of that walkability feel. There's already a public sidewalk. The project does include a proposal for public improvements, meaning on the parkway on Fairford and on Dollison, there'll be, in the public right-of-way, there'll be the installation of landscape trees and planters. And again, the idea from staff was to encourage, and ultimately this is what's being presented, units that face the street, so that they could be as much as possible like the homes across it. Again, I don't want to paint the picture that they're exactly the same, because they're not, but it does mean that we did not require or discuss any changes to the street parking. Just preliminary from staff assessment, if the desire from our direction to the applicant was to create a site plan that looked more like the homes across the street, that means if there is street parking, that wasn't a concern for staff. But again, as part of this deliberation process, that there could be additional discussion on that. And if there's additional context needed from any of us, we'd happy to answer that.
Well, I just looking at, when we talk about mitigating, I mean, there's 14 homes right there on Fairford on the frontage. By looking at this, I just, counted them. So you're looking at 1 or 2 parking on the front, and right now you have, looking at the site plan, you basically have, the blue part, which is the dealership thing. So, and that's we can talk about that. And then the other part, have you guys had the communication with the church there about people parking illegally there, or,
The church came to our community meeting. They were supportive of the project. We're going to be there's currently a portion of their perimeter fencing that's a tube steel, used to be a gate. We're going to be closing that up, but in terms of overflow parking or anything like that onto their property, they didn't have any concerns.
I'm the pastor of the church. I can speak up.
You'll have a moment. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, take a number, sure.
If there were concerns, I don't recall them.
Okay. Any last burning questions that you have?
No, I'd like to provide additional context regarding the guest parking spaces. Maybe for consideration as you deliberate on this item, a parking plan can include, or that condition could include, limitations of a certain time, so that there's the 40 spaces become turnover spaces. Because I think oftentimes in denser projects, when there's guest parking spaces, if somebody parks there all day, then it doesn't leave enough space for other guests to come and circulate through, and that is harder to enforce from a city standpoint because we rely on the homeowners association. So something that could be done is in the parking plan require a limited amount of parking time slot, and also the requirement that there be signage to that effect that would allow enforcement by the HOA.
Okay, very good. I'm going to ask one last question, and I've never asked this before of an applicant. Is there a question you feel that we didn't ask that we should have asked?
The only other thing that I get asked sometimes is around schedule, if this was going to be approved, when homes construction, that kind of thing would be expected. So if this were approved, we would be looking to demo, and actually, sorry, there was the question around the phase 1, phase 2, so I'll touch on that as well. So we would be looking to demo the existing buildings towards the end of the year, with grading starting in Q1 of 27, vertical model construction starting Q4 of 27, with models opening in Q2, early Q2 of 2028. That would be kind of the construction schedule. There was the question around the phase 1 and the phase, if any phase 2 was done with the existing use. So we did a phase 1 and we did a limited phase 2 looking at that, because typically when we have a car use, we'll always do a limited phase 2 just to make sure we get an understanding of what's happening in the soils. So that is where the soil mitigation plan came from. We are working with the seller to ensure the proper cleanup and disposal of all of the existing infrastructure that's there, the hydraulic lifts, the tanks, and all of those things. So it will be a clean site it'll be clean for residential before we get started.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Luisa. Very nice presentation.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Yes.
Chair Uva, may I please take a minute to provide clarification on one of the topics of discussion just now? If I could ask you to look at page 20 of the binder, the memo that was presented to you tonight on this item. It has some of those conditions of approval regarding the garage including within the CCNRs those conditions of approval about storage of items in garage, only to the extent that 2 vehicles can still be parked within the garage. I'm talking specifically about number N2 on page 20, which also says that residents shall not park their vehicle in a guest parking space for more than 8 hours at a time. I heard just now a possible, like an addition to that condition, which says that signage shall be posted on those guest parking spaces.
Yeah, and I think this, thank you, Ms. Mestrom. I think because we haven't heard from the public, we can, as staff, track these potential amendments. 48M would be revised to provide specificity to the dimension of side-by-side and tandem. And the second one that Ms. Mestrom brought up was condition 48N, as in Nancy 2, makes reference to a limited amount of time for the guest parking spaces. As I had mentioned, perhaps the commission, after deliberation and hearing from the public, that could be considered an item to amend to ensure that there's turnover of the guest parking spaces for a shorter period of time. But we'll continue to track that in case we do need to provide you suggestions or edits, or track the edits that the commission provides to us on those. Thank you.
Okay.
How would that change on this issue there? How would it change if we enforce our 360 parking spots instead of 330? How does that change the layout and the whole thing?
Yeah, I think that maybe we might need to bring the applicant back to the podium to address. I think Commissioner Guerra, you're referencing requiring the Downey Municipal Code requirement of parking spaces. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. So if the question is, if the city were to require the Downey Municipal Code number of spaces, I don't see her. Did I miss it?
363.
Louisa, yes, if you can come to, if we can have the applicant address that question The site is already maximized, and so I think the applicant would be able to provide context regarding that.
So without being able, we never site planned it to meet 363 spaces. Before I worked with Meritage, I worked at a residential architecture firm doing infill site planning for about 11 years. So I can tell you, my gut sense would be the balance of, you would probably be losing 20 homes. Would be my sense. It's the challenge, obviously, with what the state passed with density bonus, allowing modifications to the parking requirements. And so, so it would probably be 15 to 20 homes lost to park per Downey Municipal Code requirements. But with this project, we're able to take advantage of the modification through density bonus. And as shown in staff's presentation, we're well exceeding what that requirement would be.
Well, but yeah, I'm just looking, we're trying to mitigate traffic and parking, and we're giving away, 33 parking spots that violates our code. It doesn't make sense to me, but thank you for that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. May staff confirm if there has been any correspondence in favor or in opposition?
Chair Ova, in your packet provided today, staff did provide 5 letters that were received by the planning division, the community development staff. Additionally, we also provided, or we will be providing, one additional letter that was actually sent to our city clerk's office. And all of those letters were sent to the city in support of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor or in opposition of the item? Members of the audience wishing to address the Planning Commission regarding public hearing item may come to the podium when your number is called. I will be calling the green numbered cards for this project. I remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission regarding the public hearing project only. Speaker number 1, you may come forward.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to first, my name is Tina Hitchcock, and I live at 10832 Fairford Avenue. And I'd love to bring up that lovely slide with the green belt in the back towards Crossdale. That would be lovely. The other one. Yep, perfect. And then I'd like to introduce, we had a petition signed in opposing this development, and I wanted to submit that to the committee with signatures from the community. I was going to come up here, and my best friend, sister, wrote into you all, did this, and I wanted to go line item, but I've lived in that home basically on and off for 57 years. I went to Fairford Community, which was demolished. I worked for Roger S. Penske. I was his executive assistant. I worked for William Piercy, who owned Honda World. I was his executive assistant. So I'm very much part of this community. And unfortunately, and to my benefit, I inherited the home. And now I'm going to speak from the heart, because this is disheartening. This is so upsetting. And what is amazing is that you call it the Dollison Project. The Dollison faces The Honda dealership, we've accepted the dealership because it's been in our life our entire time, right? And he did improve it, and it looks really nice. This isn't the Dollison project. This is Fairford and Crossdale. And I'm here to speak on the Fairford side because I barely heard Fairford mentioned this entire evening. Having those homes, I'm going to open my front door now, and I'm 20 feet, by the way, from the entrance, and looking at other people. And it breaks my heart because, you know, we're this little corner of Downey, but yet we've represented Downey very proudly. My mom worked at Chris and Pitts. I know the Polonises. Very much part of this community. And to see, look, if you want to put homes in, great. Put some single-family residents. Townhomes are not going to comp out to bring our property value up when you do an appraisal because the townhome is not comped against a single-family resident. And 3 stories, you can't just go 2. I mean, that's where I'm coming from, and I'm speaking from the heart. And if you guys think what Fairford is in these statistics and this beautiful book, you are so wrong. I just drove Friday night.
Thank you, Tina.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, your time is up, but thank you.
But this is wrong. Change it.
Speaker number 2. Go. It's fine. Take your time.
You need my card?
If you have it, yes, but if you, that's fine. We can get it later. That's totally fine. Thank you.
Okay, can I leave it here?
Yes.
Good evening.
Maybe come a little bit more closer to the microphone,
Well,
or we can move it down. Yeah, that's better.
okay. Okay. Good evening. I'm Eileen Lancaster, and I live at 10909 Fairford Avenue. I'm the very first house when you turn off Florence and you go down Fairford. I'm the first house next to the block wall. And I've been in that home since 1982. So I like that home. But what you're proposing is breaking my heart. When Penske bought that property, he made us a promise, and he kept it. There was no noise. It was beautiful and wonderful. And now you're proposing a 3-story monstrosity. And I say that because when I sit in my dining room and I have a big picture window, I look outside, I see the blue sky. We're on the path of LAX, so I watch all the airplanes. I have a disability, so I'm home a lot with my knee, and I look out there while I'm working on my computer, and it's very peaceful and lovely. And now you're going to put a building up that when I look out that window, I'm going to see a building. I'm not going to see the sky. I'm not going to have the natural light. I'll be making Edison richer because I'll be using light because my dining room will be dark because that building is blocking the light from my window. You can't fix that. How are you going to fix that? So the other concerns, I'm not even going to go into because everybody's talking about it, and I agree. But those are my personal concerns. It's going to affect my life and my home and my pocketbook. So I'm not happy. And now you're going to beat me because I'm almost ready. I'm done. But those are my big concerns, aside from everything else. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 3.
How many do we have, do you know?
I think there's 20.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, City Attorney Mr. Funk, Community Development Director Irma Hutron. I think that this is a fantastic project. It's a fabulous design. It's a much higher quality than the projects that we have already accommodated in the city. 2 of them by Olson Homes Development, one most recently at the Island, which was quite controversial. The other one was several years ago in downtown Downey, another Olson Homes project. And then prior to that, at the old Gallatin Medical Center property was the KBB Home project at 7th and Paramount approximately. This is a much better project. It's a high-quality design. It's going to, I believe, improve the values of the neighborhood. We need the housing. The state of California has mandated that cities like Downey produce more housing. We have to produce up to 6,000 units of housing, according to HCD. We don't really have any choice in the matter. If we don't go along with this particular design and allow the developer and the owner to build it the way they want, what could be enforced upon us is a builder's choice, where the builder can decide what to build, how to build it, if the cities don't have the necessary documentation and housing plan in place. It's a great project, it really is, and I think it will improve that area, the triangle as we know it. I think that it will accommodate first time to move up home buyers. I'm a little concerned about it being 3 stories, but that's just the state of the development these days. It costs a lot to build. It would be great if we could make it a single-family home community, but the cost is too great to do that. I think that the Olson Homes project in the island, while it was fiercely opposed by residents of the island, it seems like they've accommodated that project now, and it's turned out fairly well. The KBB Homes project, I really think was an abomination. They really ruined the street scene there, building that project right up to the sidewalk on Paramount, no setback, whatever. This project has very generous setbacks. It has green belts. The design, the architectural features are upscale, and I think that what people are struggling with is the fact that Downey is no longer a suburban oasis. It's becoming a nice metropolitan community, and we're going to see more and more fill-in projects and projects being upscaled. And I think it's progress in the city. We need the housing. Change is never easy to accept, but this is going to be a positive change, and I recommend that the Planning Commission approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4.
This will be brief. It's going to cause some additional parking problems. One way to alleviate that is to build fewer units and add some parking spaces. And it'll definitely cause some traffic problems. And the only thing that I see that's going to make much difference is if you open up Dollison at Studebaker. That's the only thing that's going to make much difference. A 6-month study after this is completed is not going to work. That's not going to help. What was I going to say? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Oh, the Dollison should be open at Studebaker before construction starts. Construction trucks are going to make a big problem on the streets too. So it should be done then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 5.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vicente Diaz. I live on Muller Street there. And I've lived there for 39 years. It's called the Downey Triangle. It's also called the Forgotten Downey. All right, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an old neighborhood. I walk every day doctor's orders. They have old, the sidewalks are narrow there. You can see the dates when that concrete was put in there in 1957. Those homes are old. They were built when I was born in 1952. Okay, it's crowded. There's a lot of people there. Now, this sounds like a great place to live, and you almost got me living there, But the thing is this, everything is perfect when it begins, okay? Certain amount of people living there, and that's it. The way the economy is now, okay, you're finding homes right there that is not one family homes. Yeah, one family buys it, but 2 or 3 family members live there. There's more cars, there's more people. They say it's going to be regulated. How are they going to regulate that? Who's going to kick anybody out? And the last thing, too, is that bringing in more people, more crowded there, is going to bring in more issues. Like I say, I've lived there in the Downey Triangle for 39 years. I've had to call the police, Downey police, because right across is Norwalk Sheriff. 2 times. One time they came, they took their time, they came. And the second time, they didn't come. I had to call them again. So what I'm saying is that, we don't have a lot of police presence in that area that I see, unless they patrol at night. But I don't see anybody during the day. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Speaker number 6.
Hello, this is Maria Diaz, and I live where my husband lives, Mueller on Fairford. That picture you showed over there about Fairford, you don't see that anywhere on Fairford right now. It's very crowded. There's cars parked on both sides. And then on the side where you see all that green, there's no area there that is that empty. We're all kind of crowded already. When we moved in on Mueller, we could go out to Fairford or we could go out the other way. And guess what happened? The freeway got expanded, and our street was turned into a cul-de-sac. We only have one way out to Fairford, and we have to fight the traffic in the morning of people who are taking their children to Santa Fe Springs High School, and then the people that are going the other way, which is Lakeside Middle School. And Ms. Eva, you mentioned something about Norwalk. There's no comments from Norwalk. I have people, I know friends that live on Kinney, right across the street from the middle school, and they are very concerned because all the traffic that is not gonna go to Florence, where the traffic light is gonna go to Kinney, where is the other traffic light. It's the only other traffic light that is gonna take you out of, to Studebaker. Now, my last concern is, second. All these families moving in are going to be bringing children. What is the impact on Lakeside Middle School? Not only the traffic is going to go there, but is the school going to be super overcrowded? How about Studebaker Middle School? Elementary school. That's also going to be bringing more children, right? And then more children to go to Santa Fe High, because in that area, we cannot take our children to Downey High. They have to go to Santa Fe Springs. And one more thing is my last one. We are gonna need more traffic lights to get out of that little triangle. If we wanna go to Studebaker, in order to go to the left or go to the right, we need a traffic light to guide us when we can go into the traffic. Because the only lights, like I said, are on Florence, and the lights are on Kinney. So we need one on Cecilia and one on Herms. Traffic lights to be able to cross a big boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 7.
Hello, my name is Nancy Zalata. I live at 10822 Fairford Avenue. So I am actually going to be right in front of the exit or entrance of the project. So I'm not opposed to the construction of new homes. I mean, I understand now this vacant lot, you know, the best use is going to be for, you know, the building of residents and creating housing, which we definitely need. What I am opposed to is just the size of it, because just to piggyback on what, you know, the previous lady just said, in terms of traffic, I mean, people coming from like Firestone all the way to Florence, there's really not that many exits because we're sandwiched right between like the freeway and Studebaker. Fairford is actually a very busy street because people are either exiting, trying to get on the freeway, taking the kids to school, which, you know, the Lakeside middle school. So the size of, like, you know, bringing in this many homes is definitely a concern, because not just the traffic, but safety. And then I just feel like the best use would be, especially for this community, the majority of the homes are single family. There's hardly any that are 2-story, but even just 2-story detached homes would probably be better. It would reduce the size. They could still have parking. Or even something, you know, like a 55 plus community. I don't see that many in the city of Downey, and that's also in demand. You know, a lot of families are aging and they don't want to move far away, you know, outside of LA County. So I just feel like the use of this lot, you know, there's other uses that would still fit the community, would be safer and not cause, you know, so much traffic or safety concerns on the street. So. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
Good afternoon. First off, just want to say thank you for hearing me out. Originally, when they had the community outreach for us to go and see what was going on, I actually thought it was going to be
Excuse me, can I please ask you to raise the microphone closer
course,
so we
my
can
apologies.
have the good recording? Thank
So
you. Can we
originally-
reset his time, please? We'll reset your time. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Reset.
Thank you. So originally, when they had the community outreach, I honestly thought it was going to be this type of meeting. It wasn't told to us that they were checking for concerns or to ask any questions. So when the community was out there, and by the way, it was more than 43 people, they asked different questions about what they thought, what we were concerned about, things of that sort. And I feel that that was a way that they kind of manipulated the community to go ahead and bring up these concerns for this actual meeting that's happening today. So I'm not quite happy with that. They say it's going to be about 145 units that are going to be essentially available to the public to purchase, 339 parking spaces. Let's just say all 339 parking spaces are used. I like Mr. Guerra's proposition to possibly even move out those 49 spaces for additional people to come in. So how much more traffic is that going to be coming in with those that are leaving and those that are coming in to visit their let's say, their family members? Aside from that, the 12 to 15 foot shrubs that's going to take about 4 years to grow to their highest peak are only going to be put in certain spaces to cover certain portions of the area. Well, one of those on the slide shows a corner, which is actually right in front of my home. I have twin boys, okay? Unfortunately, there are black widows in the area that do grow and nest and stuff like that. Who's going to be trimming them? Who's going to be maintaining them? Who's going to make sure that these things don't have infestations of things that may hurt the children that are around the area? Along that, if you looked at the slides, there are at least 2 homes back there that have pools. I understand they're going to have frosted windows, but yet 6 foot windows windows are going to put at 6 foot are not going to have any type of frost on them. And to be quite honest, I've seen frost in windows where you can actually look through them with transparent tape if you just put it on the window. Aside from that, you say that Studebaker and Florence are going to be, the adjacent street that's on the side of Dollison, I think it's Fairfoot, that's only one exit, and then you have Crossdale, where I live. On Cecilia, it's difficult even in the morning now to get our kids to school because of the cross traffic on Studebaker. I think it's important that they go ahead and open up that cul-de-sac to go onto Studebaker and create a cul-de-sac on Crossdale, because we all know that they're going to be flowing through that side. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cars coming in and out in the morning. It's not going to be safe for the children that walk to school, that have to go ahead and do that also. I know it's not something that may be important to some of those who are just here for the revenue, but as a person of this community, I don't like it.
Thank you, sir. Speaker number 9.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Kreisinger, and I live on Dalwood. I'm just going to read a few notes. We want to make it wholly known that we disagree with the traffic assessment. It is unclear to us whether the assessment was done during the school year, specifically during the morning hours on Fairford and Kenny. Currently, traffic on Fairford during the school year with students attending Santa Fe High School from our neighborhood is a complete bottleneck, as well as a bottleneck for students attending Lakeside and Studebaker out on the opposite way on Cecilia and Kenny. It's apparent to everyone that actually lives in our small neighborhood that it can't sustain that much more traffic. We only have a few ways out of our neighborhood to the main streets. The builder has stated that buyers with more than 2 cars will be deterred from purchasing, but they aren't restricted. Even if each home only has 2 cars, that's 290 more cars on our streets. The gentleman from Honda World mentioned how many cars they service daily and monthly, but those cars aren't coming in and out at the same time of the morning to go to school and work. We feel that this build will be sacrificing the safety and ease of living for our current residents. Everyone that I've spoken to personally in the surrounding area, except for one family, was opposed to the bill. And actually, not many people that I talked to even knew about the proposed bill, and nobody on the Norwalk side had any knowledge of it. So I don't think there's been enough outreach. Let's see, a secondary concern is obviously the height. We are directly adjacent to the build. So, and the building is gonna be like butting right up against our fence. So obviously, we are concerned about being overlooked. And I can't see how anyone could think that this would increase our property value. No one wants their single-story home to be overlooked by a 3-story building. We aren't satisfied with the use of the frosted windows. I mean, can those windows be open? The building will be right on top of us, and I don't know that the proposed bushes are enough of a privacy screen. I would like to see the number of stories and number of units reduced, as well as the units that would butt up against our property moved back as far as the rest of the units, because it's really only like our property that's gonna have the build right up against. And then lastly, we don't have any information on the increase in property tax for the lot line allotment. And then I would also like to voice that my elderly Spanish-speaking neighbors have felt pressured by the builder to accept the lot line allotment and stated that they are the last property owners to accept, which is absolutely not true. And they're really concerned about the increase in their property tax if they do accept the lot line allotment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker number 10.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sheila Henderson, and I live on Fairford Avenue, just short of the Cecilia intersection. There's 11 cars every other minute in front of my house, from Florence coming down and stopping at the stop sign. 11 can get through the light. And then you might have a couple more because they're turning right. There is a big traffic issue there. and I don't live right across from it, I'm 10 houses down or 9 houses down. So I'm right at the 500 foot, we don't get notices, and I'm still on Fairford. Still my walking, still our whatever. And no, Norwalk didn't get anything. They should. They're right across the street from us. They are going to be impacted just as much as we are with the traffic. In Downey, I am under the understanding that we cannot take our single-story dwelling, as I tried to about 25 years ago, to make it to two-story in our house. We were turned down because nobody can have two-story buildings. We're taking away the light, we're taking away scenery and privacy, so we can't do that. And yet we're going to allow three-story right down the street, putting all the parking underneath their units and saying they can only have 2? What if they have a child that turns 18 and has a driver's license? What if that person buys a car? They can't park at home with their parents anymore. They park out on the street. Where? There isn't that much street parking. And the only reason there's street parking at our end is because, oh, let's see, the 4 or 6 of us that live at that end have all had our cars run into on the street. All of them? Not out. They're parked there. This is accidents happening. I was out doing my lawn 2 days ago. People might have been walking around. There was a near miss again at an accident at Cecilia and Fairford. This is a regular thing. There's traffic all the time. As the last person, number 9, spoke, it's ridiculous, the traffic in the morning. If you come at 10:30 in the morning, oh, it looks wonderful. Take a walk, walk your dog, wagging your kids around, but not at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not at 8 o'clock at night, not at 2 o'clock in the morning. There is no such thing as a stop sign in the middle of the night over there. Also, with the freeway being built, you have cut off the entire eastern side of the neighborhood from Fairford. Their only way in and out of the neighborhood is to come onto our street, Fairford, to either go out to Studebaker on Cecilia or to go up to Florence. There's approximately, I don't know, I want to say about 400 houses over there in that area. And they don't have any other way to get in and out.
Thank you. Speaker number 11. It's right here. This one.
You get to 18, you're going to have 18A, 18B, and 18C. Does the applicant provide a rebuttal? Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Justin Aramoni. I'm a full-time electrician, work 12 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. My wife is a real estate broker. We have two small boys. My number one argument is way too many. 150? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. And at 3 stories tall? And Downey? No. And it's not on a main street. This is not a main street we're talking about. If this was a main street, that would be a different story. We're not on a main street. There's only one line in Florence, and if all you guys know, Florence is a terrible street. It's messed up. Multi-family units means multiple family members, means multiple cars. Tandem parking, who's really going to use tandem parking? Nobody uses tandem parking. And you were talking about kids, grandma, grandpa, uncles, cousins, roommates. People are working, servicing the building. People have large, giant trucks now. You've seen the trucks these days. They're huge. How are you going to fit that? There's going to be the storage space. There's going to be no storage space in those garages with those giant trucks. Sorry. There's only one egress, and there's only 2 of them. And it's 150 unit. There's only 2 places to escape this place. Imagine if there's a fire. Imagine if cars get stuck. If there's an emergency, how are people going to get out of this 150 unit building? Honda World is already taking up enough space. We don't need this giant building here. Maybe 1/3 I would recommend, not 150. This is something that should be built, I apologize, something should be built in the middle of the nowhere, maybe in downtown, maybe on a main street, not inside a small community, not inside where there's cul-de-sacs and tiny dead ends. You know, we're expected to follow the rules, the codes, regulations, but these people can't. Can I build a 3-story building in my house? Can I build an ADU 3 stories tall in my garage? No. Why can't they? How come they're allowed to break the rules with these waivers? That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? You know, Downey's known for multi-million-dollar homes. Downey has homes that are $5 million, homes that are $2 million. $800,000 is not affordability, but at $800,000, you're going to be having roommates, you're going to have multiple families, you're going to have all sorts of people there. It's just ridiculous. I oppose this. I know we need to build things, but we got to build it at a much, much lower level. And I know you people have the power to do that. So please help us out. Help Downey out. Leave a legacy for Downey, not this monstrosity that we're going to have here. And a special thanks to Mr. Guerrera. May God bless you, sir. Thank you for all the hard work you've done. And thank you all, too, all the planning commissioners.
Thank you. Were you number 11 or 12? Sorry.
Number 11.
11. Okay, great. Speaker number 12.
My name is Jason Browning, and pretty much just like him, what he said, everything's the same. About 5 years ago, I did a remodel on my house, and my garage was 6 inches too small to add another 50 square feet to my addition. And what happened? Didn't go through. No matter what I did, move my garage back to the property line, nothing. Now, same thing. You know, we have setbacks for a reason to keep the community straight. Come on. You know, they want to build something 10 feet from the sidewalk. Really? Same thing, 25 feet from the rear of the house, but you got people wanting to build, I don't know how close it is to the property line, 5 feet? Really? The trees, come on, you guys. You know, the developer, like he said, you know, the meeting that we had in Norwalk, that was just to get information so she can come up here and come up with all these little whatever obscured windows. Come on, really? But what else? You know, what else? There's 275 homes in that triangle, and 5 of them are 2-story. You know, and now you guys want to build 3 stories, really? So, and did anybody look at the complaints for that home, the builder? They have 275 complaints in the last 3 years. You know, it's not good, not good. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 13.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jacob De La Torre. I'm a resident of Crossdale. I moved there with my wife 4 years ago. We recently purchased it. We've had an amazing time there with the neighbors and growing up. And just recently, 5 months ago, we have a newborn baby girl. So we take her and my dog every day to go walk the neighborhood, walk the city. And more of my concern, and I've spoken with a lot of speaking on a lot of the comments already spoken about, is really safety and speeding and traffic. I walk the neighborhood every single day with my family, and I had to put reflectors on the stroller because people are speeding and the worry about hitting the baby. And then it's just one of those things that has become a thing that every single day that there's traffic down the street every single day, and there's nothing we can do about it. One of the comments about the Honda World is that the parking there's parking there all the time. There's always the employees speed down Crossdale. I've called multiple times, nothing gets done. I don't know how these traffic assessments are done because I don't see any results, and I have these conversations with the neighbors all the time who have kids, and having a daughter, it's something that really worries me with having these mounted cars coming through. It's really something that, and again, I'm not against housing. I know we need housing. I know it's important, but the amount of properties you guys are looking at approving and looking at bringing to this small area, which is why what attracted me to the area for the house, because of the small community and really working and the lovely people here. But having again the safety and the traffic and then I really would like to see kind of more data, more results, because these reports that are coming out about speeding down, just in the last hour, I have my Ring app, I've gotten like almost 15, 20 notifications of cars driving down the street. So that's just kind of where I'm at, and I know, and again, there's other with properties, and is the electric bill going to go up because of the new properties coming in? Is there going to be more water increase because we're part of Santa Fe Springs billing? So those are the things that I haven't heard that I would like to see more on in terms of financially, because just last month, the electric bill was like $200 because of the AC and the heating and everything. So is that going to go up? Is that something that's been talked about to the community? And when I went to the last community meeting, I didn't hear much about those impacts for the current residents in terms of financial burdens that may come along. Other than that, I just really want to just speak that it is something that I hope we really consider in terms of the number of housings. But
Thank you. Speaker number 14. No? Okay. Speaker number 15. No 15? Okay. Speaker number 16.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlene Corsi, and I do live on Fairford Avenue, and I will be impacted by the traffic and the build of this complex. I'm not opposed to building. I think it needs to be scaled down. It's too much for this area. We are a very tight-knit community, and we are a forgotten area of Downey, but we've adjusted to it. We are very tight because of it. Now, some of my concerns are when I read that somebody from the city of Downey attended and observed the Meritage community event, we did not see that. We did not see anybody from Downey there. And when we spoke to Louisa about it, she confirmed that nobody from Downey showed up. So I'd like to know, how is it that it says someone from the city of Downey showed up? And I also want to know, for the community outreach perspective, there was a lot of talk about what Meritage did, but to Mr. Guerra's point, it's the city that's not reaching out to the residents. You're not going broad enough to get everybody included. And that's a problem, because I went door to door and talked to people. And that's not a reflection of Meritage, that's a reflection of the city of Downey. So that definitely needs to be corrected. And then as to the traffic studies, you mentioned that you use GPS. Well, how do you account for cars that don't have GPS in your studies? And on the page where it talks about Cecilia, it says that the 85th percentile speed of only 23.94 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. Can anyone tell me why you think that is? What's different about Cecilia between Fairford and Studebaker? Can anyone answer that question? Because it's not because people don't speed on that street, it's because there's dips in the street that make them slow down, or they're gonna damage their cars. That's why it didn't meet the speed requirement. Let me see what else I have here before I. Oh, and then as for the parking, you're talking about putting time limits on the new home project. So what do you think is going to happen when they run out of time? They're going to go park on the street. So I'd like to know how the city of Downey plans to manage the parking. Because if my family can't park in front of my home and it's their home, we're going to have problems. And I think that's all I have. So again, I think that the project itself needs to be scaled down. We're not opposed to building, it just needs to be scaled down.
Thank you. Speaker number 17.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I live on Crossdale, and I did go to the meeting that they're referring to. It was almost like a show and tell. I expected a little bit better. Like she said, I think more city Downey officials should have been there, just because you have to really know who you're going to bed with. And I think that I'm reading the reviews of homes that they've built in the past. I was reading that there's issues with mold, issues with water leaks, issues with their structure. So we have to really understand who we're letting into our neighborhood. In addition to that, they said they went around the neighborhood to canvass people and so forth. I went around the neighborhood with one of my neighbors here one day, and I got 30 signatures of people opposed to this in one day while I'm fighting cancer. So they need to do better. We all need to do better as a city, because this is not okay. The amount of the amount of homes that they want to build is ridiculous. They're all going to come down to Crossdale. They're going to do a study after the fact. So if the study fails, are they going to demolish their homes? Are they going to come and no, it's what's done, it's done, right? They are asking for a lot of waivers. They're asking for this and that, but they're not seeing the impact that it's going to have in everybody that lives there. So does our quality of life have to go down so that their bottom line increases? Mr. Honda World was able to come up here without a number, but when the pastor of the church wanted to come up here, he was asked to get a number. So I think the consistency has to be across the board. They're both owners of the buildings close to it, right? So we just need to do better, and we need to be more consistent. I've emailed the city several times. My personal information was given to Mr. Honda World. He personally called me to address my concerns. I didn't ask for my personal information to be given to him, yet it was. We're past that, right? But homes, I still have videos from my ring. I still have pictures from my ring where cars are still being test driven. Shipments of cars are still passing through Crossdale. So that's gonna continue, plus the 300 plus cars that are gonna be coming through Crossdale. And when we're asking for it to be a dead end, what we're being told is that Caltrans can't do it. So we can't ask for a waiver, but they could ask for 20 waivers. We can't ask for a waiver from Caltrans. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I guess we're just not meeting the bottom line or how many signatures do we have to get? How many people do we have to get here so we can see some actual change, for our voices to be heard? Because it doesn't feel like when he was opposing to something, there was so many people from the city, almost combative. And so it didn't feel like it was the city and a developer. It felt like it was the developer and the city. And so it just felt to me like this is very already purchased and sold. So I just wanted to kind of say my 2 cents, and hopefully something comes out of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I would like to...
Okay. Speaker number 18. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Guerra, for asking about the church. This is actually the first time in this whole process that anybody has asked our feelings as a church. We got mailers, we were invited to a meeting, but if we didn't show up to that meeting, would anybody have checked on us? I don't think so. We are a 35-member church. We are a small church, but we have been on that street corner for 70 years. We have never had to put up a gate around our building. My concern, honestly, she said I had no concerns. I just want to answer with my one concern. It is parking. Because Saturdays, Sundays, condos, they have parties, they have gatherings. When they want to have parties and gatherings and the streets are filled, where are they going to go? Our church, which only has 25 parking spaces. Wednesday street sweeping, we are happy to accommodate these residents who have been a part of our community parking there. But when there's 150 cars that need to go somewhere for street sweeping, they're going to need to park at our parking lot. And we're not going to have spaces for our members. Saturdays and Sundays when we have services, we're not going to have spaces for our members. Now, like some of the people who spoke said, housing is important. People need to be housed. That is important. But we have been a church and a community center for the sake of our community. For 70 years, we've been on that street corner. People play basketball there. People park under our big trees in the shade there. People fellowship and have fun there, and it's a place that's open to the community. My concern is that we're not going to be able to be that for the community. My concern is that we're not going to be able to be open because we are going to have to put those gates up. We are a small church too, with a limited budget, and so who knows how much those gates are going to cost? Who knows how much we're going to have to pay for those gates? Is Meritage going to pay for those gates? Is Honda World going to pay for those gates? I don't think so. So we're going to have to pay out of our pocket for those gates that are going to shut us off to our community. Again, I'm not opposed to this project. I do think the parking is going to be an excessive problem, but I'm not opposed. I just want to encourage you as a commission to relook at the parking situation, to relook at the parking spaces, to hear this community. We're standing in solidarity together for the sake of our community. Many of these residents have lived here for many years. Thank you for listening, and thank you again, Mr. Guerra, for checking on our small little church.
Thank you. Speaker number 19.
Good evening. Thanks,
Good evening.
Arnie and Maria.
Yes.
And we are, basically, the parking situation is a big issue. Don't need to go into that anymore, but we live directly across on Fairport from the entrance or the exit now.
At 10826 Fairford Avenue, and I've been there since '79. It's a great little triangle section. I love my area there, and it is getting crowded over the years with the schools and that. Sometimes they don't even let me out of my driveway when I want to reverse and get out to go get my grandbabies because I babysit them and then bring them home. They don't let me go out, the people that are waiting there. Some of them are very nice, and they do, but most of them don't, and they call me number one, or they give me the number one sign. So I'm thinking, I'm sorry, I got to get out, you know? And with this new building that they're going to build, I'm not opposing it, but why don't they make it just a single family homes? I know we all want money. We're all out there to get money, but sometimes we can't do that. And I rather prefer single family homes there to occupy that space. And they're building it like 10 feet from the curb. My house is 20 feet. Now, if I wanted to remodel, will the city okay it if I go 10 feet out, just like they are, so my house could be bigger? Would you all approve that? Because they get to do that. So there's some things that some people could do it and other people can't. You know, and I love my community. Everybody's so nice. They walk their dogs. We say hi and things like that. But when there's story building, I don't think that's very good for our community and the impact of coming in and out of our triangle section there. And like someone did mention that, you know, when we call the police, it takes a long time for them to get there. Or they'll tell you, well, is anybody hurt? Well, no, but I mean, I need somebody out here. They broke into my house and I told them that. And they said, well, is anybody hurt? No. They didn't get there till 5 hours after. So it's like, okay, you know, so I like Downey. I love it. But I've also heard some other people say, well, you know, maybe we all have to move. We're all elderly there, and there's new, you know, families growing up there. But it's a nice little community in that triangle section. And I don't know if any of you live in Downey, you know, and you guys vote for this and vote for that, and I don't even know if you live in Downey.
We have to.
We have to, yes.
By law, we have to live
So it's
here.
like, okay, I'd like to go see your neighborhood, see how it is, you know? And,
have a cup of
you know,
coffee.
yeah, I'll come over, Mr. Guerra.
I live on Yankee
Yeah, invite
Street.
me over and I'll come over. But still, thank you very much. I don't know if you have anything else to say, Arnie?
Well, 2 seconds, real quick.
How do you want your
I
coffee?
just want to real quick say, This is gonna be for lower income, I guess, and I just want to know if it's just strictly for homeowners.
Mr. Speaker, through the chair, I'll say your time is up. The chair may allow some discretion, but the 3 minutes have run for your time.
Okay, I was just
in all
wondering if they
fairness.
were able
Thank you.
to rent the homes
It is
out,
at
that's
the
all.
discretion of the chair. There were
can
two
allow a slight
individuals.
discrepancy, but
If
just I
if
wanted
the
to
chair
point
were
out.
to consider the second speaker on his own time, but it's at the discretion of the chair to allow whether or not that the fact that there was two people should
I
be
mean, he
considered.
can go back and get another number, sure. If you really want to speak.
Yeah, just as
Let's
city.
move on to speaker number 20.
Yeah, just as city staff, if we can just share that we want to welcome all public comments. And so just to keep order of the meeting, there are numbers, but each individual can have their allocated 3 minutes. I just want that clarification through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there a speaker number 20?
Yes.
Okay, good.
My name's Scott Marison. I live at 10918 Crossdale Avenue. Been a resident of Downey, I guess this year would make 17 years. Moved here because I love the location, not that crowded. Yeah, we do have problems with the lights. They've already gone through everything relating to traffic. I agree, they're absolutely correct on that. The traffic study was just not accurate at all. Let me touch on something, though, that nobody else has touched on. When my wife and I first got married, we moved into what I call a middle-class project like this is. Now, everything was great until the last unit was sold. Then it was all on our hands. And what happened then was a lot of these rules were no longer being able to be properly enforced. Okay, more people moved in, we ended up with a lot more cars, we started having a lot more problems. Now there at least it was only 4 units per building. They were spread out 1 story, it filled in with the area. This does not fit in with the area at all. We have trouble going 2 stories. These are 3 stories. This is totally out of proportion to the area that we live in. The only thing is yes, for the people who can afford to move there, it's great. For the rest of us, it will destroy our property values. It is going to hurt tremendously on trying to get around the area safely. We already have those problems that have been going through. Now, the place that my wife and I lived in, okay, yeah, we were glad to get out of there because it had gone downhill so much once it became entirely on us. Down the street, there was a 2-story place. Our place was great after what happened to that. What happens is 2 to 3 families move in. Things expand. Now imagine that happening here, down the road. Looking into the future, that's what I asked you to consider. I love Downey, but this is going to end up really making a mess of our area. Now, my wife and I can't afford to move. We're old. Maybe some of the younger people can, but I moved here for a reason, and I can see it being destroyed. Please don't do that to us. At least downsize it. Or if we can't do that, at least put a brick wall at the end of our street so people can't just park there and cut through when they have parties. That's the other big thing that happens. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Speaker number 21.
So good evening, Chair and Commission. My name is Maria Campos, and I live off of Offley and Fairford. So there's a few things that I would like to share. And one was on the community outreach meeting. It felt more like a sales pitch. It was more like a gallery walk. It should have been more an informational approach. And it would have felt more, there wasn't like a Q&A. It was almost kind of like, well, if no one asks questions or, what is this? So I agree with some of the comments that some of our community members have made already. And we already live on narrow streets. So even exiting our driveways onto the street, you kind of have to move to the side to let the other car out the neighborhood or out your street. Once I exit onto Fairford, that's another exit where the community is going to exit too. So now we're going to either have to, see there's going to be traffic there. Once you get to Fairford and Florence, if you get stuck and that Florence light gets you, you're sticking out. You either have to go to Kenny, right? Or there's no stop signs on Cecilia. So you're gonna have a lot of stop and go, stop and go. That's another issue. What else did I write down? As far as Honda World, you do have test drivers coming down because you enter going north on Studebaker and you enter going east on Florence. So you can only go around and back down unless you're gonna go on the freeway, or you can't exit and turn onto, you just can't. What else? There's 105 units that are 3 to 4 bedroom family homes, and the space is reduced. You wanna get a waiver for 5 by 6 common space instead of the 10 by 10. So now you have a family with children where it's like you're trying to squeeze all these people into, it's wall to wall, and you have 145 units. So yes, we understand that this project, please revisit it, please look at it. We love our community, but 145, like they said, why do they get waivers, but we can't? That shouldn't be allowed. And let me see, I don't know what else. I think that's all. So there's a lot of traffic on Florence. I get stuck there every day. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 22. I think she's,
I'm speaking on behalf of my husband.
yeah, I don't know.
Can I do that?
Ma'am,
Or
just
if
as
he
a
has
point
a-
of procedure, there's one card per speaker, and so we ordinarily expect, no.
No, yes, this is a special accommodation for a physical reason, so we do need to provide an accommodation through the city attorney. I believe that is warranted
If that's
to
what's
allow.
being requested, then yes, it was not clear immediately that that was the circumstances.
Come on down, ma'am.
Yeah, but if it's being requested as an accommodation, then certainly.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're getting your steps in there.
Waiver's free. Okay. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Rick. He's actually lived in the neighborhood since he was 2 years old. So he went to Fairford School. We moved in together into the house, or I moved in '84, right after Fairford School was taken down. Okay, those aren't his questions, but that's just a little bio. Our concern is construction traffic. How are these construction vehicles going to get to and from the project? Are they going to be cutting through, as we've seen them for the freeway, as we've seen them for Honda World, as we've seen them for just this paving of our street after 45 years? There's like, where are these construction vehicles going to go? How are they going to get in? Do we know that? Are they going to come in off of Florence? Everybody come in and out off of Florence and turn right there and do that little circle, Dallison? Or are they going to have to be driving these trucks up and down our streets? We're talking 1.5 years construction. Where are they going to stage the trucks to bring in all the materials they need for the demolition, for the rebuild, for the building? There's a lot of material goes into 145 units. There's a lot of cement, a lot. There's a lot of wood, there's a lot of roofing. There's a lot of blacktop. All these things have to come into this space for 145 dwellings. Seems like I agree with quite a few of the people that have come up that it's too massive for what we need. You got too many in too little a space. And I think that's going to bother people that end up buying it too. They're going to find that out, that they're cramped in. And you're going to have so many rules. You can't do this, you can't do that. You got to park like this, you got to park like this. You can't have company. Who's going to want to spend $800,000 on it? So maybe it might be better to cut down the size. I'm sorry, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Speaker number 23.
Good evening, Council. Thank you guys for being here and supporting us. I just wanted to say that I oppose this project for its size. I understand that the cities are being told that they need to have a certain amount of housing. I drove down Stewart and Gray and I saw this big, huge warehouse being built there. I was like, that would have been a perfect size, site for some housing because it's on a big street, easy to go walk into shopping and stuff like that. I think it was just kind of bad planning. I don't know who's kind of in charge of that. But as far as my concerns for this project is that the traffic, it doesn't take much to see that it's backing up Florence when you're trying to turn onto Fairford. That turning lane was way too small, and so it's backing up all the traffic trying to get through Florence to get onto the freeway, and then also getting out of Fairford. That little stretch stop sign to the light is too small, and so during rush hour in the morning for dropping off the kids, and then picking them up and bringing them, from Santa Fe to Lakeside or Studebaker, it's a big traffic jam there. So just wanted to say, kind of what the community and the neighbors said is that, maybe sizing it down and maybe building a bigger site somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 24.
Okay, as I was talking, good evening again. I guess I wanted to talk about affordable homes she was talking about. I was just wondering if their homeowners there were able to rent out. So I'm a little leery about having a bunch of renters come in and renting there and make a mess. I would think it happens quite a bit. And also, and the maintenance there now is just horrible. We've discussed this before, and it's still pretty ugly. They don't even water it. It's just dry grass, dry weeds, and that has nothing to do with the building. And also, when would a final decision be made on this? Is there a date for this?
Tonight.
Tonight's the date for a decision of if it's going to be built or not?
Correct.
Oh. And will we know tonight?
We will be voting tonight, yes.
While we're here?
Correct.
Oh. I didn't know that. Okay, let me see what else I had. So the question was, can an investor come in and buy a home and rent it out?
Okay.
That's a question.
Okay.
Do we have an answer?
We will have to get the applicant to come back up and answer that question.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's all.
You're welcome. That was 24. There is a 25, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'm not saying that. Okay. Okay.
My name is Linda Herrera. I live on Crossdale Avenue. I've lived there since 1968. And we are known as the Triangle. We're the forgotten part of Downey. And all you people have heard of that word before. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. And this lady over here is a salesperson. That's what she is, and she's trying to convince you to build the homes there. I want to let her know there's a big lot over by Walmart in Downey if you want to build over there. I don't think I know any new young people that can afford an $800,000 home at this time. Do you know any young people that can afford a house like that? I don't know anybody, so I'm just making it short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like there's a 26.
Hello, thank you all for giving us this opportunity to speak with you all before the vote. My name is Elisa Hughes. I'm here with my husband, Neil Hughes. We live on Crossdale, Downey, and I also went to the Meritage open house. Very disappointed again about the information that we were provided. We felt a little duped, like why are we even here? It sounds like it's a done deal. I have the same concerns that everybody else presented. That's why I almost didn't come up here, because I said, oh, everybody spoke for me already, because I agree, except for I really don't think that's necessary for our little area of the Downey Triangle. I think it's a little bit too big. It's a little too much. The traffic, the parking is a big thing. The crowded schools are going to be another problem. We've got Santa Fe. They didn't even know what the school districts were that served our community. That's a slap in the face. And you're asking us to support you? That alone should be enough. That's pretty much it. It was about the school districts and all of that. A lot of inconsistencies with the information, a lot of unanswered questions. Obviously, the traffic testing was kind of weird, the answers they were giving us. We live on Crossdale. We noticed that there was a traffic line or something that seemed to be counting the cars that went over our street. And then we noticed that later that day, there was one car parked on it for I think 24 hours. We said, why is that car sitting on top of that line if it's supposed to be counting the cars or the traffic? This was only about, a month ago? We've never seen any speedometers, like those big ones that, oh, you're going too fast, and it shows how fast you're going. Never saw that on Crossdale. Never saw that on Fairford since the Meritage open house. Give us a little confidence that you're doing these testings so that we can see, oh yeah, they really did mean it. They're checking the traffic, they're checking the inlets, the outlets of the freeway, the Fairford, Studebaker, but we didn't see any action. We almost thought this was a non-issue because no, we didn't hear anything until we actually got the letters in a plain white envelope. I had to call my parents. Hey, Mom and Dad, did you guys get this envelope? My neighbors, we were texting each other, hey, did you guys see this? We need to make sure that we're there. And here we are. So please listen to our voices because we really don't want this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, okay, number 27, go ahead, come forward.
Good evening. My name is Armando Montez. I live on Cecilia, and my neighbor city is Norwalk. We went out and with like I said, my neighbor and myself, he's on Norwalk. We went ahead and got speed bumps. We went for 2 years straight to Norwalk and practically had to beg him to get him in. Now we have them on there, okay? They did the studies, they did all this stuff like, the people said here that they've done. You do all the studies you want. If you can't get nobody to back you up and enforce the rules in there, it's pointless. And I'm telling you one thing, I was here 3 months ago because some guy threatened to come out and try to fight me because I told him to slow down. And you put speed bumps in there and anything like if you put in more housing, you're just putting more traffic, and you guys are going to do studies later on. It's just not going to work. You're way too out of whack with the numbers, and I know you guys, the company there wants to make as much money as they want, and they don't want to put single family homes because they're not going to make the profit they want at our expense. So I really, I really would want you guys to vote it down. I didn't think it was that urgent because my daughter lives there actually, and she has a special needs child, so she couldn't come out today. But I'm there every day with my wife, and we have a hell of a time just with traffic there. And I spoke to a lot of people here that live off of Cecilia and Fairford and Daldensworth or whatever you call it. And I mean, I walked every morning, and you got guys whizzing by on Fairford. They could care less. And you guys you guys haven't. Norwalk's gone out there and put cops out there and give them tickets for, not stopping on the stop signs. They're not stopping on the turns. They do whatever they want. They'll flip you off, and they don't care. So you guys got to, either tone it down. 3 stories is ridiculous. I mean, that's just way out of whack. And like I'm saying, if you could put all the rules you want, it's not gonna work. You gotta make it smaller, or just disband the whole thing altogether and come up with something different. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I don't see that number 28 is still back there, so anyone else wish to come up? Okay, seeing none. Does the applicant wish to come forward and provide a rebuttal or provide additional comments before the commission deliberates? Yes. Okay, so this is my... Okay, Louisa, go right ahead.
Thank you. I just want to touch on a couple things that we heard during public comment. So starting with the garage sizes. So I know that was a concern that a couple of people raised. So our tandem garages are oversized. They're 11 by 42 deep. Our side-by-side garages are at a minimum 20 by 20 clear, and then they have additional room beyond. So larger trucks, vehicles like that do park just fine in them. Additionally, we have built this style home all over Southern California, and there is a buyer for a tandem garage. At the end of the day, they make it work. The in and out and the balancing of that household, it is a very popular plan for us. So that concern of tandem garages don't work, they do. There is a buyer for that. The traffic counts were completed in November of 2025. So they were done when schools were in session. My traffic engineer can come up and speak more to the exact timing of that if you guys want to know that detail, but they were done in November of 25. The rental ability on homes and investor buyer. So we do not encourage an investor buyer, but we do not explicitly turn it away. I would say if we have investor buyers or anything like that, it tends to be a small number of our homes. It is primarily the buyers that we do have are people who want to buy and live in their homes. And we do not see a lot of multi-gen household either, or where you're having multiple families or more than 2 adults with vehicles living in the homes. Again, as I stated during my initial presentation, we really target that first-time home buyer, first-time move-up buyer. So a lot of these are younger families or 2 working professionals who are buying these homes, and as their families grow and children get older, a lot of times they're looking for that bigger home, ideally in the same community that they've lived in and learned to love. So that is the purpose of these, is your foot into home ownership. This, a lot of times it's not your 20+ year home that you're living in. So that transition does happen, and that's where we find that need served. I do just want to reiterate, there were a couple concerns around impacts on services in the community. And so the project does actually pay development impact fees to help offset that need for additional police, fire, utilities, different things like that. There were questions around electric use, water impacts, anything like that. So we actually have gone through the process with all of the different utility providers, water, sewer, storm drain, trash, power, have will-serve letters from all of those different providers. It does not impact the existing neighborhood. They ensure that there's capacity to support the proposed development and there's not undue impacts on existing homes. With the HOA, there were concerns around continued enforcement when Meritage is no longer a part of the board. So there is an HOA management company that does stay on and oversees it, that is there from the beginning. And additionally, depending on how the CCNRs are set up with the city, there's other mechanisms that can be in place to help ensure that the CCRs can't necessarily be changed to make sure that the continued enforcement does happen. Finally, I just want to touch on the construction schedule and traffic concerns that were brought up. So we would be working with the city on the construction phasing, as well as construction traffic. All of that goes through the process with the city on that approval with the site. So typically what would happen is demolition of the existing use, then you're laying the horizontal for the entirety of the site, and then your actual vertical construction is phased. Vertical meaning each building as it goes. So you're not necessarily bringing materials for the construction of all 145 units at once. You're going kind of building by building based on sales. So it does stay contained on the site. There isn't necessarily spillover into the neighborhood as that goes. If there's any other questions from you guys, I'm happy to answer those.
Does any commissioner have a question?
How can we mitigate more? How can we, and I'll say it in my comments here, the good, the bad, and the ugly on there. By the way, for everybody, there's a question in it. Here's letters that we get from an organization called NIMBY Law, okay? And basically is threatening to sue us. Okay, it says right there, NIMBY Law will not hesitate to ensure, file suit and blah, blah, blah. They're in San Francisco, okay? They attach 6 or 7 form letters on there, the same form letter by the same people. So they're basically threatening us if we don't do this on there. Now, the one thing we can do is to mitigate it. Everybody here talked about traffic. Everybody here talked about parking concerns. How do we make this project better to answer some of these residents' needs? There's got to be a better way. I agree. I mean, maybe we can look at getting a thing on Studebaker or something, and closing off, we need more lights, more on the. I figured it out, and out of 130 houses at market rate, and at the low side, 700,000, that comes to $90 some odd million. And that's not counting the 14 or 15 at thing, and that's on the low end of it. So this is well over $100 million project. What can we do to make it better for these residents? What would you suggest if you were living on the third house there, if you were the pastor, if you were living on there? What can we do to mitigate the parking and the traffic concerns? Because this traffic is a cluster mess. There's 2 ways. There's one way in and one way out, but the same thing. There's only one way out on the street on there to go all the way to Cecilia and then on Florence. What would you do if this was, your project, which it is? But how do we mitigate it? What suggestions can you help us to give for us to make those things? What would
Sure,
you do?
I can appreciate the question. So to be clear, that level of profit is not what we would be making on.
I understand, but that's the total sales cost. That's at a minimum.
No, at the end of the day, the margin that we make on a home is not anywhere near that.
Sure.
The construction
and I
cost
understand.
is
By the
very
way, I was going
expensive.
at a gross number. I just times 700,000 times 130 and comes up to 90 some mil. I understand. You got to build them. You're not making
Sure, yeah, and as I said, right, that is the point of finding this kind of sweet spot of density, 20 to 30 to the acre. It really helps spread the development costs that have just continued to increase in the past few years. When it comes to parking and, specifically concerns that the church raised, like, I am very happy to work with them and discuss options and helping cover if it is, a simple gate that allows transparency but restricts vehicular access, not, to the neighbors. I'm happy to discuss Meritage helping with that install. In terms of larger things in the neighborhood, again, as I mentioned, with the intersection discussions of Dollison and Studebaker, that's a bigger discussion that we have not evaluated to even see if it's technically feasible and if Caltrans would even allow that. I understand that there were comments made around why can't we request a waiver from that. And at the end of the day, Caltrans is a beast of an organization to try to work with. It's the weight of the state that comes down. I don't know what other options. I don't know if the city has permit parking in place, and we could help facilitate that on some of these streets. There is only so much that standing here right now, trying to alleviate the parking concerns that are we all heard tonight. We try to be the best neighbor we can coming into these communities. We try to be as transparent with our buyers as we can be about the community that they're looking to come into and that they want to be a part of. We're not trying to come in and be an island within this existing neighborhood. We want to become a part of the fabric, and that's what our buyers want to become a part of as well. In terms of the traffic concerns, obviously our discussions with the city, that is the best solution that we could think of from the concerns we heard on Fairford, limiting egress traffic so that you weren't seeing more queuing impacts for residents who back out directly onto Fairford and are already impacted, that egress traffic would be going up to Dollison, ingress traffic could still come into the site, fire access could still come into the site that way. And we think that coupled with doing the post-construction evaluation to be able to implement further traffic calming if it's warranted is a good solution for this neighborhood, where we are able to see what the impacts are and address them appropriately.
I don't mean to beat you up on there, but we'll deliberate and figure out something to help.
One question. And I think this is what the people want us to ask. Would you consider increasing the number of parking spaces and reducing the number of units? Is that an option?
Right now, that is not an option for us, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Legaspi, I thought you had a question.
Well, I got to tell you that answer's a little disappointing because, as Commissioner Guerra said and mentioned, it's almost $100 million project, right? There should be some flexibility here. Okay, it shouldn't be yes or no, right? I mean, this is a great community. We're welcoming development. We want you here. We need housing. The state mandates for us to hit our RENA numbers. What I wish your answer would have been a little bit more flexible.
The five of us work really well together in working things out, and I can honestly say that, but it just feels like there's no flexibility.
It's a really hard thing, honestly, without having looked at any metrics, because it is, we have certain metrics that need to be met. We want to make sure that it's a valuable project bringing to the city. But at the end of the day, without evaluating what's happening, without looking at how additional, if the concern is, could you lose units to add additional parking on site? Right. There's a balance there, right? In my mind, as I'm thinking about it right now, as the site sits, okay, you would be losing realistically 2 units to add 5 spaces, right? It's not a huge, the gain of 5 spaces versus the cost and loss of 2 units is a hard thing to be able to absorb in our current metrics because of the cost of development, right? Everything is going.
We could get rid of 33 and you lose 14. Those are your numbers.
No, I had said that to gain 30 spaces would be probably losing 20 units.
Okay.
And
well, that kind of solves the problem right
Yeah.
there. They're based a little bit smaller. I know it's frustrating.
we would not have have a project if we were losing 20 units.
Yeah. Okay.
And I do understand and I hear the concern. It is, development is very, very expensive, and every unit makes a difference for this project to be a viable project for us. Through the evaluation with the city, we were at a higher number. We looked at safety evaluations. We lost a unit there from that, right? Like, so losing additional units, it really, really makes this a hard project to work.
Okay.
Let me take a crack at it one more time. It's a six acre project, approximately, right? 6.1.
It's about 5.5 when you factor in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You mentioned maybe 20 to 30 units per acre. That's usually the goal, right? So at 6, and I'm being generous, at 6 acres, at 145, you're pushing almost 25 doors per acre, right? So we're not being extremely generous here as a developer. Generosity would be, in this case, maybe 20 to 22 doors per unit, per acre. You're pushing it to 25. Now, to everyone's comment, it's not so much just parking, it's green area, it's less amount of vehicles, it's less amount of traffic overall, and perhaps those units that, if we could make those numbers work, we could eliminate some of those units that are facing where maybe privacy is a concern. So it's more than just parking here. I would like for us to be more flexible. We want you to build this. We need the housing, right? And your company's been around. Obviously it's a great name, and I think you could deliver a beautiful product for us. We just need flexibility from you. And I think, as Chair Uva said, we're not opposed to development. We are a pro-development, pro-business community. It just has to feel right. And the numbers obviously need to be profitable for you, ma'am. But we also need to make sure our community is happy.
What I guess I need to understand from you guys is the request, is the focus around the trying to eke out some additional parking space on site?
And reduce the number of units too.
So I think, correct? And I apologize as I'm texting because I'm trying to see where the threshold is that we can look at that. And I think we could it doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but I think we could lose 2 to pick up an additional 5 or 6 spaces on site. That is something that we can absorb. I don't know if we could necessarily go too much more than that, though.
Is there any way you can go back to the powers that being and have that discussion and we postpone this for tonight?
Unfortunately, no. I'm asking for the numbers right now, kind of live.
You're texting, okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of the threshold where we're at, where it's about all we could give.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I was
go ahead.
conferring with the city attorney. What was the number she gave?
I could.
2
Units for 5 parking spaces.
2 for 5.
To add some context to the deliberation taking place by the commission, I think there was mentioned by Chair Uva to carry the item forward, to continue the item. Staff, it sounds like the applicant is not desirous of reducing the density. I just want to let the commission, chair and the commission know that because the applicant has filed an SB 330 application, which basically locks in the existing development standards in place at the time, we would need to have additional time if the project would be carried over for the purpose of reducing density. Staff would also need that time to make sure that we're not carrying the vision of the commission contrary to the state's mandates. The housing overlay zone, as stated in the report, does require when an overlay zone is adopted, which has gone through the public hearing process, through Planning Commission, ultimately through adoption of the City Council. That's already in place. That isn't for consideration tonight. That allows 30 dwelling units per acre at this site. What is being proposed is 26.2. Having said that, I also want to make sure that I am being clear that I am not saying stop your deliberations. I think staff would just need time to confer with our city attorney and with State Housing Department, HCD, to ensure that any changes to reduce density are not putting the city in jeopardy of losing our status as a certified housing element city, because that does then jeopardize our standing when it comes to development and controlling the development standards. A city that does not have a certified housing element then makes us susceptible to the builder's remedy laws, which basically a developer can then propose a development that doesn't meet anywhere near close to the development standards. And again, I'm not saying this to dissuade you, but rather to just clear the facts that we as staff would need more time to have our own technical analysis of how to achieve the balance between the state mandates and the character of Downey and what the residents are saying. I think that has a lot of value, and as staff, we would also want the time to make sure that we can provide you the best technical support as staff to the Planning Commission.
So
absolutely.
Can I ask you a question? How do we make this better? Okay, under those RENA numbers, under the guidelines, okay, let's not, maybe we can't do units, but we can do lights and we can put fences and parking and we can do mitigation issues. We can not waive everything. I don't want to waive 33 parking spots then. That's 33, they'd have to do more. We're waiving that from our code. So what else can we do to make this a better project? We may not be able to say no, but I don't have to vote on it unless it's better. We got to make this better. And the way it stands right now, it's just not that good.
And if I may, thank you, Ms. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Wheathorn, would you just so that we're all understanding what are RENA numbers? What is how is it we're mandated by the state to meet certain amount of new units, new construction within the city? Could you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yes, we're mandated by the state as a city to accommodate and provide zoning that facilitates the free market, the development world, to propose projects in the city. As a city, we're not obligated to build the projects, we're not obligated to finance the projects. Our obligation is that when we zone properties, that we define the density per dwelling units per acre that would facilitate the development of that would make it so that developers have interest in Downey, so that ultimately we achieve ideally a certain number of housing units for Downey, but we're not obligated to build them or to grant them. So that, I think, answers part of that question. The other part is when the applicant first came to the city, and it's been some time, I think, Louisa, I don't know if you were the original one, but it's been a couple, maybe a little over a year. Staff, to go back to Commissioner Guerra's question, staff in our comment letters has provided design recommendations for the applicant that involved some of the topics that were brought up by the public. But ultimately, the project before you is, if you will, for lack of a better term, is invoking the state density bonus laws waivers in this case. And it also is layered with the fact that the existing zoning is in place. It's already an overlay zone that allows 30 dwelling units per acre, which then means it allows 3 stories. So those items are fundamental here. That is not up for debate here at this part of this commission. Now, I think what is under the authority of the commission is to decide whether or not the massing and scale and all of this is compatible, and that you can make the findings in the resolution to say that this project does align with the city's general plan, with the city's zoning, with HCD requirements. And so, again, this is a very difficult topic, but I think what is a little bit challenging for staff too is if the applicant is not amenable to change, then it is obviously very difficult for staff to then impose anything. That this is a discretionary process, and this is the body, the Planning Commission is the body to state what is the desire of the commission on behalf of the city. We, as staff, have provided you our advice in this staff report of how it meets the technical standards. And in our resolution, we are recommending approval because technically, from a general plan perspective, from a state law perspective, when evaluating the state density bonus law and evaluating the state density bonus parking requirements, the applicant is meeting the criteria or requesting a waiver. There are 5 waivers. For context, the Olson project was mentioned earlier in the Treasure Island area that also did have development standard waivers. So that project also did have tandem parking that also was very surrounded by a neighborhood that was predominantly single family, residential on the Downey side. So again, I don't want to dismiss the comments from the public. As a community development department director, I think this is the time and place for us to listen to them as staff and take the takeaways for long-term assessing when we're assessing projects. But I also feel like the commission here, staff is also looking at the commission to provide direction to staff of what the next steps could be. Now, back to Commissioner Guerra's, to the question to staff is, could there be ways to address some of the comments from the public? Yes, but again, the applicant has to be desirous of wanting to provide voluntary changes to the project. Otherwise, we're then defaulting to what is mandated, what is already allowable in the zone, and what can they receive through the state density bonus laws.
See, I don't question them being a good builder. They're obviously a professional builder, and the quality of that is good. What I do question that we don't have to do that. We don't have to allow only one exit out of there, only one way to get out on Dawson on there, to put the traffic into the residential street. There's a lot of things that we don't have to. Big difference on the Olson projects too. It went out in two different major streets on there, and there was no residential housing until the other side of the fence. By the way, as we know, they just sold out last week, and including the affordable housing. So what I'm saying is, this doesn't work. I mean, we can work on the units and the whole thing, but this doesn't work if I don't want to live there. I don't want to live where these poor people are living, because you're now changing traffic flow and everyday life. We're making the quality of life for them. Thank goodness they just finally got, street repaving. I saw that the other day. It was very nice. You're right. It took you 40 years to do that. So I've been there to several neighborhood watch groups. I used to go there all the time on there. And you're right. Sometimes they are forgotten of the triangle. But this, I just keep looking at this aerial view. This is bad. This is just bad. And it's really not a good thing for that community to only have the one exit on Dulles and only the one entrance on Fairview. And a lady said it, and I totally agree. You have to go all the way to Florence on there to get out. You can't get out of this neighborhood. You have to go down to Cecilia to get out of the neighborhood. And then all the people in Crossdale now are going to be getting that additional traffic. This is just not well thought out from a traffic standpoint. Forget the number of units and stuff. We got to figure out a way to mitigate this better. So that's where I'm at on there. So I'm sorry. Like I said, you're a good builder, you're professional, but that's where I'm at. But anyways, and we can deliberate all we want there. So I don't have any more questions.
So, we had 27 speakers, and I tried to take a tally, and I think we only had one that was in favor of the project.
Yeah, Brian Heyman.
And he doesn't even live in the area. And then of these petitions,
he doesn't live in the neighborhood.
Of these petitions, they were, and I don't know if they're people have signed two same person. No, they're totally separate. Okay, so we had 30 signatures on one petition and 65 on another. So they're speaking out, right? And that's what we're trying to help here. All right, let's go back to our agenda and try to be focused here. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. Thank you for being a little bit flexible now.
Yeah.
So we're now at maybe 142?
143.
Okay.
Yeah, the way that these work, it
so
has to go in
progress.
twos. Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you for being flexible on that, okay? Because flexibility is key, I believe.
I'd rather them keep the other units and do more for the neighborhood around them. With the $1.4 million, they're going to get more for the 2 units on there and invest it in the neighborhood and do something.
Yep.
And then get the fencing on the churches, get some green areas, do some other things.
Maybe trees that are already mature and not have to wait 4 years as some of the neighbors talked about, right? So maybe just some trees that are taller already, perhaps.
So I want to just be clear that and I don't know the language of the condition, but for the perimeter planting, I think when we were originally discussing like a 15-gallon going in at the start of construction for that purple hopseed, that's the 4-year growth to maturity. So if we do upsize to a 24-inch, that'll obviously be a lot faster because it'll already have significant growth at the start there. So it won't necessarily be 4 years to maturity on those. And the planting schedule obviously does talk about the different box sizes for the other trees on site, which are usually either 24 or 36-inch box. If you guys have any other questions, I'm happy to come up. Otherwise,
any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. So if you have a question, you need to speak up. We can always reopen it, but okay, I don't.
Chair, before you close the public hearing, because the deliberation process will take place then to provide a decision or direction to staff, perhaps for the commission to know from the applicant whether a continuance to explore these topics is an option for them or not, because if that is asked of staff, we can only do that if the applicant's willing to do it.
I just have a question to staff. The 30 units per acre, I'm assuming that is the maximum allowed?
That is the minimum that's allowed, and that's
Minimum or maximum?
That is, it's
an absolute.
It's an absolute 30 dwelling units per acre. In order for the city to receive credit, if you will, in order for our sites to be considered as eligible regional housing needs, housing sites, any sites need to have a capacity of 30 dwelling units.
So would that mean they could have built like 180 something?
If they would have site planned it differently, they could have achieved, yes, additional units. They're only proposing, or I don't mean to say only, they are proposing
Right.
26.2 dwelling units per acre.
But you could go more than 30 units per acre.
Not at this site. This site is zoned for 30 dwelling units per acre.
So again, to my question, is the maximum at 30
It's
units
an
per acre?
absolute. You can consider it. Maybe for the purposes of this conversation, it would be a minimum or maximum. It's 30 dwelling units per acre. However, the applicant has not, but can request a state density bonus to add increased density, which they have not done that.
Can I also supplement that? So the site is part of the housing inventory, which is part of the housing element. It was adopted as HOU2 overlay, which requires an absolute the 30 units to the acre project. So let's say the applicant was developing at the 30 units to the acre, they could potentially be reviewed, the project could potentially be reviewed through an administrative process if they followed all the objective design guidelines. The way the zoning code is written, it says if anybody is proposing a density that is less than 30 units to the acre or greater than 30 units to the acre, they would need to go through a discretionary approval process, which is what is happening today. And then going back also to your other question of can they do more? Yes, they would have to do this process. Can they do less? They would have to go through a discretionary process. The other item is also because this site was already allocated a certain number of units in order to meet that RENA allocation, a decrease, which is what is being proposed right now, does impact overall, not this site, but overall number of units that the city is supposed to maintain for that RENA allocation.
And to add to that, because I want to make sure that the commission feels that you have the flexibility to take your deliberation, is that if the density did decrease, the city would need to make up for the number of units and find another location to rezone a site to allow that capacity. And as a city, we would have 6 months to rezone another site to be able to make up for that
Could you tell
loss.
us what our RENA numbers that we're supposed to build? Then is it over 6,000?
6542, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
6,542.
So basically, 10 units here is not going to make a difference. So that's my point on there. So yeah, if we have to rezone, find someplace else on there, yeah, it's not going to make any difference for the state.
Yeah, and to add additional context, their general plan update does have additional capacity that is being in draft form. So there could be
zoning, but we don't
additional
have-
capacity in the
we don't have
future.
enough vacant land right now, so.
Okay, so are we wanting to ask the applicant to continue this, or we want to just go to deliberation and work out some?
Well, I think we should ask her.
I
At least have the
agree.
information, yeah.
I agree. Is that a possibility for you to?
I don't, can you clarify what you would be hoping to see from a continuance? Because I don't know if it's evaluation of the Dulles and its Studebaker feasibility. I don't know what.
Better, come up with a
Just
better
come up
plan.
with something better.
You know, I don't know what that is. 'cause you
If I
guys-
can maybe assist the commission, if you want to consider these topics, I've kept track of some of the topics that have been brought up. Reducing density, adding more parking, consider detached units, consider two-story units, relook at the scale and massing and compatibility.
Traffic signals.
Traffic signals.
Right, explore additional ingress, egress points, and explore offsite improvements related to opening up Studebaker and Dollison. Other notes that I had from Commissioner Legaspi is green areas. He mentioned other items that I've already mentioned before.
Permanent parking, I guess that we don't need the applicant for that, right? We can do that
No,
as a
we
city
can do that, yeah.
if we want to.
So those are the
What about making
the topics.
Crossdale a dead end? Would that help? Yes. Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, all those other streets right now,
They are.
right? They're all dead ends.
Yeah, Dalwood and Elmcroft are dead
But
ends.
the only way you could do that is if you open up the
Yes.
lab.
To go to Studebaker, and
Yeah,
my
not-
suggestion would be just to make it a right turn out of Dollison onto Studebaker, just a right turn, so that you can't get on the freeway or anything. It's just another way out, is what I'm trying to say.
How about, is there a light on Cecilia? and
I'm not sure that the left turn in would be allowed, but just to get out of there.
Because right now-
So those are our suggestions. That's all we've said tonight, and she took really good notes for us.
Yeah, so I can tell you, when it comes to single-family, two-story townhomes, anything of that nature, that's kind of a non-starter for us, obviously. Like that is a huge hit in terms of unit reduction. To losing 2 homes and being able to add some additional head-in spaces, that is something we can do. I would defer to the city's public works if doing changing the concrete pattern at Dollison and Studebaker for a right turn lane is something that the city would support. I think that, and Caltrans doesn't push back on that it doesn't, if it's not going to trigger moving signals, because that's really where you get into $250,000 a pole kind of cost, like that's not going to be feasible. But if it's redoing concrete and creating that, that is something that we would be open to if there's warrants to allow it, and if it's safely allowable.
Sure.
I would not necessarily want to continue the hearing, because I don't think fundamentally some of the big items that you're looking for that we would actually be able to do.
Okay.
I think losing 2 homes, adding additional 5 spaces or so, as many as we can from that, is doable, I think. And then working with Public Works to see if Dollison at Studebaker could be allowed for right turn egress. I would be fine with those getting added as conditions, but to continue the project in hopes of more substantial change is just not realistic.
Okay.
I think you're not negotiating good terms. The public has spoken. We have not even deliberated what we want. And yet you're telling us that the only thing you can do is take it down by 2 units. I'm not accepting that. I don't have to. It's the public. There's a lot of impacts going on. There's traffic flow, parking. There's a lot of issues we still have not discussed yet. And once we discuss all these issues, then we'll present you with what we need. Not you presenting what you need to us. Yeah. Should be the other way around. And I'm not sure what that's gonna take us to. Maybe it's gonna affect you doing business with the city of Downey. But, excuse me, we have obligations to the public. We'll do the best we can to work with you and the public. But it appears like you're not working with us. Thank you.
If you're okay continuing your closing public hearing, continuing your deliberation so that I can hear that, and then if it does require a continuance, we can revisit that, but that's what I would prefer.
Okay. Go ahead, you have a question?
So one of the concerns is coming in and coming out of the project, right? On Fairford, if we were to be able to widen out that entrance, right? There's 6 units on the existing boundary on the bottom of that diagram. There's 6 units there. If we were to move the whole project down and eliminate 6 units, Fairford, the entrance there would be much wider. Is that something you would consider?
I don't necessarily see what you're describing. I'm sorry.
No worries. Basically, just making Fairford that entrance and exit wider.
So right now, as shown on the screen currently, that's a 26-foot drive, and it has 19-foot radii out to Fairford. From our discussions with staff and transportation, that entrance is actually getting reduced to become an entry only, no egress, because of the queuing issues on Fairford. We don't want to add the additional trips to that. So I don't necessarily know if widening that driveway would be the correct move.
Okay. Maybe Public Works could.
I can address that. I mean, not to say that my counterpart couldn't address it. The applicant is correct in Ms. Ortega's presentation, and can we go to that slide that shows the Fairford? Staff has actually, because of the public input process, and we were aware of the residents' concern about cars everywhere. But regarding Fairford, that cars would come in and out of Fairford. The concern was that cars, as presented by Ms. Ortega, that cars would come out, go north from Fairford, go north towards Florence, and because there's a stop sign at Dollison, that cars would then queue in front of people's homes. And so through staff analysis, we recommended this change that we presented tonight, which is to make this an enter-only driveway, thereby preventing cars from queuing in front of people's homes, and then also reducing the number of vehicles on Fairford. Again, no solution is perfect. Staff was, again, looking at the various issues, screening many other things, and trying to present the best project forward for Commission's consideration. But yes, your suggestion is contrary to staff's assessment, but not to say that it can't change, because we are at the pleasure of the Commission and your ideas. And if there's a continuance, then that would give us time to look at different options. Again, if the design options change from a staff perspective, we would continue to encourage direct engagement between the applicant and the property owners, because some of the things being considered or even suggested, this one and opening up Studebaker and Dollison, that may generate other input from other people that are not here that may have a difference of opinion. So again, we don't want to kick that ball down the road. We would want, if there's a continuance, that engagement happen with new ideas that could be presented.
I understand what you're saying. That's been vetted out. But when you look at the right side and there's only one exit on Dollison, is that safe? I mean, you have a fire on unit down here, and everybody's going to try to get out on Dollison, and you have. I assume our fire looked.
We did, and actually, the condition states that it's rolled curbing. So, in an emergency, that would allow for egress to be possible. So that was part of the development review committee process. The city, it's not just the community development department, it's police, fire, public works, parks, representatives from all departments of the city that look at this project, and that's how we arrive at a recommendation. So yes, we did look at it, but again, we're at the pleasure of the Commission. If you want us to explore other design options, again, the applicant needs to be amenable to discussing that with staff.
Have we looked at getting rid of the light or opening up Dollison at the corner? Have we looked at that? I mean, has somebody discussed it? I mean, I know she said that they haven't dealt with Caltrans. I mean,
Dollison and Studebaker.
Yeah.
That topic was discussed when the Precision Honda project was in the pipeline. So I know some of the residents that spoke today were part of those conversations. If it is the desire of the Commission and the applicant concurs to explore that as an option. We could collaborate with Public Works to explore those options with Caltrans, but also from a city's perspective, what happens to that, so that we can present a whole picture. And then again, all of this requires concurrence from the applicant.
That wasn't Caltrans, that was us. The city put that up there, working with Honda Work. I was part of it. I was on the council.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that that was absolute.
That was because of the residents, by the way. The residents asked for the very corner there, not Crossdale, one more over. A gentleman by the Rodriguez family lived there and hosted neighborhood watch groups every quarter, and that's where the neighborhood on Crossdale and so forth would meet. But I mean, that seems to be one mitigating thing. Get rid of that and close off Crossdale. So at least from the flow of things, or it's just like opens up some tension, if you will, there. You know, that's just, I just think that at least helps them. Whatever we can do, state mandate law says we have to do this to a point. And you're right, we can go up to 180 units or something, right? And there they could. And I resent the fact that these people in San Francisco are all writing letters threatening us and tell us what we have to do. But this is Sacramento. This is, if we're upset of anybody, Sacramento said we have to do this in our neighborhoods, not our zoning, not the city of Downey, our neighborhoods on there, because they all want to go big and up. And I get that we need more housing, but not there. But yet we're first. 180 condos or units could be built there by law. Okay, so we have to figure out a way to do that. But that's at least eliminates some of the congestion on there or the traffic, because this is going to be a cluster mess. It's just, it is. And I understand you're probably going to build beautiful homes and you're going to sell them out like Olson did and so far. I'm not putting you down, and we need housing. But this, as it is, we have to do better. This is not thing on there. So anyway, I have no more questions for you, but we can deliberate. I got some other.
So Luisa, let me go back to your question, just for clarity. I think what you asked is if we could do our deliberation. So the way we do it is we deliberate, then we ask for a motion and we vote. So are you asking that we deliberate, we don't take a motion, and then you come back and?
I guess from what some of the commissioners have said, obviously, the community development director was able to kind of list some of the major concerns from the neighbors. And I think you guys have heard that obviously at the end of the day, there is a certain balance of what we're able to reduce on site and still have a viable project that we can bring before you. Understanding where some of your high priority desires would be, if there are changes that you want to see. Obviously, we've talked about some of the traffic things and what the engineering of it makes the most sense, and certain things that we can and can't do. So understanding if there's things that you guys have not brought up yet, that's more what I was trying to get at, to understand, are there other things that are going to come up during your deliberation that are worth knowing? Hey, is there something that I can say yes to right now versus no, I need additional time to discuss with my team and see what we can do. That was more what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
But if you, I guess if you need an answer right now, like obviously in a perfect world, no, there's a decision tonight, but if it needs to be continued to have further discussions, then it needs to be continued.
Through the chair, I just want to know procedurally, and city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, if the public hearing is closed and the planning commission deliberates and then is seeking additional input from the applicant, would the public hearing have to be reopened, and then does that then reopen public hearing, not just for the applicant, but for everyone?
I think that may depend on exactly what is the subject of reconsideration, the subject of further consideration.
The chair needs to know.
Yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
If it's not something, for example, that was vetted and discussed in this context of this public hearing, then you may need to have another public hearing.
Right, I understand.
I'm not sure I'm clear about another public hearing. I'm mentioning opening up the public hearing.
Here tonight.
Yes, tonight.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I'm not saying another public hearing. I'm saying if the applicant is seeking to listen to the commission's deliberation and then have an opportunity to speak again, does that require the chair to open the public hearing procedurally? And then if so, does that then mean others can also, the public can also speak during that?
Yes and no, in my opinion. But
Okay,
because we-
I just want clarification
Yes.
from the city attorney, and I welcome
That's yes.
anyone else too, from the commission.
I mean, we've done that before, right?
Yeah, you can open it and you don't have to take 29 more listeners on there again.
Right, okay.
I just wanted the commission to understand what is being requested of you so that you can have the information you need to decide what you want to do right now.
Absolutely. Okay. So are we all in agreement that I'm going to close the public hearing and start our deliberations? Okay. The public hearing is now closed.
Thank you.
And commissioners, we may now deliberate.
By the way, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do want to say something really fast. You know, everybody here cares. You guys know that. But look, we have Councilwoman Dorothy Pemberton's been sitting here for the last 5 hours. On there, Mayor Pro Tem Horacio Ortiz was there and now been sitting in the back listening to it. So my point is, these are hardworking people that care. Okay, so everybody here cares. You guys have heard it and everything else. So I just want to make that on the record there.
Very good. All right.
You may not be happy with what happens on there, and I don't mean to make light of it either, but.
And, you know, I'll add one more thing, Commissioner Guerra. We care, we're neighbors, and to the person who asked whether or not we live here in Downey, we're mandated to live in Downey to be able to volunteer and sit here. So we care, we do. At the same token, we also are mandated by the state to build housing. So this project, for all intents and purposes, will be built. It's just, what does it look like? And how can we make the developer and the community happy? And that's really what it comes down to.
I have a suggestion. Open up Dollison and close Crosdale.
I agree with that.
Why don't we discuss that? What does everybody else think?
Those are on my notes from the moment I read this
yeah,
application
yeah.
a couple nights ago.
That's a good one. How about a street light on Studebaker and
It's a
Cecilia?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. A traffic signal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, evidently it doesn't qualify for Fairford, but I'm a speed hump kind of guy. You know, I mean, if you make them low enough on there, because I'm telling you, I don't know what the traffic study said, but Fairford goes fast and there's a lot of cars, especially during rush hour. I was surprised how many cars. You're getting off the freeway and you're just coming without any really impediment from Dollison all the way down south. So anyways.
And since the developer has indicated that they're willing to reduce the units by 2 and add some more parking spaces, I think we should make that part of it as well. I mean, it's not the perfect situation, but it's something.
To clarify, that would give us how many more parking spaces?
Was it 5?
5,
yeah.
Okay. Currently, the way it reads, I believe, is 8 hours for visitor parking. Could we consider reducing that slightly to maybe 5 or 6? Would that be
You're talking
something?
on campus?
Yeah.
On the campus itself?
Mm-hmm.
Think about Christmas. Is 5 or 6 hours enough if you have guests?
Mm-hmm. I don't like. What if you don't like the family members? It's okay. They'll be.
You have to leave because they're probably finding
That's
you've
right.
been here too long.
Time is up. Gotta go.
Folks, we're not laughing. We have empathy. We're trying to we've been here for 5 hours together, so we understand you guys.
I also think we need to address the construction concerns.
I do. I agree with that.
The hours, the traffic flow of the vehicles coming in and out. We've always addressed that, and we need to address that on this one as well.
We've changed that before. What are the hours right now on this?
Just for clarification, there are conditions related to construction and demolition. The hours in the resolution, condition of approval number 10, reflects the modified municipal code that this planning commission just voted on a few weeks ago, which is construction from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and construction prohibited on Sunday and federal holidays when construction is located within 500 feet of a residential use. And again, that comes from the recent code amendment that this Planning Commission recommended approval, and it was approved by the City Council in effect as of July 9th. But not to say that if there is changes that the commission wanted on that, that was always possible. There's also an existing condition, number 7, that states that prior, and I would request a modification to this, prior to the issuance of a demolition or prior to the issuance of a permit, that would be remove demolition, the applicant shall be required to submit a construction and demolition management plan, so adding the word construction. I'm saying this so staff can keep track of these potential changes. Condition number 7, for review by and approval. So the existing language includes the rest that I'm going to read. For the review and approval of the Community Development and Public Works Department, the plan that would be referencing the construction and demolition management plan shall identify demolition, add the word and construction, sequencing, construction access, truck routes, staging areas, debris handling, dust control measures, noise reduction measures, and contact information for the project superintendent. Again, minor modifications that I would suggest to that condition number 7.
I'd also like to ask if, you did volunteer this, but I'd like to make it part of it, if it's at all possible, for the church to get some financial assistance for putting up that fence, because I think that's going to be a financial burden for the church. If that's possible, that would be great.
Can we take a look at these waivers one more time?
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
See what they are exactly.
Abraham, can you help us out? Okay, so.
Oh, that's a big one, 46 feet to 9 on the back one. I thought there was a couple more for this.
I remember it being 5 total.
It was 5, yeah. 1, 2.
Yeah, there's the 5 there.
Excuse me, you'll see on the right-hand side, there's a compliance column, and that indicates no waiver. Those are the items that are being requested for reduction.
That rear 3-story building on there, how many homes does that impact? Is that on Elmcroft or on Dallwood Avenue? Where it butts up
This would be the units, this would be the single-family homes along Crossdale for the rear. So this would impact.
Ms. Ortega, I think I'm going to ask Ms. Ortega to give us the unit numbers. So we'll just give her a moment, please.
The unit.
Oh, I see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. But,
So there are 9 single-family homes that abut the west property line, which are located along Crossdale.
Is it reasonable to ask from staff, and just for complete transparency to our audience, could we talk about each waiver just for 2 seconds so everyone understands each one, please?
When, just for clarification, Commissioner Legaspi, when you say talk, do you want a recap from staff on these waivers or deliberation amongst yourselves?
A recap, just a 1 second, 1 minute, 1 second, right? So I get the first one.
Yes, we can do that.
Right?
We can. I'll have Ms. Ortega from her desk, or if you want to go up there or from your desk. She can provide an overview of the 5 waivers.
The first waiver being requested is the building height, and that is to permit a 37.5 foot 3-story structure when a 35-foot structure is permitted. So that would be a 2.5-foot increase.
On that one there, the one I was asking about, the 40-foot 6 setback that we did, is that on building 12 and 11 or on building 1, the one that we did the waiver on the?
The waiver is along the west property line, so 9 feet is between building 1 and the single-family homes on the west. And then along building 4 and 5, I believe those are
Those look wider.
40, I believe it's 40 feet.
Those are in compliance then. The 4 and 5, 1 is the one that we need the waiver.
1 is the one that is not in compliance, and that's about 9 feet from the property line, where 46 feet is required.
Okay.
A question, as part of what we're talking about, in order to fit the 145 units you will need, can you back to one more slide, back to the last one? In order to fit 145 units, you need to have the proposed minimum lot area to be 822 square feet. What happens if we say, no, we gotta stick to the standard of 1,000 square feet? How many units would we fit? Obviously, a little bit less than 145, right?
Maybe, can I have staff recap the question? I didn't, I don't want to ask Commissioner. Can recap the question of what we're trying to answer?
How many units would be permitted if we made the minimum lot area per dwelling unit 1,000 square feet and not reduce it to 822 square feet?
How many units would we lose?
What would be the density permitted? So 43,560 divided by...
So why do we need a waiver if the density permits it?
I'm sorry?
Why do we need a waiver if the density permits it?
Because this is in the in the zoning standards that issues at 1,000 square foot minimum lot area per dwelling unit.
I still don't get it, but I'm good.
Yeah.
You know.
Going back to the 5 waivers, so we understand 1, right?
Commissioner Legaspi, I think Ms. Ortega is calculating to answer Commissioner Saikali's question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. If you can just give us a moment. Thank you.
Okay.
You guys have taken notes on all the suggestions and so forth?
Yes, while we're waiting, I can recap. Open, starting from the beginning, open Dollison Studebaker, close Crossdale, make a dead end, streetlight at Studebaker and Cecilia, reduce speeds on Fairford, reduce units by 2 units, adding 5 spaces, potentially reduce the condition that limits 8 hours and guest parking to 5 or 6, fence assistance for the church, amend condition number 7 to add the word construction permit to ensure that there's a staging plan for construction and demolition, and keep condition number 10, which states the limited construction hours per the current Downey Municipal Code that was recently updated.
What was said about the rear setback, did we address that? I thought we did. No? The 9, from 40, what is it, 46 to 9?
If I can get clarification from the commission, what is the desire of the commission regarding the setback, then I can make note of that.
Okay, I don't think 9 is enough. What do you all think?
Well, again, when you put it down to 9 feet, you're too close to the other neighbors. Are we going from 46 to 9? That's a substantial
That's
amount of
substantial.
difference.
Agreed.
I think Ms. Ortega had clarified that unit number 1 on the northwest corner is the one on the west side that is, that needs the, and I'm not sure if it's just, I was trying to get clarification how many units, but I know at least unit 1 needs that waiver. So
Only
again,
one?
Could you go to that building one again?
Yeah, again, I want to give Ms. Ortega the benefit of being able to, she is the project planner for this, so we did want to give her the time to be able to answer the other question from
Absolutely.
Psychology.
It might be as many as 4 or 5, I'm not sure.
Ms. Ortega, you've done a great job, so we're sorry that.
Yeah. A little bit.
We're getting closer, folks. We're getting closer.
If I can clarify the fifth waiver is regarding reducing the dimension line required for green space to be counted as usable open space. During the public hearing, the applicant clarified that although it's shown on the table the way it is, 10 by 10 to 5.6 2 by 5.6, the applicant confirmed that it's really one. They only need one side of that open space. How do I describe this? Maybe it's late here. One side would be, the area would be calculated so that if it's 10 by 20, only, sorry, no, that's a bad example, 8 by 20, only one side of the area would need the reduction, but by and large, it sounds like the rest of the open space does meet the dimension. So that is the waiver that's being requested for usable open space.
I think she mentioned that reducing from 10 by 10 is going to go to 10 by 5. 50 square feet instead of 100 square feet.
So an example of 10 by 5, because the minimum dimension is 10 by 10, the 10 would meet it. The 5 would be benefiting from the waiver.
Okay, makes sense.
So actually, it's kind of like a little bit misleading because the area is not going to be 5 by 5. 5.
Correct. I think that was clarified
5 and a
during
half by
the
5 and a
public
half is
hearing,
gonna
that
be-
the way it was presented was not maybe as user-friendly, but again, I think through the explanation, that was the intent, and yeah. And as we're waiting for the dimension, and maybe the city attorney can provide additional context, when, and this was addressed in the staff report, when evaluating waivers per state density bonus law, state density bonus law is codified in the California Government Code. Waivers, by and large, must be granted, and if they're not granted, the city and the Planning Commission, during its deliberation and issuing findings, must determine that not issuing the waiver is necessary in order to avoid an adverse impact to the public health and safety. And the Government Code says unavoidable impact of public health or safety for where there is no feasible mitigation. So, again, from a state standpoint and compliance, there is a high bar for making that. So I think we would just ask the commission to provide findings if there is a waiver that's not going to be granted, so we can make the appropriate findings.
Yeah, I would just chime in to Director Retrone's comment that there's very limited grounds for denying waivers, and the finding that she enumerated, that is adverse impacts on public health and safety or historic resources, need to be made as a basis to deny any waiver that the applicant is otherwise entitled to under the state density bonus law.
Please know this when you're voting for people in Sacramento. Basically, what the staff keeps telling us and what they're bringing up now, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. That's what's sad. So some of those houses, whatever house you live on, that one thing, on Crossdale, you're gonna have people living 9 feet from you, a 3-story condo right next to you, 3 stories, 9 feet away. And we can't do anything about it from what our city attorney and so forth just told us. Just remember that.
Well, just as a point of clarification, Commissioner Guerra, that you may be right in terms of the ability to restrict these waivers, but there are grounds to deny them. As Irma said, and I concur, the grounds are just limited, and certain findings need to be made in order to deny those waivers. But I understand your point, and I think that the commission and the public do as well. But the point is that the grounds for denying them are just very narrow.
It's frustrating. Yeah. Frustrating, yeah. Thank you for helping me get up. I fell in front of her house.
I think so too. Yeah. It's gotta be done.
Okay, so what are we doing, Madam
We're
Chair?
waiting on
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lindsay to give us that number. She's calculating.
And would it do us any good, regardless of what we calculate?
I don't think it's going to.
I mean, we're tied up here with the waivers. We have to have a reasonable explanation, safety issues, and then we're mandated by the state. So why are we deliberating for all this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I just like, from one side, we need to hear it from the public, which we heard. They have great concerns, and I agree with them. At the same time, we have mandated by the state to do this, so we don't listen to the people, we listen to the state. If we listen to the state, we don't listen to the people. So it's like catch-22.
It is.
So what's the, and I think I know, but maybe Mr. City Attorney or, so what's the worst-case scenario if we voted no on this whole project? I mean, besides if we're losing housing and the whole thing, I just want you to tell me, and I know what the answer is. So they could force it down our throats and make it a better, more condensed project.
That's potential.
Right.
But, I would also say that the actions of the Planning Commission are also appealable as well, as we always announce at the end of the meetings.
Right,
That
the
is
applicant
appealable
can
to the City
appeal
Council.
to the city council, correct.
Right, yeah, no, of course, they have the ultimate on that.
And the city council could vote on it, overriding whatever we did.
Commissioner Guerra?
Yes, ma'am.
So the answer's a little complex. It depends on how we're looking at the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. So if we're looking at it, so when staff reviewed this, we were analyzing it based on the condominium space and we're subtracting out the common area. If we were to look at it based on 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit for the lot area, they would be allowed to construct up to 267 units. So it would be an increase. So it really depends on the way that we're interpreting it. Staff is interpreting it based on the condominium lots at this time. It could be possible that we would remove this waiver to eliminate the need for that because they would be meeting it if we were looking at the entire area.
Okay. Thank you for the not fun information. So it's not your fault.
All right, what is the pleasure of our planning commission? Do we want to make a motion?
I want to start with all those things that we read recommendations.
Have her repeat them?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm okay with all those recommendations.
Okay.
Ms. Irma, can you give us, you want to read them off? I'm going to put you on the spot now.
Yes, the list that I had, I'll recap, is open Dollison and Studebaker, close Crossdale, make dead end, street light at Studebaker and Cecilia, Fairford, reduce speed, reduce units by 2 units and add parking spaces equaling adding 5 spaces. Potentially revise the condition that limits the guests' parking to be used for up to 8 hours to potentially 5 or 6 hours. Assist the church with the fence. Amend condition of approval number 7, adding the word construction to the existing language of construction and demolition permit. The applicant shall provide a construction staging plan with all the items I listed earlier, which is already in condition number 7. Keep condition number 10, which restricts the construction hours per the recently adopted construction hours. And then I have a blank for setback, because I would need to hear from the commission what the desire is regarding the setback.
You want us to give you a number for that? How many feet?
Honestly, I just need to know more substance to what is the desire of the commission regarding the setback.
I just feel that, what was it, 9 feet?
9 feet.
I just feel that's just not enough. It needs to be more. I mean, it's 48 per code. Can we maybe come somewhere in the middle? In the 20 range?
I think
Sorry,
as
was
staff,
this-
I needed clarification, which units on the west side, specifically which unit numbers
Show us
are.
the plot.
Yes,
plan. It was
thank
building
you. I just
one-
didn't want to interrupt Ms. Ortega earlier, but yes, if we can bring up the site plan and we can specifically look at the unit numbers, and we might need staff
Yeah,
to
building
blow
one.
up the numbers so we can see them.
Oh,
They're blurred in this one, so we can,
Building 12 and 11.
because the commission needs to know which units we're talking about.
Which units for, so unit 1, which is, oops, what'd I do? Unit 1, right over in the top left-hand corner, this unit is 9 feet away from the property line. I'll point over here. Buildings 4 and 5, which are units 37, 38, 39, and 40 are all 30, 20, 10, 30 feet, 34 feet from the property line. And units along building 14, so all of those units are set back 55 feet from the property line. So units along building 14 are in compliance with the zoning code requirements. Units 4 and 5 would need about 10 feet more to be in compliance, and and building 1 is down to just a 9-foot setback from the
So
property.
12 and 11 are only 9 feet too? Building 12 and 11, right? Is that what you just said?
Building in 12 and 11 only require, they're in compliance, they only require a 10-foot setback from the southern property line. They're considered a side yard, and they are providing 10 feet 6 inches to the block wall.
And
Isn't
So-
building 1 the same angle? Isn't building 1 like the first unit on building 1? Isn't that the same direction as the one on building 12 and 11? In other words, side yard kind of thing?
So building 1 is 9 feet away, and buildings 12 and 11 along the southern property line, they're 10 and a half feet away from the property line.
You're saying we does it because of waivers, right?
No, so
The west property line is considered the rear yard, and the south property line is considered a side yard. So the side yard on the south side of the property requires 10 feet, which means buildings 11 and 12 comply with that setback. I think that's the difference.
Yes.
Okay, they're still looking into my backyard, no matter where you live there.
And building 8 is the same as 11 and 12?
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like it, right?
On the
Yes,
south side, right?
that is correct.
Okay.
So,
The difference between the southern versus the west property line is the west property line does abut directly to rear yards on the abutting properties, whereas along the southern property line, those are side yards as well as Elmcroft and Dahlwood, which are street frontages. And so there are no units along that area. So that's the difference in terms of the type of impact versus the single-family homes that are abutting rear yards along the west property line.
just FYI, I did a little bit of calculation, quick calculation. To maintain the 360 parking spaces as compared to 330, at an average 162 square feet per parking space, then they would lose 6 units. That's using 822 square feet as a floor plan or size. So they would lose 6 units.
Yeah, Commissioners, I think at this point during deliberation, staff is not going to be able to confirm with certainty some of these calculations. I think prioritizing the topics of the commission is important for staff, and then allowing staff to then conduct our due diligence to make sure that we're being precise and not providing incorrect information using our phone calculators and not having our regular tools of able to scale items. Again, I don't want to provide incorrect information in the spirit of trying to be helpful. We want to be helpful. That's what we're here for. So again, if we want to, if the commission wants to provide general direction to staff, so then we can then, with the continuance, that time, then work on those priorities and come back with options. I think that's what we would, as staff, recommend happen. But again, it's a desire of the commission.
How do we come up with 2 units less?
I think that is part of the continuance. In working in public service for,
Yeah, we have that.
you know,
We have
that
2 years.
that is the continuance option is what allows staff then to site plan, if you will. It's not a verb, but site plan, look at options, and it's really not staff's role to decide which units. Sometimes the commission can provide inputs on preference, but again, like I mentioned earlier, it does require the concurrence of the applicant to be desirous to make modifications to the site plan to achieve the commission's vision of the changes that are being desired. So again, I think what the applicant was saying earlier is that she wanted to hear what the priorities of the commission were. And then again, if it's a continuance, then staff would then work with the applicant to see what those site plan changes would look like and present them back to the commission if that is an option.
So we didn't come up with anything crazy. I mean, everything there is normal, that's within compliance with the law. If they're going to get rid of 2 units, get rid of one on building 1 that faces over somebody's backyard. It's only 9 feet, 3 stories high. But I don't think any of these things are unreasonable. So you're suggesting that we postpone this?
I'm not suggesting. I think our recommendation is in the package, a recommendation of approval. Again, there's modifications. I'm saying if there is a continuance for the purpose of achieving all the items that I listed earlier from the commission, then staff would be using that continuance time to work with the applicant to change the site plan if they're desirous of that, and present it back and explore offsite improvements and bring that back to the commission. As far as
But we can vote on it based on these changes that we want.
At staff level, you can provide direction to staff of what you want us to explore. During that time, we would be assessing what the nexus is for some of these items, and if we need to conduct additional studies to be able to achieve the, what is triggering the need for some of these offsite improvements. We would be using the continuance time to work through all that internally as staff with Public Works and the applicant.
I have a question. Director, would it be appropriate at this point, we have a list of 7, 8 items approximately. Would it be appropriate to ask the applicant if any of those are deal killers?
That is what the applicant has discussed with the commission earlier today. Again, staff's role is to support the commission, but in the end, that's why I wanted the commission to be clearly aware. If you wanted to deliberate and speak about specific site plan modifications and offsite improvements, staff can only take that far. We cannot mandate an applicant to change their project. This is a discretionary process, and the commission is the appropriate body to request modifications. But again, if they're not code-related and if they're not warranted through a traffic analysis, staff cannot impose changes. The applicant can be amenable to incorporating suggestions that are not code-triggered or triggered by an analysis. And I think these topics are in that bucket of additional study, and again, whether or not the applicant is amenable to making changes. So if the commission wants to, if the commission
On the applicant, which one of these suggestions that you read down that we were talking about would have to go back to the applicant and say, they don't have a say on the traffic light, they don't have a say on opening up the street, they don't have a say on the Clydesdale thing on there. What part would the applicant say, no, we don't want that?
I think at this point, I'll have our Director of Public Works address the offsite improvements that are being considered as potential options to discuss with the applicant about implementing or potentially imposing. If I can give it to Mr. Baumgartner, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your question. So when looking at those two particular suggestions on opening up and making a right turn onto Studebaker, opening up that area, we would have to dialogue with Caltrans. Caltrans operates that intersection, and we can't just go in and study that and make changes on it. We would have to work through Caltrans, and that would be a fairly lengthy process.
Can I ask you something? We actually put those in. We didn't have to check with Caltrans, because we closed off the street to make it amenable to
If we're going to open it back up, we would have to work with Caltrans.
All right, well, then that's different.
Absolutely. The other thing is the intersection at Cecilia and Studebaker, half of it is owned by the city of Downey and half of it is owned by Norwalk. Okay. So we couldn't just study that and do it in a vacuum. We would have to do that along with it, and it would have to be warranted. So again, there's two parties that we're working with in both situations that we can't get away from. So,
Mr. Baumgartner, if you can address costs. If something is warranted, then how are the costs? And if they're not warranted, then what happens with implementation cost of any improvements?
So the cost for putting in a street signal is typically we budget about $500,000.
Who is responsible for that cost?
In this case here, I mean, the city would be responsible for that cost because there'd have to be a nexus between this project and saying that, all of those trips are being added to that intersection, and that's the reason why we have to add a signal there. But we would have to be able to show a nexus there through a traffic study.
And sir, you don't see that possible?
Based on my review of the intersection, I'll use the intersection at Cecilia and Studebaker. Thank you. The data would not, just kind of like my my understanding of like kind of the typical data, the volume running through that intersection, things like that, it wouldn't be, a traffic signal wouldn't be warranted. There's a number of warrants that have to be met. You have to have a certain number of collisions in the last 12 months. You have to have, and you have to have a certain volume running through that intersection to warrant that. And we would have to study that.
But we're going to have volume. It may not have it now, but it's going to have it when you got 150 units.
That would not rise to the warrant of adding a traffic signal.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So it doesn't
Can
look
we
good.
can Mr. Baumgartner also address the closing out Crossdale, making it a dead end?
Again, it would have to be warranted based on, our traffic study and taking a look at the data there. I think right now, the number of additional trips running through there would not warrant closing that off, because our study showed that there were about 454 trips is the volume on Crossdale, and that was over a 7-day period, collecting data over a 7-day period. A local street is designed and considered appropriate up to 1,000 trips per day. We're not adding 500 additional trips to that. And that even wouldn't be the warrant for adding, closing off that street there, so.
And the last one is
The only thing that we're adding 200 cars on there, and there's no other way to get out because you can't go left on Studebaker. So you have to turn left on Clydesdale because you're the only one going out. You can't go out on Fair. You can turn right. So it doesn't make any sense to me. And these poor people 5 years from now, when the thing is there, oops,
right.
It's all this crazy traffic. It just doesn't make any sense. But I don't understand how going through a residential, and that's a nice tight-knit neighborhood. The houses are there, they're all well-maintained, and they're, so we're going to add all those cars going down Crossdale to Cecilia, and it just, I don't understand. I guess I'm not an engineer, and I respect it.
I just want to say that the trip distribution that's shown from the study does not show that all of those cars would be going in that direction. Majority of the cars would not be heading towards that street.
Okay.
Chair, if I may also have Mr. Baumgartner also address the other topic brought up by the commission, which is Fairford implement speed reduction measures, which I think are called traffic calming measures.
Yeah, I mean,
Can I go back on the last point on there? And I apologize on there, but I understand maybe going out, but you're telling me if I'm coming in from Studebaker, I have bought one of those condos, and I turn right on Cecilia, that I'm going to go all the way to Fairford to go up, or I'm going to cross Crossdale where I don't have to go 5 extra blocks. I mean, I'm just looking at this.
Right, but that doesn't show, the trip distribution shows that the majority of the traffic is not going to be heading in that direction.
Okay, it's not coming up Studebaker.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Oh, and then in terms of the studying Fairford and seeing if there's any traffic improvements needed there, again, that would be done by collecting data and the potential things that could be added onto Fairford would be stop signs or speed humps. Those would be basically the traffic mitigation measures that you could add on Fairford. If that's again, it has to be warranted based on the study of that.
Is it currently warranted?
It's not currently, yes, it's not currently warranted at this time. No.
But the condition that's been placed on the staff report would then do what?
Is we're going to collect data on Dollison, Fairford, Cecilia, and Crossdale. And we'll do that over a 7-day period, just like we did recently. And we will look at that data and share that with the applicant.
So then if it's warranted at that time, then the developer would implement traffic calming measures after the project is built.
After a period of time, yes.
Okay. Have we asked and answered all of our questions? Do we want to make a motion?
I don't know what the motion would be. I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, she's telling us, they're telling us, none of the things that we thought would be helpful can be implemented. I don't want to make a motion. Somebody else make a motion, because I think all those things that we brought up should be brought up, and that should be part of the motion. But if he's saying we can't do it, then I'm not making a motion. I'm just not. It doesn't make
Yeah,
any
I don't feel comfortable making a motion either.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Did I get my answer regarding how many units can the developer would build based on 1,000 square feet instead of 822? I think you mentioned something, but I can't remember what that number was. How many units can the developer put in if we maintain the 1,000 square foot floor plan instead of 822 square feet? If you can't have an answer, well,
Based on staff's discussion right now, we're determining that it's likely that the waiver is not required. If we were to mandate the 1,000 square feet per unit, they would be able to have 267 units on the site.
Commissioner, sorry, Vice
no,
Chair.
it's the other way around. If I'm maintaining the square foot, right now they're putting 145 units, base 822 square feet for each, plus or minus. If we maintain 1,000 square feet, it should be less than 145, right?
Should be.
No, so it was an interpretation of the way that the development standards should be interpreted. I think that would be something, if the item were to be continued, we would discuss further and clarify in the next hearing. But it depends on the interpretation. So the way that we're looking at it right now by discussing amongst us, it is looking like a waiver is not necessary for this project, for the 1,000 square foot requirement. I believe that I would have to do the calculation again, but I think it's closer to 1,300 square feet per unit based on including the common space area, rather than just calculating it based on the individual condominium air rights space.
And then as a follow-up, if staff could get some clarity on the intent of that question, are you trying to arrive at a total number of units to be less than the 145? Is that the intent?
Well, right now, we're saying 2 less than 145.
Mm-hmm.
2 is an arbitrary number. You know, we need to have some kind of valid reason why we went down to 2. Why not 4? Why not 5?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We understand that the more we deduct from these units, the less appealing to the developer. And I'm trying to get away from that. I want to make sure that what they're developing is the proper size, but also following our DMC.
Understood. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, seeing that, okay, go
With
ahead,
that
Irma.
comment, if the commission is, Vice Chair Saikali is looking how to translate his concern and comment into a tangible action item for staff, it would be to direct staff to explore how many units would be attainable if that waiver was not granted.
Correct.
That would be the direction that would be provided to
Yes.
staff if that was the desire of the commission. And again, repeat myself, but all this really depends on whether an applicant is desirous of making changes.
No, we get that.
Correct.
Sure.
So if I can just summarize what we've just done or not done, is we can't formulate a motion to approve this the way it's presented to us. So then, would it be possible to someone to propose a motion to deny it? It would allow the applicant then to talk to city staff and try to come up with another plan. Is that a possibility?
a decision to deny the project, and if that was the vote of the commission, that would then be a final decision of the planning commission. There wouldn't be a continuance to explore other options. That would mean
You're right.
that the applicant then has the ability, and anyone really has the ability to appeal planning commission's decision within 15 days to the city council. And then if that were to happen, the city council staff would then prepare a staff report with the analysis of the planning commission and the recommendation to deny, and then it would be a public hearing before the city council, notification to, per the municipal code, to the affected property owners, and then we would, city council would hold a public hearing to consider the appeal if that were to be filed by the applicant, and then the city council's decision would be final, whatever that would be, whatever decision, the city council's decision.
Okay, absolutely correct. I forgot that, yes.
Yeah, just to interject, the vehicle for any further discussion about this project with city staff would be a continuance. A denial would be a final action by the Planning Commission, subject to appeal with the same protocols Director Ritrone just discussed or just described. And that's all driven by our code.
Okay. So can we make a motion to continue this discussion for another time?
Yes, in general, but as Director Ritrone has pointed out, it somewhat depends on whether the applicant is amenable, at least nominally, to consider some of the changes that the Planning Commission has been discussing and deliberating. I mean, practically speaking.
Well, it appears that we need more information. Right now, we're relying on what we have in front of us, and we need to rely on some of the information staff is going to give us so we can make a better decision and better informed decision. Taking down from 145 to 143 units arbitrarily is not a good reason. Let's see what kind of information can we get from staff, continue this another 2 weeks, and then we have more information and we can make a better decision.
I just want to be clear that staff, during that time, if there was a continuance, staff, the item before you meets the development standards and meets the criteria for density, state density bonus law waivers. Staff would need the applicant to be amenable to reducing the density. Commission could direct staff to work with the applicant and not consider the waiver of lot size to determine if there is a reduction of unit size. But it is not at staff's discretion to arbitrarily mandate a reduction of units of the applicant. That would be for the commission to direct staff reasons why, and I think Vice Chair Saikali, you're trying to get to that, but I think that's difficult to staff to advise you because the advice of staff is the staff recommendation before you. It meets the development code and it meets the criteria for state density bonus law. So the applicant does have a viable project meeting what guides staff. Staff has guided DMC and state density bonus law, but then it's a discretionary action, so then that is before the commission now. So again, I want to be candid about staff's role in what your request is.
Thank you, I clearly understand. Can we go back to that slide where the waivers are, please? On the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, is that mandated by the density to go from 1,822 square feet?
I'm sorry, say that again. Which one are you referring to?
The first waiver.
Okay.
And a minimum lot from 1,822 feet, is that required by a density by the state?
No, that specific numeric, the square footage is not mandated, but the option to request any waiver at any metric is allowed by state density bonus law, and there is no high bar for staff to analyze whether or not that waiver should be granted. And that's why our recommendation is to approve it with the waivers. Because staff does not have discretion to question whether waivers should be granted. State density bonus law says, grant them city, you better have a really good excuse, and I mentioned earlier regarding health and safety, and then this body would need to make those findings. Staff does not, in our analysis, did not identify any material information to deny those waivers, which is why we're recommending that the commission grant these waivers. We don't see that there's a reason, health and safety, based on that. That doesn't mean the commission can't have your own information that you direct staff to look into.
And Chair Uva and Commission, if I could also clarify for the state law for waivers, the applicant could propose or request waivers for any physical standard that's preventing the applicant from doing the density that's allowed on site. So because this standard is a physical objective standard, they could ask for a waiver without the discretion of staff to make that determination. It's just allowed by state law.
Back to state law.
For context, the applicant could also request additional waivers. And again, this waiver option is opened because the applicant is providing affordable housing units, which is codified. Not only state density bonus law says if you're providing affordable, but for Downey, Downey has an adopted inclusionary housing ordinance that mandates these affordable units. So the applicant is meeting the criteria of the state density bonus law to provide the affordable units, and is also meeting the city's requirement that affordable housing units be included for development projects over 10 units.
The only problem with any of this is that the residents don't want it. And you know, we just keep making exceptions.
Yeah, and as director, I just want to be clear, I'm not dismissing the public's,
I'm not blaming
just
you at all.
saying, yeah.
I'm
just
frustrated, but I'm not blaming
Understood.
you at all.
Mutually, I think we want to be of the greatest assistance to the commission to deliberate. And
These people here have been here since 6:30, and they're still here because that's how much they care. We had 29 speakers, and now I don't even know what we're doing anymore.
And I see the frustration in their faces.
Yeah.
Director, removing the, if I may ask, removing the items that Public Works discuss, and obviously they don't seem feasible, what are the items that are left?
yes, thank you. I can recap, and I may need help from staff on the setback unit. So if you can look at that. So the first item that I have after is reduce the unit count by 2, reducing down to 1. Somebody help me with math. So I'm almost at midnight. 143. I can do basic math, I promise. Reduce units by 2, which result in 142. Which would result in adding parking spaces that would total 5. The next one is reduce the condition that limits the guest parking to be used up to 8 hours to potentially 5 or 6 hours. Provide assistance.
Excuse me. Can I amend that last statement?
That's commission. That's I'm only repeating what the commission has said. So that would be for deliberation with the commission.
I want to amend your statement to state 5 to 6 hours, excluding holidays.
I would defer to the chair to facilitate that discussion with the commission to, if there is a consensus. I'm just repeating the commission. Again, I don't want to blur. I'm not making this recommendation.
You're just repeating ours, yes. Okay, so what else?
Again, what I had earlier was to reduce 8 to another number of hours, to provide assistance to the church for fence, amend condition of approval number 7 to add the word construction to construction and demolition permit, that a staging plan shall be provided per the existing language to address noise, construction, staging, et cetera, and that it would be approved by city departments before being implemented. And then keep condition number 10, which is limiting construction hours when adjacent to residential per the city's recently modified and updated construction hours schedule. And then the last one is, I still haven't gotten back to understand what the commission is asking, is about setbacks. It was clarified during deliberation that unit 1 is at 9 feet setback on the rear, and units 37, 38, 39, and 40 are also on the west side are at 34 feet, and that would be 9 feet and 34 feet instead of the required 48 feet. Yes, and I'm going to ask Mr. Ortega to clarify that one.
Just a point of clarification. The application currently, the setbacks that we're providing and that that the project is adhering to, 10 additional feet technically should be added to that because the property line is technically 10 feet beyond the existing 9-foot wall that goes into what currently the single-family homeowners are utilizing as their backyard rear space. Part of that application, which the applicant would submit at a later date, would include lot line adjustments to then realign the property line to have to be currently consistent with the 9-foot existing wall. So technically speaking, where we are citing that there is a 9-foot setback to building 1, if we were to look at the true property line, it's a 19-foot setback, but once the lot line adjustment is adjusted, it would be a 9-foot setback from ultimate property line. So I just wanted to make that clarification. So it's 9 feet from building 1. Buildings 4 and 5 is a 40-foot setback to the ultimate property line, so to speak. So to that 9 existing block wall, 9-foot existing block wall, or 50 feet to the actual property line. And then I know I'm confusing everyone. And then the building 14 is 50 feet and plus the additional 10, so 60. So that does comply currently with the required rear yard setback of 46 feet. However, once the lot lines are adjusted, the ultimate property line setback would be what I had been indicating of 9 feet and 40 feet, which are not compliant and require a waiver.
If I may ask the chair if you need additional clarification on the setback, that you provide us a short recess so that we can meet, I can meet with staff and we can get clarification on the setback.
I don't believe we need a recess.
Okay.
I think we're okay. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that if you need additional.
Correct, right? Yeah.
I do have a clarification question regarding the fence by the church. Where are we going to put the fence?
That's for the deliberation of the commission to.
Okay. We mentioned something, putting the fence by the church. Are we talking about the east side and the south side, or what?
Their parking lot.
Yeah,
Their parking
all
lot.
the way around.
To close off their
Yeah.
parking lot.
Okay. Then we're talking about 9-foot fence
Whatever
to
the
match the
pastor
wall?
wants. No, just to
Or
keep cars out.
do we need to have that
Just to keep-
high?
It's just to keep cars out. So
Oh.
all the parking, it was all the parking for the church, people wouldn't be taking it by the overflow of traffic there.
Yeah.
So you don't need a defense.
No, I mean, the way it's looking, you don't need a fence except where it's opening, if that's the
Well,
case.
wherever it goes into the parking lot,
Yeah.
for both.
Through the
There's two
chair,
entrances. There's one
through the
on
chair,
the
if I may, on the based on what I've heard, I could summarize it as provide assistance to the church for the purposes of achieving installation of perimeter fencing per the Downey Municipal Code.
And do you mean, can we clarify financial assistance? Because that's how I asked for it.
I can add that word to the summary.
Could we add the word aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood?
We would ask for additional more specificity on that if there's a desire in a certain material.
Let's make it nice for them, at least.
If there's a certain material that the commission would like to add to this, I can add it.
I don't care. I just want it to look nice.
Okay, so how many items is that, Irma?
That we have left.
Yeah.
That's 5 items. It's, I'm sorry, 6 items. It's reduce units by 2, resulting in 142, add parking spaces, adding 5.
I'm sorry, Director, we don't, 143.
It should be 3, yeah.
143, I can't read my writing. Reduce the units by 2, reducing now to 143, add parking spaces resulting in 5 additional guest parking spaces, reduce the limit on the guest parking hours to the desire of the commission, provide financial assistance to the church for the purposes of installing perimeter fencing at the heights allowable by the Downey Municipal Code, amend condition number 7, this is 1, 2, 3. 4 is amend condition number 7 to add the word construction. 5 is to keep condition number 10 regarding hours and days of construction. And 6 is regarding the setback.
Correct, okay. Okay, so I go back to my question. Do we want to make a motion? What is the pleasure of the Planning Commission?
And I would ask for the 6th item regarding the setback. Staff still needs additional clarification from the commission of what is the desire of the commission regarding the setback in the units.
So the setback would be the only one you still have a question about?
Yeah, we don't quite know how to articulate the desire of the commission regarding the setback.
Well, I would say for that building number 1 that only has the 9 feet, I think I'm okay with the other ones. They're way more than 9, so we just need to come up with a number for that building number 1, how many feet we would want that setback to be.
What is the setback on building 4 and 5? Do we know what is that setback for building 4 and 5?
Between 4 and 5. Sorry, between 4 and, from buildings 4 and 5 from the west property line, it is 40 feet.
40 feet?
Oh, wow, okay.
How many?
40 feet.
40.
And the setback for building 1 is 9 feet?
Yes.
Huge.
You know, might be a silly question. Why is one 40 feet, the other one's 9? Is that because it's not a fire truck route?
So,
We need staff to be at
This
the
unit, building 1, is set back from right here by 9 feet. Building 4 is set back from this property line here, 40 feet. So there is a fire access road that contributes to that 26 feet, providing additional setback.
Yeah.
The landscape buffer here is 4 feet wide. And then so 26 and 4, and then there's a 10 feet right here where that drive access is into the garage, so which totals the 40 feet.
If I can ask Ms. Ortega, if the unit number 1 was eliminated, what would be the measurement from unit 2 at building 1 to the property line?
That might solve it.
I would have to verify looking at the floor
If staff
plan.
can look up, it would be 9 plus the width of the south frontage of unit 1 in building 1.
Yeah, and that might solve the problem.
If the commission, while we wait for that number to be provided by staff, if the commission wanted to direct staff to if it's a desire of the commission to work with the applicant to potentially eliminate unit 1 as one of the 2 units, and explore how many parking spaces could be achieved. Again, there's no guarantees from a site planning and turnaround perspective that we would need to work with the applicant and their design team to see how many spaces guest parking spaces would fit if unit 1 was eliminated.
Commissioner, just to give a rough estimate, so that unit is a 2-car garage, which is about 20 feet wide, plus the 9, that's about 30 feet. So that would be the setback from the property line to the next unit, not including unit 1.
So regardless which way the developer wants to change this setback or reducing the units from 145 to 143, I believe that the setback at 9 feet is too short. We make it 29 feet.
To remove that one unit would accomplish that goal.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we squeeze in some parking there too? A couple of parking spots?
Oh.
You could. Good point, you could.
Yeah. Again, staff does recommend that as you're considering the deliberation process, that you do seek input from the applicant. And at this point, staff would recommend that you give the applicant the possibility of providing feedback on the desires of the commission. Again, the continuance is only going to be fruitful for staff if there's concurrence on making these site plan changes.
Okay, I totally agree with that. We will reopen the public hearing, and if Luisa wants to come up and talk to us about these 6 items.
Chair Uva, do you want to take a pause? We didn't lose, but we have one commissioner, so if we want to, I want to make, this is a critical point in the deliberation process, so I want to make sure.
I think just maybe a 5-minute at the most break, if that's okay, so if anybody needs to use the restroom, including myself. If everyone could take their seats. And did I reopen the public hearing, or we didn't get to that yet? I will now reopen the public hearing.
Thank you, guys, and I appreciate your deliberation amongst yourselves and the points you made. Coming back to you guys with the 6 items, so obviously, as I previously discussed, open to explore we'll start with the easy ones. The adjustments on the conditions of approval 7 and 10, that's not a problem on that language. I know that there was some specificity you guys want to add around the guest parking hours and maybe amending to allow not applicable on holidays. That's fine. As I mentioned, we're open to working with the church to provide some kind of vehicular fencing at the driveway entries. To Commissioner Guerrera's point, it doesn't necessarily need to be overly extensive, especially with his comments about talking about the connection to the community and wanting to have that open and fluidity. We would be looking at more of a vehicular barrier across the driveways of that kind of fencing, not necessarily full perimeter fencing, since it sounds like they really do like being open to the community there. For the conversation around unit loss, guest parking, and setbacks, I'm kind of putting them all together just because they go hand in hand. And my initial idea of where, units could be lost to pick up 5 spaces, you have to find efficient curb space for that, to put it simply. I think that the concerns I heard around the setback at building 1 and this edge here, losing that unit is doable as one of the 2 units to reduce. It wasn't what I was initially thinking. The conversation around adding a specific setback dimension there, I would request that language, I would request that maybe the condition is adjusted to specify losing that unit, not specifying a setback dimension, just since we don't have the technical number in there. As Abraham said, the garage is 20 feet, but the unit itself is a little narrower, so the setback isn't consistent along there if you were to lose that unit. To that point, where another unit gets lost with those 2, that kind of what we can absorb, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that we would be able to capture 5 spaces. So I would request that condition potentially be written of losing 2 units and adding up to 5 spaces for that flexibility. I'm not necessarily looking to need additional waivers or anything like that to try to capture a full 5 spaces based on those things. So that would be my request back to the commission tonight with, yes, we can lose 2 units. Yes, we can increase the setback at building 1 by losing that first unit, not necessarily specifying an exact dimension, and then amending the language of saying adding up to 5 spaces.
Okay.
We will look to add as many as we can. I will say that, but not having drawings in front of me. If you guys are okay with that tonight, obviously, would love to get it approved tonight, but if required, continuing to a date of maybe August 19th, if you want to be able to see the plans, that's acceptable as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to ask her any questions now that the public hearing is open?
I have a question. In the event you push that building 1 back to a 29 feet, whatever we recommend, what would you put there?
So it would end up just being additional open space, and we'd probably, where the garage is, look to add 2 guest spaces there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I see no other questions, so I will close the public hearing. All right, what is the pleasure of the Planning Commission? Are you ready to make a motion?
So we have no traffic mitigation things mentioned at all?
None.
Not one? You know, that's why I'm so disappointed. I came here tonight to try to make the project better, and we haven't. I mean, 2 units, you know, I mean, for that one resident, it's better because it's a little bit, you know, from that. But yeah, this doesn't make any sense. It's not any better as a project. That's what's so disappointing. I keep asking, how can we make it better? And nobody has any answers. No, we have to just take what the state says and then listen to the NIMBY people. I don't have anything against the developer, and I was just telling him from Honda, by the way, car dealerships are what pay for our police and fire. Okay, car dealerships are the lifeblood of every municipality, and we love Honda World and all our car dealerships on there. So I'm not putting them down. They've been there for a long time on there, even before him, and then the movement and everything else. So it's a beautiful place. This is just, we didn't make it any better. We just didn't make it any better. I'm just disappointed. And those poor people, 5 years from now, they're going to say, oh, and we're telling them, oh, it's a good builder, and it's good this, and it's good. It's not good, but I'm disappointed. We did not make it any better. And nobody can give me an idea how to make it better, how to mitigate traffic. Nobody's given me any ideas. We can't do a stop. We can't do the close. We can't do this. We can't. You got to make it better. There's 200 cars coming in and out of there every day, and we're not saying anything about it. We're just, oh, this is the egress and this is the ingress. So anyways, I'm disappointed.
So one of the things, there's going to be a traffic study done. It was 6 months after the project.
On Fairfield only. On Fairfield Avenue only.
No, if I can have our Public Works Director, Mr. Baumgartner, clarify that condition and what the scope of the 6-month study would be.
So in 6 months, we would be studying Dollison, Fairford, Cecilia, and Crossdale.
After the units are.
Yeah, 6 months out. 6 months out.
So if they found some.
If we find data that's.
Then can we, at that point, revisit any of these suggestions about, you know, the signal or stop signs or making adjustments?
The study is in regards to potential traffic calming measures on those sections, on those streets.
How do you enforce that? So 6 months later, it's like, oh my gosh, it's just exactly what we talked about back in 2026. Then what do you do?
Well, it would be a condition in the approval that they then have to mitigate it, and the developer would have to do something.
That is correct.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
Is that right? Am I hearing that right from the city attorney? Is that right?
We lost you.
So we do the traffic study 5 years from now when the thing is done, and it's bad, just like we thought tonight is going to be bad. And then can we make the developer pay for the mitigation items of the traffic? Speed humps and everything.
There would have to be a reasonable nexus between, you know, what the study found and its causation, or whether the project is causing that.
Okay, so basically, see, that's what I'm saying, is there's no enforcement. We can say whatever we want, but there's no enforcement, and later on. So, okay, so we have no traffic calming thing, because the city can do that any project, anytime, through mitigation traffic. Oh my God.
Matt,
it's getting more and more frustrated every moment.
Matt, may I ask a question that kind of came up but really didn't? So the residents, if this does get approved, the residents on those streets, the Crossdale, Elmcroft, and Dalwood, and even Fairfoot, they could apply through Public Works for the preferential parking district, right? They have to meet a bunch of criteria.
They would have to meet a lot of criteria.
And it's
for that,
pretty hard to meet the criteria.
It is, yeah.
Mhm. You have to show that it's non-residents parking on your street. Yeah, okay.
So when this project, the people overflow, is going to go onto those streets, and there's absolutely nothing they can do about it.
Correct. I have the same problem on my street.
Commissioner Garrett, to your question before, the applicant could also agree to pay for those developments if they were found to be warranted by that 6-month traffic study as well.
So that would be like a condition of approval. We'd have to get them to agree to that.
6 months from every resident sold?
Yeah, it would be from the last sale.
Yeah,
Which,
okay.
yeah.
Well, I don't believe that, but okay.
Mhm.
I just don't.
Mhm.
So,
Commission, if I could clarify the condition for the traffic study after the 6 months, and that's condition 106. So the traffic study will be done 6 months after the final certificate of occupancy for the units, right? So the last unit built after 6 months, a study will be done by the applicant. That study should be submitted to the city for review to see if traffic calming measures are warranted.
So 6 months from the certificate of occupancy.
Correct.
So of 145 units, they've only sold 75. So that's not a fair picture.
No, we can
No?
clarify
Is
that
that-
condition. The intent of staff is after the project is fully occupied.
Correct.
And we can make that a clarification. The currently, condition 106, as Mr. Luna was saying, is 6 months after the issue. Actually, it says 6 months following the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, the developer shall at their own expense retain a licensed civil or traffic engineer to conduct a neighborhood traffic calming study for the following streets: Dollison, Cecilia, Fairford Avenue, Crossdale, and the study shall utilize, and it goes into technical language. If the study identifies warranted traffic calming measures, the developer shall at their sole expense design and implement all recommended improvements. The developer shall be responsible for submitting improvement plans to the city within 30 days after the study is accepted by the city, and shall complete the construction of those traffic calming measures within 60 days. And failure to complete it, well, we wouldn't anticipate that, but failure to do that would allow the city to implement those improvements and bill the developer for those costs. That's condition, yeah.
So the way I see it, we have two options. If we vote on this the way it is on there, or we vote no on it, then it goes to the city council. But either way, this is going to pass. That's the sad part.
It's going to pass, and we are mandated by the state to follow rules, whether we like it or not.
Yeah. Maybe let the council do it.
But it is crucial.
That's why they get to pay the big bucks. Sorry, Dorothy. So.
You know, we discussed this subject for the last 6 hours or so, maybe 5.5 hours. And really, we haven't achieved anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. We haven't done anything.
And the bottom line is, the residents who lives in that area is going to be paying for it.
Yep, thank you.
We tried. Somebody else will come in. You know, it's a no-win situation. Nonetheless, we want to make sure that the public understand, are aware of what we're trying to do here. And unfortunately, you know, we have to abide by the state law.
We tried to help, but I don't think it's going to work. I'm not in favor of it, I'll be very honest. I'm with the residents on this one. I'm not sure that I'm going to have anyone vote that way with me. I have a very strong feeling it will pass. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's how I'm probably. I'm going to let the city council do it.
Bring the scale down, that's all we're asking. Make it smaller, but find another developer if you have to. It's not rocket science.
Well, it's not up to us. It's up to the owner of the property to do that.
That's the sad part. It really is up to the owner of the property, and another developer still needs to pencil it out. And then the state can mandate 184 units instead of 145.
Right.
So there's all these different things. Again, that's why when you vote for people in Sacramento, we need to make sure we know that they're in our best interest. They passed this only a couple years ago. This is not in our best interest. They basically said, we're taking it away. And I've said it 4 times, and I'll say it again. This is all the state mandated. They're saying, you have to do this. We want more housing, and in some areas, they're making it high-rise on there. And they're saying, so the developer, and again, I don't want to criticize the developer. They have a brand, and they're good people and so forth. They need to maximize it, and their law is on their side. So I don't blame them at all. If to be honest with you, I'd rather have a good builder like them than shoddy builders that even do more. Because we can get another 40 units on there, maybe even worse. So that's the dilemma that we have right now, so. Yeah, it is ridiculous. Totally agree.
You know, just forgive me. This is the point at which the council is deliberating. The time for public comment is over, and so I would just remind everyone procedurally where we are. Thank you.
We're not elected.
We're not elected.
Officials. No,
We're
not
appointed.
elected officials. Yeah.
If I may make a comment. So we know we're state mandated, right, to build and to reach RENA numbers. We have staff that's recommending approval. The applicant has agreed to be flexible by reducing by 2 and a few other items. We know this is going to pass at city council. What are we gaining from just kicking the bucket in the future? I'm curious to my colleagues.
Nothing.
If that's the case, I mean,
Yeah, I think it would be beneficial for us if you make a motion. We don't want to depend on the city council if we cannot make a decision. Well, that's why they appointed us, to make these decisions.
I agree. They're going to look at this and say, this is why we appointed you folks to make this tough decision.
No, that's why they got elected.
Okay.
Not necessarily on there. So don't throw that one on us, okay? They got elected to make the tough decisions. We're here in their stead, and we got appointed to do that on there. But no, I'm not here to go against the residents for that. That's their job, so.
Fair enough.
Well, city council will get all the complaints once everything happens, so they're going to have to deal with it at some point, right?
That's right.
All right, Gil, does anybody want, I shouldn't point to anybody, does anybody want to make this motion? See, we can't come to a motion. That's where we're at. We're trying, but we just can't. I mean, if I did it, it would be to deny it. And I don't want to necessarily have to go there. If somebody wants to make a motion to approve it and then we go to vote, I'm fine with that.
Procedurally, I might just add that a decision by the Planning Commission in any respect would enable the applicant to take whatever the next step may be appropriate in their own view. And I would just interject that.
So is there a potential for the developer to remove all the amendments that we added? If the developer goes to the council?
I'm sorry, the question again, my apologies. I'm writing notes to get ready for the next step. What is the question, Vice Chair Saikali?
If we do not make any motion, we pass it on to the city council. Can the developer remove all these amendments, since we did not make any vote, to the council and stick
with the original?
To the original plan at 145 without any changes.
Commissioner Saikali, I could try to respond to that. So if my understanding is correct, if the commission is not taking is not amending the motion or amending any conditions of approval, and if the commission's decision tonight is to deny the project, then there are no amendments. The motion is denial. So then the applicant would be able to appeal that denial to the council, but there are no amendments to go along with or any recommendations from the Planning Commission at that point in time.
But Commissioner Cycli, the council will have all these minutes, so they can see what the conditions that we had requested and discussed. So it's their choosing, the council is the ultimate, they're choosing to do that. So it's not like they're not going to know what conditions we had asked for.
Okay. Call chair.
throw it back out. Does anybody want to make that motion?
Chair Uva, as a reminder, the staff's recommendation is to approve the project with the errata amendments and other amendments provided by staff, initiated by staff. For deliberation was for consideration were the items that the applicant came up again during the second public hearing and indicated she was amenable on behalf of Meritage Homes to achieve the commission's desire. If there was a motion to amend staff's recommendation with the commission's suggestions to work with the applicant, that could be a motion. I just wanted to make sure that those motions can be merged. The other option is, as you stated, deny the project. There's also no action means that this item then also moves to the city council for decision. Is that correct, city attorney? Yes.
Just give us a brief second to confirm that, please.
Okay.
It's still the same thing. None of us want to vote for it. None of them. Right? It'll still go to council. Let them do it. Yeah. This is for you. Oh, I need to. Trust me. Seriously. I am that good. Yeah.
You want more? I have another one.
No, I said I feel bad. I drank your water.
Oh, no, I have this. You're good. You're good. You're fine.
You have the list of the items that are.
Right here.
Can I take a look at what this is?
Yeah. Read my writing.
Commissioners, we just request a brief recess for some procedural clarification.
Yes? Okay, yeah, now I hear it. Okay, great, thank you. All right, I think our city attorney wants to make a statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Tonight, just for the record, I wanted to note that the Planning Commission is acting in its adjudicatory fashion in a what we call a quasi-judicial role in deciding this discretionary, this request for discretionary action before it. The applicant has put all the information that is necessary to make this decision before the council, and that information has been evaluated by staff, accompanied by a recommendation. The applicant, as a matter of process tonight, is entitled to some decision by the Planning Commission. The way I see it, there are three options with some nuances: approval, denial, or continuance. I think those have all been discussed in various respects by the Planning Commission, but those are the options tonight before the Planning Commission, given that the applicant has teed up this matter for a decision tonight, and it has been analyzed by staff. Staff has provided a recommendation, and at this point in time, the Planning Commission would be expected to deliberate upon that recommendation and make some or take some action on the item, so that the applicant can then take the next step that it may deem necessary.
Mr. City Attorney, I'm sorry, I disagree with you completely. You're telling us we have to make a decision, and nobody here wanted to make a decision. Maybe we will now because you kind of put your thumb on the scale, but there's no expectation that we have to do that on there to do exactly what you just said. So I disagree with you on that, and that's okay, but I just don't think that's the sound advice on there. If we don't do anything, it automatically goes to the city council. The applicant is a good applicant, and they've done all these things on there, but it seems like we don't want to make a decision because our hands are tied and we don't have enough information on certain other things. So go forth and do good and go to the city council and do it. But for you to tell us that we have to make a decision and that's the only way out, I don't agree with that. So I apologize, but I don't agree with you, sir.
Well, to your point, and thank you for your point, Commissioner Guerra, in the event of no action, there would be nothing to take to the city council. And for the city council to consider.
The applicant can request it to go to the city council at that point. They can.
The applicant can request that an action by the Planning Commission be appealed by the city council, but there will have been no decision for the council to consider on the merits, if you will.
But the staff can, working with the applicant can go to the city council on there, even though we haven't turned it down. But, you've already made your thing and kind of anyways, I don't agree with you, but that's okay. That's neither here or there.
Alternatively, if there is no action by the Planning Commission tonight, the applicant could come back as well, with the same or substantially the same package before the Planning Commission to seek a decision on the matter.
Or they could come back with a substantially changed plot plan and driving mitigation and traffic mitigation and safety items and so forth. They can come back with that too.
Yes, and they could also do that, as one suggestion, if a continuance were made and they were amenable, to considering those items as well.
Sir, Mr. City Attorney, can you confirm something for me, please? In the event that the Planning Commission approves this motion for the developer, I just want to confirm that the City Council may overturn our decision to deny. I'm assuming they can do that, right?
To answer your question, Vice Chair Sakali, the City Council can call up matters, can call up decisions or actions by the Planning Commission on their own. There is provision in our code for the council to do that.
Okay, so they can recall our decision. If we approve it, they can deny it.
When I say recall, they can call it up for review.
And what happens after that?
And they would undertake a review and can then revisit that decision if they like.
The council, in the old days, they didn't have that option. The council changed that a few years ago to purposely, any one of the council members can bring it up and appeal it to the council, the decision of the Planning Commission, because in the old days, they couldn't do that. So now it is allowable. They changed it, and that was before the current council here. But yeah. So they have that option.
That is one option. And finally, I would just add the bylaws of the Planning Commission also indicate the protocols for public hearings on discretionary items like this. And it does call for some action at the end of the public hearing by the Planning Commission, according to the bylaws.
Could you show me that, sir?
I could, sure.
I'd appreciate that.
Here we go. Just for a, it's a, showing Article 5, Section 2 here on conduct of hearings.
I'm sorry, I don't see that, but okay.
Okay, let's go back. Thank you, City Attorney Funk, for those great explanations.
Sir, to go back on this that you brought up, it doesn't mean that the action has to be one there, and taking no action is also an action. Okay, as you know that, so, but anyway, sorry.
Well,
I think in the context...
It doesn't say vote yes or vote no on it or take on there. It says that, and that's an action. So I'm just, okay, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you for
Go
your
ahead.
comment.
Madam Chairwoman, go ahead.
I would
ma'am.
just add, and I certainly don't want to dismiss any of the concerns, as Director Ritrone has said repeatedly, I feel the same way. In the context of the bylaws, I would just suggest that phrase means some affirmative action.
I wish it said that. Isn't that interesting?
Okay.
It's easy to say.
All right, so
I want to make another comment.
Sure.
So we do have options. Like City Attorney said, we have 3 options, and not to act, not to or approve or deny. I believe that if we deny, that would allow the residents to go to the city council and place their comments in front of the city council, just like they did tonight. And that would allow the city council to make a better decision based on what we discussed tonight. There's a potential, if we approve, city council, well, the planning commission approved it, let's approve it. Fine. I think what we need to do is basically come up with a decision, and I think what we need to do is deny this developer, not that we don't want the business, but for the sake of the public, so they can go to the city council and present their cases. And then the city council will review what they need to review from the public and from the developer. They'll make the decision based on that.
Just Vice Chair Uva, just a point of clarification that the staff's recommendation is to approve the project with conditions and amendments as stated and initiated by staff. Vice Chair Saikali's comment about denying the project, just point of clarification, staff has only prepared a resolution to approve the project. So if there is a motion to deny the project, staff would need to come back with another resolution at the next meeting with findings, and the commission's motion would need to include findings to provide staff direction of why the denial is being
So wait a second.
recommended.
So you're saying we
If I can-
only
if
vote
I can
one
finish-
way? No. You're
if I
saying
can
we can only
finish,
vote one
if
way.
the motion doesn't
If we want
pass-
to deny it, we can deny it.
If the
And you're
motion
saying we
doesn't
can't do
pass-
it tonight, right?
If the
Wow.
motion doesn't pass,
That's
then the
incredible
project
to me.
isn't denied. I'm not saying you need to.
You are.
I'm
You just said that. Right now, if we make a motion to deny,
You
you're
can't
saying
make
we
a motion
can't.
to deny. No,
You're
you
saying
can't.
we can't.
You can't, no,
Okay.
I misspoke, so call it.
Okay, thank you.
Call it
Thank
the 1:02 a.m. if I misspoke. The motion can be made. What I said is we have only prepared a resolution, so staff would need to come back with that resolution to deny, and that would include the findings of the commission made for that denial. Point of clarification. Again, I respect Mr. Guerra. Mr. Guerra and I spoke on the phone yesterday and today, and so if the time of the day is causing some of this challenges with communication, my apologies. I just wanted to clarify to the chair.
So if I may interject, the feeling I'm getting from the four of you is that you don't want this to go forward as stated. So why don't we make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, the staff's motion with the 6 items, and then let's take that to vote and see what happens. Are you guys okay with that? So staff has told us that they approve the project. We then came up with these 6 items that we'd like to see part of the project. Since no one is willing to make a motion, and we need to have, whether it's a motion to approve or deny, something needs to be done and voted on. Feedback.
Yeah. Chair Uva, if I understand correctly, and please correct me if I misunderstood Attorney Funk, we do have a third option, which is to continue the PO, and for future, perhaps the applicant could come back knowing the items that we've discussed and items that we have concerns about, including the 6 items that I think we already discussed and we have for the most part agreed on. Perhaps, let's just continue it. Let's get some sleep, come back for a future date, and let's hear it again.
But I feel that they told us the items that we want concerning all the traffic issues, that they're not able to accommodate that. So what will we accomplish by doing that?
Well, I think we're giving the applicant an opportunity to come back and one more time instead of denying it. We're not going to approve it. That's pretty clear. We don't have, there's not a 3 votes here on the dais. That's pretty clear. So we're not going to approve it. So that's out of the question. It's pretty clear. I don't think denying it is the right thing to do because, again, it's the state, the city, staff is recommending it. Why not give it some more time and everybody get some sleep and let's do it again?
I disagree with that. That's my opinion.
If we come back, we're going to be in the same predicament that we are right now. So you're wasting more time.
I would like to make a motion that we deny this and let the city council decide it.
I second that.
Yes.
Okay. So we have, are we okay?
That motion, as Director Retron normally or earlier stated, would ordinarily be some findings that the city staff could use to incorporate in a resolution denying the matter if that's what the council's vote or the commission's vote ultimately is.
Well, findings could be that it's not safe for the community. That's an easy finding. You know.
Not safe for the community.
Am I okay to go forward, or are you still?
Are there other? I know Commissioner Guerra has offered one finding. Are there other findings in the commission's purview that it would like incorporated, or that would need to be incorporated in a resolution denying the matter?
Well, I would think that all those items that we brought up that they said they couldn't do for us, the reducing the number of units more substantially, increasing the parking spaces, closing down Crossdale, putting a traffic light at Cecilia. I'm missing one. What was the other one?
Yeah, traffic mitigation.
The traffic mitigation, yeah. Oh, and the Dollison Studebaker, that was part of it too, making it a right turn only.
Chair Uva, can I ask you, as chair, to summarize the negative findings? It's not safe for the community. The next one is?
Okay, not safe for the community. A signal at Cecilia.
How is that a negative finding, that there isn't one there?
Yeah, yes, correct. That we want one there and it can't be done. opening Dollison at Studebaker and making it a right turn only.
How is that a negative finding? We need more specificity so we can draft it.
That we were requesting that and it was denied.
Traffic mitigation
Yeah, it's all about the traffic mitigation.
and safety.
And
One exit and the whole thing.
and making Crossdale a dead end, and that would just be for safety. And I think I got them all. Did I miss anything, guys?
We said all those things before.
Chair, would you also indicate at which meeting the Planning Commission would like to see this resolution come back, this resolution denying the matter? I believe at the next Planning Commission meeting will be held or is intended to be scheduled for Wednesday, August 5th.
Okay.
After that,
Is that enough time for staff?
Yes, we can prepare a resolution for
Okay.
that date.
Then I would recommend August 5th.
Okay, well, that's easy. I won't be here because there's an Army thing that night on there, but, because we haven't had a meeting in 2.5 months.
Right.
So when they asked me on that to speak, I said I would. So I won't be here on August the 5th. So if you want to make it 2 weeks later, we haven't had 2 meetings in a month and now for 4 months.
It could be a problem with only 4 commissioners here, so maybe that would be the appropriate action to go
That's
to
at the pleasure of the chair. The meetings are August 5th, August 19th.
Okay. Does anyone have a conflict with August 19th that they can't be here? Okay, let's do August 19th.
I'd also just add with respect to procedurally with respect to the resolution, at that point when it returns to the Planning Commission, it's really a matter of ratifying that resolution, if you will. The decision denying the matter has nominally been made or formally been made this evening, and the resolution would just serve to memorialize that. I just offer that as a point of information to the commissioner.
Got it. I'm not sure we're really accomplishing anything, but
To clarify, City Attorney, are we saying it might be a consent item because it's not going to be a public hearing at that agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
okay. Okay, are we okay? So I can move on with,
What day are we looking at? I'm sorry, what day was, just to clarify, what date did you wish for it to return? I believe
August 19th.
Okay.
Okay. Swati?
Sorry to
That's okay.
interrupt again. So August 19th or August 5th or whichever date, it would be a consent item only. There is no discussion. So then I guess the question would be, could it go on August 5th then if there is no consideration or further deliberation on the item?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. That's fine too. August 5th is fine then. Since there's no deliberation, there's no vote.
Is that the only thing you're going to have on the calendar that night?
Thank you for the question. We do have one item potentially ready to be placed on the August 5th
I'd sure
hearing.
appreciate it then if you could do it on the 19th, since we've already skipped a lot of meetings and stuff. So that way I wouldn't miss out there.
Could that item be moved to the 19th, the other item?
The other item would, if it's ready for the 5th, we would bring it back. The 5th has nothing to do with this project. It's at the pleasure of the commission what day to select for the consent item. Staff will schedule it whatever day you select.
Well, being that we would be down one commissioner, I'd like to make it August 19th. Okay. So it has been moved and seconded to deny PLN 25-00133 site plan review, density bonus, and tentative tract map. Planning Commission Secretary Ria, may we have a vote electronically?
Yes.
Clarification,
I seconded.
Chair, this is,
Motion?
Yes.
the motion includes the items list, just for the record that's being recorded, the motion includes the items listed by the various commissioners for findings of denial.
Yes, it would. Yes, absolutely.
You want us to vote now?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
Okay.
It's ready. Denial passes 5-0.
Okay. Now, the applicant may still appeal to the city council, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me read this. The action of the planning commission,
Well, the resolution will have not made it formal yet. The action has been taken by the planning commission tonight. Nevertheless,
okay, so do you want me to read that
Yes.
statement? Okay, absolutely. The action of the planning commission will be final unless the matter is appealed to the city council with the appropriate fee within the next 15-day period as set forth in the city's municipal code.
Can I ask the city attorney something? Does that start from the 19th when it gets voted officially, or does it start from tonight? I don't care either way, but
the action has been taken tonight by the planning commission to deny the matter. It will be memorialized officially in the resolution. The resolution will give the council the formal vehicle to weigh in on the appeal. So I do think it's the better approach for the appeal to proceed following the adoption of the resolution. And that would be 15 days following the adoption of the resolution.
Okay. So that'll put it in approximately September. Okay. Non-agenda public comment, nobody has taken a card. Consent calendar. May I have a motion and a
I make a motion, we accept it.
Okay, do I have a second to approve the consent calendar?
I'll second it.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. Planning Commission Secretary Rhea, may we have a vote?
Yes, it's ready.
Oh, it's there.
I also have something I want to add at the end.
Can you
please.
vote on the consent calendar?
No, I'm sorry, not on the consent.
No, I'm
Sorry,
talking.
no, on the regular.
Sorry,
Motion passes with a vote of 5-0 to pass the consent calendar.
Okay, other business, I know that Commissioner Guerra wants to make a comment statement.
Yeah, I don't know if I can make a motion because it's not on the agenda maybe, but I'd like to see the planning commission send something up to the city council that they might want to look at the ordinance about the 500 feet, okay? That maybe if it's over 25 units, they should make it 750 or 1,000. I mean, that's up for deliberation. I'm just saying, and we don't have the authority to do it. I'm just saying that we should send it up to the city council. And Mr. City Attorney, I can't just make a motion and have a second and pass tonight, can it? As an
That matter
advisory?
is not on the agenda for tonight,
Okay,
Commissioner
great.
Guerra. That's the only reason.
Sure.
But it's certainly within the commission's purview to discuss that and entertain that when it's properly agendized.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I don't have, you can agendize it for the August 19th meeting.
Sure.
Maybe you can do that. And again, it's just be an advisory to the council saying, hey, if it's a bigger project, let the residents know. You know, and I don't care if we set it over 25. Well, sometimes, I mean, if you live next door, 15 is a lot, so.
Especially if
but-
they're 3-story high.
Yeah, so that's all. I was just saying that an advisory thing, let the council, hopefully they'll amend that code. So, thank you.
And through the chair and Commissioner Guerra, I will pass along that message to the city manager's office. They have constant communication with all the council members. It's not the first time as director that I hear concerns from this commission, and I think that feedback is well received by staff, and staff feels comfortable communicating that topic through the city manager's office to the council.
Thank you.
I thank you all for being here.
Is this going to be a public hearing on the 19th?
No, you don't
No
have.
public hearing.
That'll be a consent calendar. You need to go to the council meeting in September, sir. That'll be where this is brought up again. If they appeal it, or whatever date that is.
It was officially denied?
Yes, sir. We voted 5-0. It was denied. I know you were taking a nap, but yeah, 5-0 denied. What do you think we were arguing about here?
Thank you for being here and thank you for speaking up.
Thank you.
And we are adjourned at 1:18.
Vice Chair.
You didn't even know.
I believe there's still something in the consent calendar.
We did it.